He gently spent his hand on a cat's wool, named Nick. The guy shared with him secret. Everyday life was tired. Everything around seems like a continuous nonsense. But after all, the ray of hope shone before his eyes. Having enchantments and unique exchange skills, now the guy is able to get everything he only wants. Suddenly, a huge paw appeared behind. Grabbing the cat, he firmly pressed him to his chest and shouted in the car as if announcing his appearance to the world. In this foreign world, the true power of its capabilities will open. Once, in the depths of the forest, a narrow chariot with travelers appeared among the thickets. The single trolley slowly rolled the path, carrying 2 passengers. Armed people were raging around. Some were sitting, others stepped barefoot like a silent shadow. The girl, who was on the cart, shuddered from the cold or fear. Her name suddenly came from the mouth of a stranger. As it turned out, she was called Karina. After dropping the hood, she muttered quietly that it was strange. After the parents did not, the grandfather who replaced them with his grandson also went into eternity. The guy's heart has been cold with loneliness. Now he thinks that he is doomed all his life alone. 2 hours have passed since the funeral and all the fun rites. Lying on the bed with his phone in his hands, the guy voiced an unexpected opinion. It was not believed that for 10 days had already passed from his death. The look slid with lines of message with the results of the selection. Cavacado's human resources politely thanked for their interest in their firm. Instead, they said that after careful consideration of the candidacy, they cannot be hired for work. After reading this message, the guy threw the phone with a force and looked his gaze in the ceiling. Thoughts returned him to the words of others. They say, if you do not return the scholarship, there will be a job. The gratitude for this money was sincere, because only thanks to them the university doors opened, which would otherwise be closed. Friends advised to look for ordinary work, not to pursue other people's dreams that were not felt by his own. The conversations were around the future, and everyone was already stepping on their desires. It seemed that working at a prestigious company would have fun my grandfather. And even such an opinion did not dispel the stringing tension that hung in the room. Suddenly, a cat jumped on the guy. He hugged a fluffy friend and whispered that he had remained for him the only pleasure. Sumi gravitated in the heart, but there was nowhere. After lunch, you will have to go in search of work. According to a box that was eagerly waiting on the bed. Opening it, he came across 3 ancient rings that lay peacefully among the shabby walls. Taking everyone in their hands, he carefully viewed their intricate patterns, touching cold metal. Finally, he carefully chose one and tried. The ring sat on his finger so easily as if he was intended for him. The whale cleverly grabbed one of the rings from the box, clamping it firmly in the teeth. The sharp cry of the young man stopped Nick. Do not dare touch these things. But the unstated rings joined, one in the guy on his finger, the other in the cat in the mouth. At the same moment, bright light broke out. The bright light was scattered, and the young man opened his eyes in surprise. A rocky top of the mountain suddenly appeared around. No one explained what was happening, so he asked himself in confusion. Is it all just a dream? After looked at the outskirts, only huge mountains and endless fields appeared before the eyes. The terrain remained a mystery to him. He could not understand the place or the way here. Meanwhile, the cat stood closer, and his hands reached out to the fluffy. He firmly wrapped him to him, finding fun and support at that moment. Stretching on the bed, suddenly felt a strong hunger. Confusion in your head. How did you find yourself here? What happened the day before? The eye touched an empty place where his favorite mascot was previously flashed. A moment, and it became clear. In all those mysterious rings are guilty, but the strange rings also traveled with them. Neither the boy on his finger, nor cats on their paws they got. However, he clearly remembers that she put on the ring, just so the decoration could not disappear. Perhaps these wedding rings are somehow related to the appearance of it in this world. Perhaps that is why he was here. Life is not at all like a manga or anime story. Is this world really different? Some sound came to the side. Only then did the young man realize that there was Barefoot. Once in the magical new world, he could not hope for the gift of extraordinary abilities. He was pleased with the heavens so that happiness would not go beyond his side. He called for the whole quarter, seeking to see his characteristics. However, opening his eyes, he found no changes. Obviously, there is no chance to get out of here. Suddenly, the cat ran up to him and gently began to lick his cheeks. An indifferent tone the guy said that he was still away, and suddenly noticed his pet was spreading in the air. The earth under his feet disappeared. The shock mixed with fear, and his eyes almost climbed out of orbits. The panic cry broke out of his mouth, and he demanded a shaking voice in a cat. How did he manage to get into the air? Did you get a dreamy, clever creation? But the cat did not let him down here. He landed just on his head, more conveniently on the grass. The guy sighed and complained aloud. The case is bad. It is unrealistic to survive here. Looking at the situation from a different angle, he wondered. Nick has a certain clearness, but in this way his potential is not limited. We need to find out what he is still capable of. Before his eyes, a window has suddenly emerged, very similar to those that appear in video games. This was the Nick statistics table, which has never been seen before. However, at the top was a completely different name, Dichi Asakura. Among the characteristics was magic, inherent in the homeless, and also a unique skill of exchange and evaluation. In the end, it was indeed its characteristics. In addition, he has some special, almost fraudulent ability. However, the meaning of the concept of exchange remains a mystery to him. The evaluation sounds approvingly, a typical example of deception talent. The cat continued to be spinning nearby, so the idea to test their ability to evaluate on this fluffy satellite arose. It turned out that Murloc possesses the magic of the spirits of the earth, water, fire, and wind. Suddenly it became clear. A pet is far superior to his master. The deceived power has turned into a kind of pay for him. Returning to Japan does not promise anything except loneliness, so it remains only to fight and live further in the foreign land. But before taking the first step, you should find out the true potential of this assessment. Wandering the endless field, he came across the edge of the forest. Touching his palm to the rough bark of one of the trees, he focused and involved his ability. Facts immediately floated in memory. The leaves here have a width of 1.5 centimeters. The length of the branches reaches 8 meters. The green innumerable quantities, and the tree rises to the heights by 40 meters. Thinking that the test was successful, the window suddenly broke out before the eyes. He barely had time to press the button, as the tree of the language through the earth failed, disappeared without a trace. Having recovered from surprise, the guy hit himself sharply on his head, trying to understand the event. Thinking indignation raged inside. This is so the ability to exchange. Suddenly, the cat squeezed crazy, and the boy had nothing left to let him go. Involuntarily, apologized to the displeased pet. Growing on a cat, the hero briefly ordered him to give up a place. Feeling confidence, he directed his unusual force on one of the trees. And then, it dissolved in the air. The cat is unnoticed to the pit left after the torn tree, and was interested in sniffing. The young man with a wicked smile wondered if the ferryman was surprised, and suggested looking at the table. Hardly touching the magic, the guy turned the tree in his place. Where the void just fell, he forgot the slender trunk again. Surprised cat bounced away. From the fright, the cat was hissing, and the young man was hot to ask forgiveness, asking not to be angry. Right now, the moment has come to truly try your own strength. The tree that was saved was stored among its trophies, and now served as a source of valuable points. This idea has pushed the next step. New shoes have long been needed. The quick check of the system has confirmed that it is possible to replenish the wardrobe without difficulty. Thanks to the money tired of the tree managed to buy the desired immediately, and even without delay, to change old glasses for brand new sneakers. The ability to exchange proved to be surprisingly useful. Now the real prospects have been opened before him. Life promises not only salvation, but also wealth. Hope shines brighter than ever, and a new, powerful thirst for accomplishments fills inside. Growly racing everything around, he was in a hurry to bury his inventory and a massive tree and a giant stone. The things that were grabbed gathered a whole mountain. Gathering everything he had, he decided to take a chainsaw. Dear, real luxury. And yet it is not the limit of his desires. The choice made, although only for the test. Moreover, in the stomach has long been grunting. Hunger does not joke. Suddenly, the cat, who was sitting peacefully nearby, turned the other direction alert, hissed, as if she had felt dangerous. After her, his question was attracted. What happened? The unfamiliar noise came from the depths of the forest, from the darkness, as if a shadow, a giant black tiger came out, directing them directly. I am sure of his charm. The young man did not even have time to look back as the beast threatened. And in the next moment, the guy glowed on the 5th point. Without spending time, he focused and tried to apply his ability to store on animals. But the idea was not possible. No bird or insects have been hidden with the trees in the inner storage. As everything is arranged, a mystery is still, but only plants, other living creatures are not allowed. There is no weapon in your hands. No weapons, no protection. You need to at least scare the tiger, make him retreat. One thought is pursued: to act first, to attack suddenly, leaving no predator to answer. A quiet order to yourself, to keep peace, not to allow panic to take a mountain. While the tiger is staying at a distance, the situation remains under control. The distance had to be kept. In order to open the storage in time, he needs at least 100-meter space. It was not in vain that he tested his capabilities. Meanwhile, the cat did not stop hissing while the tiger was approaching. The guy assured that it is not necessary to worry. Everything will be fine. Waiting for the beast almost close to them, the guy immediately took advantage of his repository, and suddenly a large pit dissolved under the tiger. A powerful predator with a roar fell inside. Without stopping in the use of his abilities, he instantly caused a giant marine container filled with liquid nitrogen. The tiger, sliding, flew down rapidly, convincingly trying to knit claws into the metal walls of the container. Finally, the guy decided that his plan was successful and asked a cat that he was thinking about this idea. In his opinion, everything was surprisingly simple, but suddenly the cat looked again. And it was at this moment that the tiger got out of the pit, which, it turned out, was still alive. The panic squeezed the guy in arms. Every moment it became more obvious that without weapons he could not cope. It was then that the pussy took the initiative. She took full force her abilities, throwing them against the monster. Water balls glowed, the magical gift of Nick. They resembled armor-piercing shells than ordinary spells. There was no tiger involvement in this situation. The predator did not stop, step by step approaching them, while the guy feverishly rushed in his inventory hoping to find a rescue object. In the end, he dared. The best way out will be the wall. Holding his breath, the guy waits for the tiger to shorten the distance, strains the muscles and preparing to take it. There is nowhere to retreat, so it is covered by determination. It faces the danger of face-to-face, although it understands that everything can end right here. Unusual, almost bizarre movements of the tiger are alarming even more. There is a feeling that something is wrong with a predator. The last chance was in front of him. Without hesitation, he got a stone from the inventory and threw himself directly into the animal. That's the finale. Just in case, the hero rushed to keep the defeated to the inventory. And surprisingly, it succeeded. The famine overwhelmed him, and the desire to eat something clouded all other thoughts. First, I took care of traps, food stocks, weapons, and the necessary tools. He purchased a drone for himself. It was thanks to him that he had the opportunity to monitor everything that was happening around. Through the lens of the device, a whole expedition, which consisted of many people, fell into the eye. Thinking, the hero decided that the ability to divide here would look too banal even for him. Stroking his cat, who cheeped the feed, said to him, it was time for the first contact. For a while, 2 participants of the expedition riding on horseback raced the field. Suddenly, one of them noticed a stranger ahead of a stranger, who settled on a rock with a cat. The stranger smiled and congratulated the guests politely. The question of whether he travels himself was forced the young man to smile. They are with their animals. The girl wandered her eyebrows in surprise, seeing the cat. The admiration in her eyes did not go unnoticed, so he wondered whether such animals were seen here infrequently. She confessed that this happens quite often, but has not seen such a long jacket. After sounding to Ashikura Daichi, the guy did not forget to name his cat. Throwing the hood from her head, the girl introduced herself. Alicia Hartland. The guy stunned by her kindly, though mentally, I noted, it looks like an ordinary schoolgirl. The second girl who sat on a horse cast a strange look at me. Meanwhile, the guy muttered that if she wants to stroke him, he has the right to do it. To reach for him was her secret desire, and his partner sharply set a sword between them. Suddenly tight by fear, she immediately retreated, whispering. Meanwhile, the girl looked closely at the young man, asking if he was really here. Smiling, the young man confirmed that that's what he calls himself. A merchant. He told how he left his native village and set on the path of a beginner trade. He invented such a legend about his own story. Then he began to demonstrate the variety of goods that managed to gather and travel. A tiny bag hides many different things. Among them are many useful little things. For example, a flashlight that immediately attracted the attention of girls. Their eyes expanded with surprise. Nothing like this has happened on their way. The warrior with the sword wondered if he really pulled this magical thing from the storage, but her companion immediately noticed. Something was wrong with this bright device. Any witch trail is no aura around this luminous object. Thinking about the conversation, the young man came to the conclusion. If you mention the utility and magic artifacts, then even statistics here can be considered part of the magic. The lantern was on the ground. With a pusk, he was rolled in their direction, allowing him to pick up. One of the girls took a thing, confidently looked around and said loudly, "There is none of the witchcraft here." The girlfriend, however, was in surprise to open her eyes, still not believing. The stranger wondered if the girls were traveling together. However, the owner of the ball immediately noted, "She simply accompanies her companion." The guy's nerves were tense. Fear was read clearly in his eyes, but having become determined, he carefully suggested that they join them on the way to the nearest city or village. In the end, he frankly asked the name of the second girl. The first girl made a rather sweet impression. She easily assured that hardly anyone would have asked about it. But the lawyer replied. The reasons for the suspicion were still remained. The guy immediately reassured. The weapon can remove if it is inconvenient. However, why do you not even know how to use? Because it holds on the bow and a knife, apparently. It is not accustomed to the possession of these tools. A wicked laughter sincerely came from a good-natured young man as she revealed his intentions. It was surprised, the girl agreed to take him to the chief merchant. The young man glowed with joy, thanked the attractive girls for their support. At the same moment, the cat cleverly jumped out of his arms and found herself directly in the hands of Alicia. Stroking the furry, the girl did not hold back the admiration, sincerely praising what he is sweet. With his hand outstretched for his hand, the guy remained unattended. He was ignored. Without embarrassing, he returned to the guard behind, his hand without his hand, and sincerely thanked her for the assistance provided. She assured that she would personally take him to the chief merchant, but I was persistently asking me to stay at least 1 meter away from her. It is worried because the sorcerer cannot be allowed to be so close to himself. Immediately guessed what magician's the language was. The girl categorically reminded that it is not necessary to pretend to be a single traveler and to hide her combat skills. Finally, the real meaning of her words came to him. Her gaze clearly reminded, we need to go with them, and at the same time stay away. The young man drew attention to the length of her sword, and she noted that his voice had gained a new color. Without any hesitation, the guy wondered that there is one here. They are peers. The girl warned, you can talk about her desires as you want, not to resort to what will make her attack. Hearing this, the guy wondered in surprise whether she really seemed so suspicious. In response, he heard the affirmative confirmation. He was suspected quite deservedly. Behind, the girl was confidently traveling, not paying attention to how her cloak hit the horse under her teeth. Her whole world focused on a flashlight that shone in his palms. Meanwhile, the guy looked over his shoulder sharply. They were followed by an expedition of a numerous band. One of the crews slowed down, and a gray-haired man came out of him. He wondered with interest. Did he not have the honor of accompaniment to the city of Karam? Putting his palm on his chest and leaning his head slightly, the guy called his name. In response, the man solemnly introduced himself. Klaus Bertram. He heads this caravan column and is the chairman of Bararam. The young man has no idea how much his influence is, so he behaves politely and carefully. Confessing to the lack of experience in such cases, he honestly recognizes his own uncertainty. Hearing this, the interlocutor asked with interest. What can he answer in response? The young man stretched a package with a mysterious content and said he could sell it. The man threw a long look at his assistant, and he immediately moved to the boy. The assistant took the bag from the young man's hands and handed it to the master. Opening the package, the man was genuinely surprised. Returning to the guy, he did not restrain the delight. They say such a generous gift, or you have no idea about the true price of things. The guy, with a light smile, confessed that he probably does not really realize how valuable the thing is. This is this country. His thoughts have split around the whole situation. The new moon explained that the value of the product varies depending on the place and time. Even though this thing is grown in his country, it remains rare and valuable. The answer of the man was simple sincerity. The new moon, without hiding, confessed that he was a merchant. You do not lie here for him, he recognized for himself. The interlocutor only nodded, agreeing. Everything happened exactly as the young man conceived from the beginning. Thanks to the man, the guy added that he took such wise things from his grandfather. In response, the man decided not to hide the truth. In this country, this product is valued extremely high and probably costs much more than at home. He also asked how much pepper was placed in a bag. No country on this continent has been able to grow pepper from seed. Everything depends entirely on import. Only aristocrats and wealthy persons can afford this spice. His goods arrived even from another country, but from a distant continent. However, he did not receive the necessary permission. One of the men cast a suspicious look at the guy, which was caught. At the same moment it came. He was exposed. Now it is clear to everyone that he is a stranger. From the first moment, the idea flashed. His appearance was indeed unusual, as if he had arrived from a distant continent. The satellite only nodded in agreement, but this feature can later cause trouble. The young man sincerely thanked for the warning. The merchant, meanwhile, noted that they should still discuss the price of pepper. However, the guy asked to wait a little and asked interested if I wanted to buy something else. The dreams of a shopkeeper's career in this country were increasingly moving to their heads. But, as his new acquaintance noted, local life dictates his rules. Without the necessary knowledge here cannot do. Therefore, he asked for help. Will there be someone who supports the goal? The man assured of his honesty, but the interlocutor attracted the desire to believe in human kindness. His words were just caused by that sincere laughter. It is not so easy to take and help become a merchant. So the guy wondered what amount of pepper he wants to get in return. Showing the number on his fingers, the stranger only emphasized the futility of hope for simple help. The young man immediately thought that it would be unreasonable to wait for any support from him. After removing 5 bags of peppers from his backpack, he met the merchant comment of the merchant, the product. Business affairs should treat trading partners with proper respect. This wisdom has been remembered since childhood, although in fact he read it from the pages of the book. Klaus ordered Lloyd's servant to pick up pepper. Then he turned to Karina. Suggesting to stay with Alicia, he also instructed her to accompany Mr. Assaker to the city of Karam. I turned to Alicia, interested in her thought, and received only a praise. Meanwhile, the men went to the carriage. Having reached out to the sheikh, the young man sincerely thanked the girls for his help. Those in response were only politely bowed. Karina announced that she would go with the boy, and her girlfriend immediately supported the initiative. They went forward, paying no attention to the hand-stretched hand. Asked where they were heading, the guy heard in response that their path leads to the leader of Karina. Alicia assured that he would later tell him all the details. A new acquaintance introduced himself as Daichi, asking not to turn officially. A friendly atmosphere is more important to him in formalities. Shyness jumped the girl. The words were not enough to explain how she could. However, the guy suddenly lifted to her face a fluffy cat and hurried to introduce him. It was his partner Nick. In confirmation, a young striped friend grateful. The girl's heart again melted from arousing. The guy and the cat looked over, and the young man quietly said that he no longer kept fluffy paws. At the same moment, the cat began to fall, but the girl immediately picked him up, gently pressing to herself and gently stroking. A young man who introduced a smile to Daichi and noted that she was huddled with Nick. The girl instantly clamped. With a smug smile on his face, he stepped behind, asking if she would take him in his arms if he went. Her consent pushed him to approach very close, pretending that he had not heard the answer. Tirelessly teased. In the end, she had shouted again, "The Lord!" Sleeping, the guy looks upset, and finally heard his name from her without any formalities. It was quite comforted, but it seems that the cat clearly did not like. At the same time, on the other side of the camp, tents fluttered, where they do not throw an eye. There were tents everywhere. At the table, tired of throwing on the back of the chair, a merchant was located. Growing on Lloyd, he asked him the idea of a new one. In response, recognition came. He has their language too perfect for a common stranger. The polite tone, a polite nod, and no trace of work on neat palms. Only wealthy families and thorough education are given such education. This feature did not pass the attention of Klaus. He also asked about another, that is, the pepper. The servant suggested that he apparently simply thanked the gift. Probably the son of a wealthy master. or a senseless descendant of a noble kind. In the head of Bertram, the idea flashed. In the future, he can become someone outstanding. Stocks are his treasure, because the product is perfectly stored. There is a gorgeous, mouth-watering pepper on the table. This is what his success lies. The storage gift is a rare gift from God himself. Its owners are allowed to put any things in this special place, keeping them there endlessly for a long time. The volume of the repository depends on the power of the magic inherent in its owner. Inside this space, time stops its running. A charming bag is a special repository disguised as a regular bag, or bag that can accommodate a variety of things. The volume of domestic space can really be increased. However, it also has its limits. Unlike some other artifacts, time does not stop inside. Things are exposed to time, as in the real world. In memory, there is a mention of the moment when, thanks to the apparent trick with a charming bag, the sea managed to cross the sea. The storage is still filled with adventure youth. You need to find out what valuable things hide this dungeon. First of all, you should learn more about this mysterious country. The servant wondered if they would cease to treat him politely, and heard immediately in response that there was no reason for this. However, it is necessary to warn the employees and the staff in advance so that they be treated politely. The boy's gaze stopped at two men near the tent. One of them opened a box in which a refined glass lay, decorated with a bizarre pattern. The news for the hero has become unexpected. In this world, a glass is considered a luxury. Although the quality is ordinary, does not impress. Karina was called from the outside, addressing her as a sister. The voice belonged to a girl with short hair and a scarf on her head. She was waiting for the cauldron, asking to help melt the fire. Karina was embarrassed and apologized, they say. She needs to spend someone on the road. The thoughts were swirling. Why did Karina ask if the magic was involved here? His gaze glowed with curiosity when he confessed that he's seeking to see her fire. The desire was voiced, and the answer did not slow down. The consent was confident if he wanted it. The girl who just sought help thanked Karina. She wondered with interest whether it was too difficult to light the fire. And, as a confirmation of her words, she raised her palm to dry firewood. The flames broke out instantly. The spiritual magic of the fire proved to be. It was only necessary to wave her hand as the flame broke out in her eyes. Nick's attackers also impressed the imagination, and is truly amazed at how magic finds a place in everyday life. The guy wondered if she often participated in the fire. The answer was simple. It depends on whether there is free time. Further, without a minute, the girl passed among the familiar cauldrons and cleverly lit the flames in each stove. Those who are not able to control fiery magic usually help themselves as a chair. Alicia explained that there are magical artifacts for such situations. She wondered if you could use these things if there was magical energy. However, to surprise, it turned out, this is not enough. The fate of the specialty is determined by the power of magic. The more powerful abilities, the more noble and honorable profession awaits ahead. Those who did not reach the magic remain on artifacts. However, both and others find a way to make a living. The memories of the past suddenly swept the boy, and he asked the girls whether the quality of life is really determined by magic. Karina did not delay and called Mr. Asakur. The chills ran with his body, and the gaze inadvertently stopped on a girl who asked for help a few minutes ago. Her face was overshadowed by a bitter despair. The eyes expanded from the surprise as soon as the extra secret broke. The palm of the hand immediately covered his mouth, and the unhappy word broke out of his mouth. The apology was hurriedly flew. The girl only smiled lightly. She assured that everything was fine, because she has long been accustomed to such situations. Although she does not have magical abilities, but the team here is a real treasure. There are only kind people around who is always ready to put a shoulder. Fate smiled, giving such work. However, a note was inadvertently. Thanks to the intricate ability to gain advantage, the path in the merchant opened it effortlessly. However, it turned out very quickly. This choice was not the best. It was too much self-love and benefit. Could be supported for those who lack magic. And so far he only watched his palms lost in reflections, tearing the established foundations of this world. Thanks to artifacts, ordinary people can live on equal ones with magicians. By spreading this knowledge, the hero will gain the commitment of those who lack magical abilities. The imagination throws him ghostly paintings, but the real passion in the heart does not take away. Calling the carrot, she extends her a lighter, promising that this artifact will help melt the fire. At the same moment, to demonstrate the work of the device, he pressed the lighter button, such a familiar thing in the world where he came from. The attendees looked over, confused. Karina marvelly noticed what he was small. The girl did not see such a magical artifact before. At the same time, another traveler drew attention. The appearance of the device did not correspond to its owner at all. It is transparent, reminiscent of a real gem. The guy stretched out a lighter, calling her lighter to try. The carriage, as soon as possible, struck her fingers nervously and assured that she would not be able to accept such an expensive gift. At that moment, the guy squeezed his fist. The lighter slipped and fell down. The stunned views of all those present focused on her. The young man with a surprise noted the girl's power. Even if she manages to break 2 details, he will not merge. Assured that there was no reason to worry, he suggested trying to transfer the object into the girl's hands. The flames of dry leaves broke out as soon as she raised a lighter. A moment, and they were already burning, flying in the stove. The wood chips are slightly blackened with heat. Grasping at this amazing artifact, the girl was not surprised. Is there something like this? Such a treasure can only appear in a real blessed land. The hero expressed his desire for everyone in this country, even without magical abilities, to use magic artifacts. The girl wondered if he was not accidentally an overseas merchant. After all, with such amazing devices, in her opinion, he is inevitably awaited. Stretching the lighter forward, she thanked him in confusion. In response, the refusal was made. You can leave the lighter. Such a surprise caused a genuine surprise in her eyes. He urged his companions to join others, but the girl restrained, asked to wait. Her look was full of determination. She could not accept such. The hand was convinced of his clothes, trying to stop. But the guy insisted, explaining that she was not so unattainable. Suddenly, someone's voice broke their conversation by calling Karin. A stranger, a tall man with scars on his face and in a night chain. He strictly asked why she was here. Karina quickly called him her boss and explained that she was going to him. In his thoughts, the hero felt his own power and grandeur. Karina declared it by Captain Jeffrey, and then presented the main character, the business partner of the Cole Bertram. The hand, stretched hand, and accompanied by the words of consent was stretched. He decided to join the trip and move with them to the next city. Jeffrey assured that it was responsible for the safety and support of Berama. Karina added that the superiors emphasized separately. This master should be closely monitored. In response, the captain suggested that she join these 2 satellites, and the girl agreed without hesitation. Inside, the hero hesitated whether the security worker was in front of him. If so, she is unlikely to need support again. Meanwhile, the captain turned to Mr. Asakura, persistently demanding him to go with everyone. After offered a drink, he received only uncertain swinging with his head as a sign of refusal. The girl, while holding a thing for herself, watched with interest in people who suddenly left the room without hiding surprise. After a hearty dinner, the hero relaxed on the mattress inside the tent, and the cat was comfortable on his stomach. Intriguing memories of how everyone was surprised by the plastic lighters again circled in his head. Some even equated it with a real precious stone. Did he go with the impression? Did he go with? At that moment, a voice came from the street. Someone called Mr. Asakura, asking if he was sleeping. It was Karina. A short feedback came to this. He confirmed that he was not sleeping. She explained with apology for late. The director of the company insists on meeting him. The guy assured that he would appear right now. At the same time, the question raised the question. Does it not attract a clock on your hand? Having made the decision to temporarily hide them during his jacket, he looked into the space, thinking if there was no trouble suddenly. Between rows of tents laid the track on which they were moving, losing among the crowd. Many people were going to see, especially the men who watched their eyes, who carefully monitored each step. The external interest in his person surprised and even embarrassed him. The Trinity got to a large tent. Karina assured that they needed here. The guy cautiously turned the canvas that served as the entrance, and respected for the invasion. Inside was the merchant leader and one of the girls who accompanied him today. Chris rudely pushed the chair, and a gesture invited the interlocutor to join the table. When everyone was standing, the man hurried to apologize for such a late call. The hero was concerned about the thought. Was there something important? If there is a problem, it is always ready to replace the product. The merchant assured that everything is not true. His product is the best, without any complaints. The guy wondered what the matter was. The man carefully put a cloth on the table, in which something was hidden. It seemed that the merchant intends to talk about the drawing. Having grabbed an instant memory of today's transfer of things, the guy made sure that they acted correctly. The merchant, stretching his palm, hurried to warn against unnecessary suspicions. He had no bad intentions. In general, the girl did not get captured or something like that, just came for the advice of a lighter, a mysterious magic artifact, which she has never encountered before. The concentrated man insisted. The true value of this thing is still unknown to him. Such a statement stunned the guy. He did not think that Raritate was hiding something more, because he planned to sell it as a regular household tool. The man explained that this thing is a real artifact, accessible only to the nobility and wealthy. According to him, in his home country a guy cannot cost anything like this, but here, this item is worth unheard of money. The hero wondered if it was simple, to which the interlocutor only shook his head. Nothing like. This thing can even be mastered by the one who is devoid of magical abilities, and therefore, it is much more expensive than ordinary magical tools. However, true complexity lies inside the object itself. The cost of this thing can be compared to glass or even jewelry. Just then, a conversation of two men who had passed expensive glass was accidentally listened to the boy's memory. As soon as these things appear in the market, they will certainly be willing to offer them aristocrats and rich. Naming in thought, the guy suddenly realized the possibility of troubles that he had not even guessed before. The merchant, however, promised to support, and now it was necessary to find out what he was ready to do in this situation. The unwillingness to do something completely swept his mind. However, it was a futile business to discuss it. After all, the rules of this world could not change it. In memory, a glass came out. He remembered how he had previously tried to offer this thing to the influential aristocrats and wealthy gentlemen. Somewhere in the hidden space appeared on the stand a graceful glass rose. From the admiration in the voice of Alicia, which was nearby, sincere surprise swirled. How good it was at this moment. The merchant also did not restrain from surprise. Noticing such a reaction, the guy was worried. He did not overdo it with efforts. The roar voice of the merchant, who was heard among the crowd, demanded an immediate stop and prompted not to rush. The girl with no less passion was picked up by a cry. The tension reached her climax. It was at this crucial moment near the neck of the protagonist that the threat was already hanging. Nearby, without hesitation, Karina put a weapon directly on the guy. The merchant hurriedly began to reassure her, assuring that no trouble had happened. He was simply captured by this moment. Karina carefully took the sword from the boy, gently turning the blade to the vagina. With her head bowed, she quietly asked for forgiveness. The merchant exhaled deeply, closed his eyes and asked Mr. Asakura to forgive him. His voice broke out on emotions only from his fault. Meanwhile, the hero flashed the mention. Karina warned not to approach closer than a meter. But what other meter? They were so cramped in the tent. The man noticed. The guy did not even move out of place. In vain that the blade of the sword was directed simply at him. In response, there was a confident, almost carefree explanation. They say he realized that she would not harm him. Or maybe it just did not reach what happened, so he stood in complete silence, which was very similar to the truth. The merchant noted that it is worth calming down, then the conversation would go. The hero assured that Karina was not to blame, so there is no reason. The merchant carefully asked Karina to leave so that the guests would not feel awkward, and she agreed without objections. The young man did not stop talking enthusiastically about the crystal sculpture. Her unearthly wretch clouded even the most precious gems. The merchant wondered if it was the same glasswork he saw before. She looked flawless, amazing, and sophisticated. The young man had rushed in a backpack and carefully outlined a few more glass figurines and lighters, just as they saw earlier. The merchant did not resist. Each of them glowed in a special way, flickering with bizarre shades, differing from each other. Understanding the difference between her body and glass with which they work. But it provides. There will be those who will try to make money on it, setting an excessive price. It is extremely wanting to solve issues with money honestly. To make exquisite glass products on your own. And to everyone add a lighter as a nice bonus. First of all, the buyer who will decide to buy these valuable glass products will receive a lighter as a gift. A real artifact for daily use. Subsequently, these unique things will disperse among the aristocracy and wealthy. The merchant asked if it was interested in the spread of lighters in the local market. There is almost no choice, although this is not the best idea. Now they will have to act according to his plan. A satisfied smile shone down the boy's face when he asked if he was still ready for cooperation. The merchant nodded as a sign of consent. "Thank you." The guy reached out to the sheikh. After the agreement, they fastened the words with pressure of the palms. The first step was taken. When both girls left the tent, Karina immediately bowed to the boy in a deep bow, sincerely asking for the apology. The companion hastened to assure that in this situation, Karen had no guilt. No less than the main character, she was also surprised, and not restrained, she exclaimed from surprise. To answer Daichi, who considered herself the cause of everything, the surprise was in his eyes. However, it was only a job for her, nothing personal. He would have to apologize. The sadness on the faces of the girls was obvious. This situation was really depressing. Noticing this, the guy thought about the reason for their mood. Calling Alicia, he reached out to her. Her heart melted at the same moment. The anticipation did not fail. The idea worked flawlessly. This spectacle cheered him up. He said that much more he was smiling. The embarrassment finally dissolved. A smile shone on a maiden face. Her timidity, so sweet, immediately fell to the boy in the eye, and even more started to take her into a dead end of uncertainty. Karina watched the stage with an impermeable expression. The guy's surprise was noticeable. Why did everyone suddenly stamp at him? Soon, everything became clear. Everyone learned that it was he who gave the core. After scratching the back of the back, the guy wondered if anyone wanted such a thing. Karina, smiling, noted that perhaps the audience just want to get acquainted with someone so unusual and talk to him. Perhaps in their eyes he is not only a traitor and a stranger, but also a hero. Does the elusive woman who loves the aristocrat foreigner does not pull him here, hiding her true face? Or does the exile hide the mystery of secret royal origin? Stroking his chin, the guy thoughtfully noted that Karina had a rich imagination. Karina immediately denied her not her thoughts, but there. The third participant of the conversation threw, "In general, it is easy for everyone with imagination." Suddenly, shouts came from the forest, quite near. The wounded and frightened men ran out of the head from there, shouting about salvation. The monsters, not stopping for a moment, chased after them. 3 observers have only stunned their eyes from fear and surprise. Crupting loudly, one of the men warned, "These are royal monkeys." According to him, a whole flock of primates has already slipped in their direction. Instantly reacted, Karina grabbed her sword and firmly ordered her comrades to hide behind her back. Crowds of horrible monsters emerged from the forest chassis opposite with a loud noise. The warriors immediately rushed into battle with monsters, trying to drive them into the ring. Suddenly, the arrow whistled on the side and hit one of the monsters just into the head. Hot arrows and spears flashed on the opponents, which flashed the fire, igniting chaos. With his breath, the guy who watched from the outside exclaimed whether everything was fine with his comrades. Settling, Karina confirmed that the victory is quite possible. Turning, she cast her gaze back to catch the eye of the battle. Suddenly the forest has shook the cry. The monsters received reinforcements on the south. 10 more dangerous creatures were erupted from the trees. The supreme commander, full of determination, encouraged his warriors, reminding that they were stronger than the enemy, and should go on the offensive. Meanwhile, the protagonist thoughtfully spent his hand on his chin, thinking. It is quite possible to simply watch the events on the side, and maybe join and contribute? But does it make sense to interfere? The gaze slid into a cat that he stuck under his clothes. The real power to reveal all the desires did not arise. Here's a finger easily touched the forehead, silently ordered to stay in shelter and not to resort to magic. Sliding the door of his hiding place, the guy thoughtfully looked at the weapon, choosing the best. Karina has been surprised that today's behavior of royal monkeys looks surprisingly suspicious. She instructed Alice to find out if they had fallen into the southern part of the forest this time. After moving away from his comrades, Daichi watched the events from the outside. The gaze accidentally stopped on the motor in dense thickets somewhere on the side. He warned Karina loudly. The eastern part of the field was a refuge of royal monkeys. At that moment, from the thick grass, like ghosts, one by one jumped new figures, rapidly approaching them. The distance between them melted in the eyes. Weapons are now needed, at least any. Suddenly, a monster rushed at him, stretching his clawed paw. Karina papped in time. Her lightning sword struck a monster. Two monsters, breaking through the crowd, rapidly returned to the direction of Alicia, which was speaking. He reacted to a loud cry to this, at the same moment, breaking out of the place with such force that the lumps of the earth flew all the way. One decisive stroke struck the head of the monster. Inside was surprised from his own act. The monster turned interested in the boy, but suddenly, his foot crashed into his face. The monkey's bullet rolled away. Others have already been directed to this scene. One of the sights, stretching the paws to Alicia, suddenly got a powerful blow to the forehead and immediately fainted. The girls who witnessed this scene froze in complete shock from the development of events. Meanwhile, the guy who struck this shock was literally thrown into the air. Unmanaged with a monster shot, the guy was on the ground. The girls rushed to him, exclaiming his name. Lifting his face from dust, he grabbed one of them by his shoulders and asked alarmed whether she was intact. But, breathing from the surviving and not holding back tears, she was barely audible that everything was fine with her. After grabbing the guy in his arms, they tried to lift him, and hurriedly said that it was time to go. Suddenly, behind the backs, a flock of monkeys appeared again. It was noticed by Daiichi with Karina, looking back immediately. The girl's sword blade to one of the monsters. At the same time, the guy again struck his foot. While the battle lasted, another monster emerged from the shadow of Alicia. The stranger only quietly watched everything that was happening. Sleeping his gaze, the girl looked around, not losing his watchful eye. Suddenly, the monster spread her mouth, approaching the girl. Noticing this, Daiichi rushed forward and stood in front of her, trying to stop the insurance. A frightened cry escaped from her mouth. Noticing this, Karina also rushed to call Mr. Ascula to help, but it was at that moment that she fought with one of the monsters and was powerless to intervene. Inside, the thought was fiercely, if everything continues, the monsters will surely kill it. In the imagination, pictures were drawn. As if everything is well, nothing hurts. And indeed, no pain. Predatory fangs have been in the body, but no feeling is biting someone else. A bright moment came in memory. Alicia has magic without any auxiliary. His concern was only to make sure that she relied on her own strength and skill. Suddenly, awareness was permeated. This is the magic without any handy. Then he fell into the eye a strange stirring in the woods, precisely before the tiger rushed at them. And when the stone hit him just in his head, he did not feel any pain. A sharp knife, filled with sorcery force, was hidden in his hands. The magical energy was a blade, and it was too early to feel all the anger of the shamanian attack. He felt it as a common matter, as if to take a piece of cake with a fork. Only muscles and ingenuity acted. Nothing superfluous. Only power and quiet agility. The gaze faded into Karin, who was still struggling. The loud cry forced her to move away. He decided to take the monkey. In the next moment, taking advantage of the moment, he rushed behind the monster. The stiletto with force stretched into the back of the enemy. The shadow of an invisible attack chose a moment for a decisive blow. The monster did not fall and continued to scream. The little knife was too short to reach the heart of the monster. The sharp exclamation made Tom not flee. The blade had only 23 centimeters, just an unfortunate fact, which involuntarily went in thought. Pulling the dagger, the guy suddenly lost his balance and collapsed back. The monkey looked at him, illuminating a cruel smile. In a moment, a smile also appeared on the boy's face, and it was then that Karina flew up rapidly, piercing the monster's neck. A moment, and the body with a deft knock was difficult to fall to the ground, pouring everything around the abundant splashes of blood, even a girl. The sword blade pierced the air with a wicked movement, and no bloody spot was left on the steel. From the face of a girl contaminated with blood, a sigh broke out. The guy was carefully lowered by magic to the earth, but suddenly, not leaving to the end, he was sharply released. He painfully clapped. The exclamation was filled with air, and she rushed to him in the same way. The smile shone on his face, and the thumb, raised up, was silently assured. Everything is fine. However, the guy stayed on the ground, taking care of the girls, whether they suffered any injury. Meanwhile, the cat, smoothing his back and getting out of his jacket, sighed heavily. The girls rushed to him, reaching out to raise from the ground. Karina quickly stressed that the questioning would expect herself faster. The second girl, without spending time, added that she better pay attention to her own condition than to worry about them. already lifted the wounded when he wondered what was happening on the front line. Karina replied that the enemies are noticeably lower. If everything goes at that pace, the victory will be behind them. Then the guy wondered if it was worth joining the battle. The heavy sigh of the Karina's chest. Protecting this too is its duty. The paintings of the terrible moment when the guy attacked the monster appeared before her eyes. Then she felt that she did not cope with the mission. The fingers involuntarily squeezed the sword's hand on the belt, as if looking for a pleasure and strength in the metal. The young man noticed it instantly. The defense was protected under the unexpected pressure of the enemy on other sides. The royal monkeys were already losing perseverance and despair. Turning, the guy asked if she really thought. Suddenly, a sound came from his back. The monsters, frightened by a large number of people, rushed to run back into the forest. Karina smiled cunningly, pointing to the creatures with her finger, as if confirming her own words. The young man also smiled happily. Zara's. When her face was no longer bloody, the girl seemed even more beautiful. Seeing blood on his hand, he looked at her. With the help of magic, he pulled a towel hidden in his jacket pocket. Alicia asked me to hand over this towel to her. She soaked a towel with a charming motion, and then carefully stretched him to the boy's cheek, wiping traces of fatigue from her face. He just exclaimed that it was cold, assuring that he would have done this simple task. But her soft request did not retreat, allowed to leave everything as is. With sincere care, she carefully erased every drop from his skin, as if erasing his anxiety. He wondered in his voice with interest in Alicia, whether she used the magic of spiritual water, and whether he intended to apologize. He was already aware of her ability to manage this type of witchcraft. The guy looked confused. Their world combined not only magical artifacts, but also powerful spiritual magic. There are 4 components in the spiritual world. For artifacts, magical energy is the main activation factor. The magic itself relies on the power of nature. Spiritual power is based on the magical potential of the owner, which is not said about the artifacts. Spiritual magic can be called repeatedly, and it is characterized by power. Thinking, the guy realized. In this world, magic is based on 4 elements, and spiritual magic exceeds the power of artifacts. The girl, not hiding the curiosity, asked where he guessed that he was dealing with spiritual magic. The guy was confused for a moment, picking up the words, and finally limited himself to what he called it simply by politeness. The girl asked what he was in mind. In his country, the magic of the spirit is appreciated much higher than any artifacts. That is why the conclusion was obvious. It would seem offensively to call it an artifact, because such things do not enjoy much respect. For this reason, he described this phenomenon as a manifestation of spiritual magic. The suspicious looks of the girls slid on him. Karina said that only 20 people have spiritual magic in this country, and there are about 100 on the continent. He was surprised to note how rare it is. Alicia advised him first to get acquainted with this country before opening his own business. He would be pleased to know all the details when traveling. The guard only sighed hard, agreeing that there was no other way out. The cat sincerely thanked for the help. In gratitude, he suggested selling 2 statuettes with their faces. However, the girls refused one voice. They do not need such a gift at all. Meanwhile, the warriors exploded with joyful exclamations, celebrating their wealth. Apparently, the case is already shining. The young man suggested going there together, and Karina agreed. They say, maybe there are wounded, so he would be able to need. Yes, it is about the attack of royal monkeys. The guard replied that she had some assumptions, but she needs to clarify it with someone. Her gaze stopped at 2 men sitting nearby, just on the ground. There was a suspicion that the magic of the spirit is a rare phenomenon. Thanks to Nick's ability to use it, this force has become his artifact, a personal advantage in the world of exchange. However, any inadvertent disclosure of the secret can bring trouble. It should be used with extreme caution, because it is not a simple matter. Lying on the bed, the girl again worried the moment when the main character, splashing on the ground, at ease, asked her well-being. In her eyes, he seemed extremely funny. The kindness of this man did not know her boundaries, but even in the boldest legends, to defeat the royal monkey without any weapons was considered impossible. But he managed to cope on his own. In the mines, moments flashed once after, when it seemed that everything was over. The terrible monster was just in front of the face, and at that moment the guy without hesitation stood between them, taking a blow instead. And it was he who was bitten by the monkey. Why did he do it? Why did he donate himself? His gaze at that moment glowed with a gentle smile facing her. It is impossible to win the royal monkey with one blow. Such feats are not yet possible. The memory clearly emerges in memory. The grandmother instructed the legend of the hero when they were lying on various mattresses in the comfort of the tent. Pepper under the blanket, the girl spinned from side to side, trying to expel the annoying thoughts from her head. No fear in it came about it. Even after he learned of his spirit and the presence of magic, the guy's attitude remained unchanged. Unlike other figures from her memories, this man met her gentleness and a sincere smile. It seems that the confusion finally took the mountain. The girl, like a small child, hid under a blanket, curled up with a ball. The next day the journey lasted with new force. Everyone went on the road again. Karina raised his voice on the young man. He was in no hurry to sit on his horse because he had never had such an occasion. The caravan rolled forward. In the comfort of the carriage, the girls settled next to the boy. Unusual feelings up to the trembling gripped his whole body. Karina quickly appreciated. They had to look for the best crew. The young man turned away, staring at the window, trying to avoid any conversation. At that moment, he grabbed two riders. As soon as their eyes met, strangers turned away sharply. Obviously, all around, as if conspiracy, carefully avoided the meetings with him. Karina agreed with him. Even she does not realize, since he turned into such a frightening one. It turned out that last night at breakfast, touching the topics of his preferences, he still had something in mind. The conversation about the lighter was stopped, and it was not the only cause of misunderstanding. There was still something elusive strange, which he never realized. It turned out, it was his tent. Among the many, this was different. There was a wonderful light from the inside, which others did not have. Karina noticed this bizarre spark, and the guy calmly explained, in his native lands, such lighting is not considered a wonder. Karina, holding his head firmly, advised to warn everyone in advance before teaching treasures from her homeland. Having apologized, he promised to remember it for a long time. Karina immediately asked to warn the main merchant. Another girl was interested in showing the goods. Her passionate curiosity was obvious. After all, if it is so intriguing, you can also visit his tent. The blinking of the girl's face blushed. The gaze rushed to escape. In her imagination, this proposal sounded as an invitation to visit the boy tent at night. The guy of the shock covered, "Is it a scene from a romantic comedy? After all, she has not yet turned 18. For such, both you need to be adult." Humorously winning, he apologized. They say, the girl is too young for him. Hearing this, she froze from confusion. Karina reminded that this behavior is not too polite, because Alicia has been for 20 years. Breaking on his feet because of the thought that they were moaned, the young man was genuinely surprised. Karin was 19. He firmly believed as if both girls were older than him. In the end, he did not hold back and exclaimed in his whole voice that he was 22, so it is not necessary to consider him younger at all. Karina's surprise did not go unnoticed. A cheerful laughter broke out of the mouth of Alicia. She assured that an adult man was all ready, but at the same time she was very strange. The guy's fists were stalling on the crew seat. In despair, he exclaimed whether someone really considers him a teenager, 16 or 17. The girls hurried to reassure the irritated companion, explaining that they were released only because they look young, and hurried to apologize sincerely. Sighing, he confessed that he first confused their age, so nothing wrong happened. Karina nodded and delicately suggested to end this conversation. Meanwhile, a man was moving in front of the caravan. He scattered pollen to the road to align the surface under his feet. The guy immediately noted this detail. On the carts, men sat with tied hands and feet. The spectacle made a depressing and cruel impression. Karina did not miss this attention, and, noticing the reaction of a friend, insisted they should not sympathize with. A large group of 35 people went to the forest. They aimed to catch small royal monkeys. However, only 5 were destined to survive from all this company. The guy wondered why they needed the children of the royal monkey. It turned out that the kids are accustomed to obedience from the male, turning them into labor, mainly for the army. On the neck of the animals shine slave collars. At that moment, the young man shuddered. For him, this thing sounded creepy and even scary. Prices did not give him rest. Babies up to 2 months cost 20 gold, and those who have not yet turned 6 months, The question sounded, "Do those guys have a criminal past?" In response, quite cautious confession came. "It is difficult and ambiguous, but to blame anyone except for themselves it is not necessary. They dared to touch a flock of monkeys. At least yesterday will have to answer because this act is now considered a crime. But if the debt is not paid, their fate is to get into slavery through late payments." It turned out that the life of the adventure does not bring the expected benefits. The smile shone on Karina's face, because she also belongs to the adventurers. The young man asked for forgiveness. Careful work in this case promises quite decent earnings. The real bad luck was beaten by them. 2 hordes attacked at the same time. Returning to the interlocutor, Alicia wondered whether they really studied the circumstances of the case. As it turned out, no one even checked whether their partners were breathing. A strange, ruthless place. Such a cruel and a stranger turned out to be this world. The crew wheels were rapidly circled on the road. The young man, having discouraged, apologized for his dishonesty next to such girls. They just smiled and warmly assured that they did not keep evil. Despite the fact that the customs and traditions of this country are strikingly different from what he is used to, it is noticeable as the guy tries to adjust. Karina, seeing it, whispered Alicia so that she would not press on him too much. The young man's knees lay down on the young man, donated by the main merchant, and smiling, he suggested that the girls rest. Getting out of the sofa backpack and cool drinks, the guy shared a treat with the girls, inviting to taste. Sincere surprise flashed in their eyes, but he reassured, nothing to fear, before them, dishes of his homeland. Saying he suggested to dive into a new culture and convinced that they would certainly enjoy. Having stretched their hands, the girls readily accepted a treat from the boy. They looked with interest in food on different sides, inhaling its aroma carefully. The guy encouraged to speak sincerely. His opinion was really fascinated. Karina wondered a magical bag that lay comfortably on his knees. Didn't the main merchant give it to hide the contents of the repository? It turned out that it was. Thanks to this bag, the goods remained surprisingly fresh. Breaking the wrapper, the impetus of his palm almost tore the package, as suddenly a loud voice came to the side. Surprisedly, slid his gaze towards the sound, looked out the window. Before his eyes appeared a picturesque Tahura. The village stretched between the majestic mountains and the endless fields, and there were mills and other buildings that emphasized the beauty of this region. Twisting his head in different directions, the guy tried to see the surrounding. Karina, following the following, tried in vain to see something from his back. In the end, he quit that he needed to dine as soon as possible. Before the eyes of the girls, he lifted a bottle of water, calling it a real reservoir in a transparent sandwich packaging. The listeners had to understand. Not everyone trusts such a spectacle. Karina only reassured in response, they say, "It is not necessary to worry." His gratitude did not slow down. As a question in his voice, the man wondered if their group would receive an hour of rest. Maybe it is worth walking in the outskirts of the village? The proposal seemed successful. She immediately supported the idea. Karina also made her own suggestion. First to have a snack in a carriage, and then to travel the village. First of all, she wanted to evaluate what the terrain looks like. In the afternoon, the walk will not take place with the neighborhood, but the heart of the village. It is a real large settlement full of life. It is much more interesting. The girl says that Daiichi will get acquainted here not only with the landscapes, but also with a variety of local culture. In addition, it's time to buy new shoes and clothes. The unusual clothes of the boy immediately fell into her eye. Here such outfits are not worn. Throwing the polish of the jacket, the young man suddenly realized how different among the locals. In the end, he agreed to their proposal and asked Alicia if she denied. Karina thanked her sincerely, glad that they returned to the main purpose of escort. The guy, looking at her in her face, trembled from excitement, coughing embarrassed. Finally, getting courage, asked how far she was going to go. According to her, it will take 15 to 20 minutes. Then he added that he would wait for her in a carriage together with Alicia. The bread stopped. Everyone brought the horses and one by one sprouting to the ground. The cat, meanwhile, whistled around the crew without holding back its curiosity. Sari looking out the window and singing the tune, the hero did not notice how Nick suddenly rushed to the girl and gently rested his front paws into her dress. Alicia, full of passion, was eager to get into the game, to which the cat responded and cheerfully jumped next to her. The guy was interested in watching them. The couple seemed to unite the invisible thread. They are quite passionate about each other. The girl moved her hand cleverly, and the cat tried to catch her unsuccessfully until one special moment happened unexpectedly. With delight, the girl noted that Nick was moving rapidly, and immediately called for the help of magic, they say. It is time to add speed. From now on, their movement has become even more frantic pace. Not only was Nick surprised by a great physical force, Alicia joined the incredible mice. It's hard to believe that she flashed before her eyes. The girl firmly grabbed the cat and shone with a mysterious smile. She noticed that Nick had awakened a supernatural force. Both of them expressed her vigilant, observant character. A serious facial expression has changed the usual lightness in Daichi's gaze. Turned to Alicia, he asked to keep everything he was talking about, only in between them. The girl was astonishing, as if this promise really remains for two of them. A confident response was made to its clarification. She was embarrassed, she realized. Once Daichi insists, otherwise she cannot be. There was a strange voltage between them. Several times their names were echoed in silence. But suddenly, the crew door dissolved. Karen stepped confidently inside. Vine, without noticing a hassle, she asked a girl with a question whether everything was over. The guy immediately noted the impressive speed of this creature. Karina, casting her eyes on her friends, reported that they were delayed in this village for 2 days. A bitter sigh in the air. The guy wondered if something special happened. It turned out that the damage from the royal monkeys had been much more than expected at the beginning. Recovery work is required immediately. Their carriage will not go further. So it remains to stop here and rest. She finally suggested that she had lunch in words. The guy asked if she wanted a sandwich, and the girl, smiling, gladly agreed. That's the moment. Calm and cozy. Admiring her carefree smile, he immediately remembered yesterday soaked in blood. Sandwich's water was on the seat carriages, causing Karina a sincere surprise. She has not seen such an unusual treat. Alicia, interested in leaning, wondered how to enjoy this dish properly. Their companion with a smile replied that it was ordinary bread, and you just need to bite a piece. The bread was surprisingly soft and tender. The girls followed his advice, bitten a piece, and their eyes shone with pleasure. Karina was surprised when she noticed that there were 2 pieces. They met in the middle. It was incredible. The second agreed, with delight in marking the taste of the dish. A lightly browned soft bread between the slices, a tender meat that melts on the tongue. To all this, juicy greens added exquisite spiciness, and the sauce only emphasized the uniqueness of taste. It was a real gastronomic miracle. No one has passed any details. Even vegetables in the filling were not ignored. The young man smiled and suggested that if she tastes, take as much as he wanted, and handed over a few more packages. Karina glowed with grip, hugging the whole mountain of sandwich in her hands and sincerely thanked the boy. Opening the briefcase again, the guy got a whole handful of sweets. Among them were fruits and various deliciousness. The air was filled with a seductive, rich aroma. Next to her husband, Nick suddenly stuck. He hurried to reassure him, promising that he has something interesting for him. The cat, feed bowl appeared in his hands. The cat immediately plunged into food. Meanwhile, the hand outstretched to him, with a hint of treat, caused only a slight slap from the animal. Alicia, without holding back laughter, said that the cat makes it clear that she does not want him to be disturbed. Already at that moment, Karina enthusiastically tasted a sandwich with delicate cream and juicy fruits. Obviously, the taste became a real discovery for her. Culinary shock did not slow down. When asked by a young man about the impression, the girl answered that the dish struck her sweetness and tenderness. Smiling, the guy explained, "It is a fresh, creamy treat that has long taken over the hearts of girls." After tasting, the girl felt, the taste is incredibly gentle and exciting. Not surprisingly, this deliciousness is gaining popularity so quickly. She barely had time to she received an application proposal. She agreed without hesitation to another portion. She wondered if she enjoys cream dishes and suggested trying something new. His words were fun to him. In response, the girl gave a gentle smile and gladly agreed. At that moment, the boy's heart again crackled, forcing him to press his hand to his chest. The joy was overwhelmed. Guests seemed to be liked. Suddenly, Karina, having realized something, wondered if the dishes were not too cheap. Leaning a little forward, with an expression of absolute conviction on the face, the guy asked in response, "Does he look like the one who is worried about such little things?" The salted guard turned away, throwing him a puddle. "A fool you!" A smile appeared on the boy's face. Memories of the times when she had to have dinner with store dishes in solitude. The smile illuminated his face when he looked at the girls. Turning to his backpack, he took 2 plates with cakes and carefully put them in the seat of the wagon, just in front of the girls. The mushrooms grew again after the rain, filling everything around. The merchant head, with a confused and at the same time in a stunned expression of his face, wondered whether he really managed to kiss the royal monkey just on the fly. The arena, though, understands the incredibility of this event, firmly states that it is pure truth. The merchant asked whether he really managed to cope with 5 monkeys. Then the woman was busy, so everything could look like that. However, she assured that she did not take her eyes throughout the duel. The merchant finally gave up. Thanks to the magic of the wind, the girl feels the smallest movement, even where nothing is visible. It works a little differently, but let it be. The same story happened last night with Mr. Asakura when the royal monkeys attacked the city. The temple of the temple palm, noticeably tired of fatigue. The doubts were overwhelmed. Even it would hardly have the strength to resist their deadly ferrets. However, the knife in the hands of Asakura would not be a salvation in this situation. Only the sword would give a chance to overcome this threat. 4 monkeys are no more, but that is enough to complicate everything. It turns out that on this continent there is no person familiar to him, capable of spell without any artifacts. The girl was fighting the same thing that caused a strange feeling. The baby does not subordinate to himself either the sword or his own body. No battle skills are just an unrestrained potential that is hidden inside. However, the magic listened to it without any external things. It was extremely difficult to recognize this aloud. In the field of trade, he was still lacking in experience. She knew many true masters of her craft. However, before that circle was far away, his own knowledge was only touched. The girl wondered if the boy was a nobleman from the far continent. It is quite likely. If all that was true, many riddles immediately became simple. The girl wondered what this time she would order a guest. She was full of suspicion of his strange abilities. At the same time, the man closely protects his secret about the origin from another continent. For all, it should remain hidden. After all, he is given an important role among them. Salvation and support of the company. These 2 things were done by Mr. Asakura. Karina was well aware of this. He suggested staying side by side and further, especially after arriving in the Karam. The locals can meet him, unfortunately, so he asked to help to navigate and protect from unnecessary conversations so that other people's ears do not hear what you should not know. The girl gladly agreed to execute the assignment, imagining him a true hero from a fairy tale. A bright picture came to memory. He stretched 2 pieces of cake, smiling happily. A smile was involuntarily played on the lips. The memories of the soul were warm. Finally, she again, next to the boys. The return came out in time for everyone. It has passed some time. The central streets of the village, whose cozy houses were cramped, a bright signboard of the studio was visible. Behind this door the heroes came inside. Everywhere, a wide selection of clothing has been hung. The eyes were scattered from the variety of styles and colors. A few things the guy tried on himself. Asking his impressions, I turned his gaze on the girls. They looked carefully at the updates. Karina immediately noted, in this outfit, he resembles a real traveler. The cat, as if approving such an image, clearly detached. Considering the shirt, the guy asked himself whether it was inappropriate in it. Alice was sweeping with a smile that he constantly chooses clothes from other countries, and if so continues, people will definitely start talking. Karina assured that it is not important whether she suits or not. The main thing is that his clothes fit into the local atmosphere organically. They want to hint that you should not be different here? Maybe travelers will really be surprised. And others are not used to this. By the way, the guy noticed. It is worth the girl to treat the treats. The harshness in it subsides. However, for his observations, he got a slight blow to the back. Carefully folding all the things, the young man announced the completion of the choice. Turning to the saleswoman, he strongly stated that he took everything, and the rest took care of his own. He welcomed the seller with his sister. Her mouth blossomed with a sincere smile. They say she is a sister. Although for such a role, it is probably a little keen on. Leaning with your elbows on the counter and conveniently arranging the chin on the palms, the guy made a note that their age difference is only 4 years. No more. She could be a wonderful sister. The saleswoman answered a warm smile, calling him a real subordinate, and in a library she remembered that her daughter had about his daughter. No doubt, they would look like a sister. She was pleased with these words, so she allowed you to choose a few more things. The gaze slid carefully at the account. Karina nodded briefly. With unexpected confidence, the guy climbed into his suitcase and asked if it is possible to pay not silver coins, but a whole merger of silver. Everyone was froze with surprise. It was at that moment Karina confidently between the boy and the saleswoman, decisively asking him to wait. She paid on her own, quickly threw coins on the counter. The woman behind the cashier, confused with the surprise, only managed to whisper that everything was fine, and Karina was in a hurry to get the guy out of the store. Finally, they were in the middle of the street. Her voice was heard in the entire district. She was outraged whether Daichi was really intentionally arranged. He, looking back, only said that he tried to pay silver. She hid her face behind her palm. She was ashamed, because really only she is guilty of everything. Meanwhile, the guy smiled, showed his hand to the side, and cheerfully invited to go to the next store. William's collar was in a strong grip of Perrin. Without delay, she ordered, "First we go to the head of the company, Bertram." Stepping forward, she firmly held the boy by the collar, and he, with a smile on her face, dragged behind her on the ground. For casual eyewitnesses, this picture looked surprisingly strange. The chief merchant asked the cause of the guy. He thought for a moment, turned his gaze up, and answered sincerely, "Just a desire to pay." Alicia, meanwhile, died with a nail outside. The gesture trader pointed to the silver ingot lying on the table and asked if the buyer was really going to pay him. The silver coins on this continent have not yet happened to his eyes. There were only ingots in the native lands in the course, so it is not surprising that the fee did not cause any doubt, and it is unclear why it caused misunderstanding. The leading merchant was surprised to think why he had not learned of special coins before the meeting. After all needs, water, food, essential things, always at hand in its pantry. Therefore, there was no need to waste money. Behind Klaus, Karina was literally boiling from rage. Meanwhile, he had a strange palm on his face and muttered, "If so, then okay." Only, to laughter, he did not even think that he had no local currency. Suddenly he remembered something important. The guy grabbed his diplomat and, opening him, said that he came. Offering Bararam to buy something, shakes the contents of the case right on the table. Klaus instantly engulfed the hopelessness. For a while, the young man was already walking the city street, squeezing the coins received from the merchant. The silver circles flew into the air, cheerfully ringing, and smart fingers were caught on the fly every now and then. Before leaving, the merchant warned, "When you get to the Karams, they will not lose their vigilance. What seems familiar in his home country will seem strange and incomprehensible." Even if he still has any things from home, the merchant persistently advised, "Do not show them to anyone. Anonymity under no circumstances." Behind Karina, the guy approached the guy and, as he came closer, asked if she was still angry. In words, the girl shook her head, but the expression of her face gave true emotions. It was impossible to hide. Gathering his hands with a boat in a sincere request, the guy apologized for not consulting with her before. With a look at full care, he wondered if he could at least cheer her up. With a barely restrained annoyance, her answer sounded, they say, "Let it be." She did not suit his frivolous attitude towards the work of escort. The guy flashed instantly on the boy's face. The main purpose of the trip was to become the knowledge of the world. Of all the problems and failures that hung between them, responsibility was completely lying on his shoulders. He assured that next time he would be more careful, made a promise. As she closed her eyes, she immediately turned to him and exclaimed him. If he still knew nothing, it could still be forgiven, but in the future, she required to consult with her any plans and think before doing something. Her words were heard. He agreed. In the hands of Alicia Murcott, a cat, when Karina rushed to him and gently laid her hand on his back, shining with a happy smile. She said she should be asked for forgiveness from Nick. He probably was too upset. All these unfortunate, recognizes Karina, happened to the owner's fault. The young man asked in surprise, did Karina not say that he was not offended? However, her answer was silent, but eloquently. The sword with a glitter grabbed his vagina and directed simply to the uninvited interlocutor. In the eyes of the girl sparks rage. The young man was not a joke, a whole handful of treats and chocolates, stretching them to the girl as an apology. Significantly fascinated by sweets, The girl pretended that the delicacy was not attracted to her at all. She wondered with a sly smile if he had not accidentally decided to bribe her with sweets. However, the guy denied this guess and explained that she was his countryman. In his homeland, it is necessary to give chocolate as a sign of apology when inadvertently inflict the annoyance of a beloved girl or girlfriend. If everything could be corrected so simple, there would be no problem in the world. Meanwhile, the guy stretched out the girl's candy. Karina seems to have believed in his words, or she just pretended not to give up sweets. If it really is as he claims, he may be able to do it. The girls have the opportunity to taste sweets, and their taste was surprisingly pleasant. Interested, they asked what it was. The guy smiled, got it, and assured that he had plenty of goodies. The girls without delay put all the dots above "and." The whole process passed lightly quickly, until the alarm has taken place in the soul. But after all, he sincerely apologized, and forgiven. However, they warned, next time, be more attentive. He solemnly vowed to do it. Squeezing between the trading rows among the fussy crowd, the guy immediately noted a large number of adventurers around. Given the peculiarities of this village, such a picture was not surprised. Instead, Karina felt extremely uncomfortable among this bustle. It was felt that the mood of the audience was not very friendly, and this tension was caught not only by himself. Now there is no weapon in Dayak, and it is possible that the enemies have already guessed his alliance with Bera. It looks like a stranger from distant lands. Evil people will only perceive such as easy prey. How strange is this joke, but are it royal monkeys before us? He wants to go to the armory, but Karina warns, this time you should not look for adventures, and should be particularly vigilant. The request to treat yourself to be in her voice as a greenhouse reproach. After spreading his hands to the sides, he called for him to believe him. Despite its appearance, it is actually a very peaceful location. However, the girl seems to be indifferent to this demonstration. Everything she hoped for, that the fight with the monkeys would not give him extra self-confidence. The sleepy young man embarrassed his fingers on a fun company of drinking and asked, if you imagine that they are monkeys, which of them will turn out to be the most free? The girls twisted with a clear condemnation, unable to understand how it could be said at all. With a smile, he hurried to assure, it was said exclusively of curiosity. It was difficult to remain silent, but Alicia understood perfectly. In the honest two-sided fight, the King Maimon, most likely, would win. However, travelers often go into groups, use traps or resort to other tricks to bow the scales of scales in their favor. Suddenly the guy waved his hands, stating that it is enough to mention these spooky people. Where to go on equipment? As soon as they crossed the threshold of the weapon shop, his gaze immediately caught on the real scattering of various balls. However, Karina quickly cooled his passion, noting that first of all should get armor. The young man tried on one of the proposed options, a vest. Karina already wanted to ask if he was too easy for him. But Nick, unlike others, will not feel tight. The armor is easily hidden under his clothes as before. The question of whether his thoughts have changed about a serious cause, she stirred up silence. Alicia noted herself. Despite everything, so much kindness is hidden in this person. Slightly embarrassed by scratching the nape, he asked if she really believed. The stock of charming armor was quite sufficient. In the strong hands of the boy was a giant shield, and this trick immediately called the Karina Uchmilka. Armor and shields, they say, they do not go. Alicia instead did not restrain the admiration. Still, keep such a cumbersome thing under the power of not everyone. In appearance, this guy spends a lot of strength, although at the same time he steps as if he were walking through the city with a bright sign. To draw less attention, he shakes from side to side, although it would be wiser to hide him in the storage. In the end, it is time to try real weapons. In his dreams, he sought to have a real long sword, exactly as in famous role-playing games. Together, they headed to the rack where the swords flaunted. Karina wondered whether he managed to own a long sword, but he needed a weapon more to intimidate than for real combat. He rose with this remark, and smiled as if he had just suffered a witty thought. The guy's skill impressed the forest. He coped skillfully with the task. And Karen was simply stunned by these skills. There were no words. The fact is that he was helped not only with power, but also magical armor. Delegating a little mana in his blade, the guy felt surprised. This way of fighting is much dominated by ordinary fencing. After all, possession of magic is a true advantage, because the one who conquers her with his will becomes the winner. Possessing magic it is able to fully direct its power into its own power, and then no peasant will cope with the plow as clever as you. Here, for example, set fire to the fire for him is as easy as Karina does, while everything else would have to dry his head over the chair. Magical artifacts mostly fall into the hands of masters of witchcraft. Ordinary people almost do not pay attention to other areas of life. So the gap between those who possess magic and those to whom it is inaccessible becomes more deeper. Everything around is rapidly under control. Could he not help at least a little? The glass goes to the royal nobility and the rich. However, a dream is to make these things accessible to those who do not have magic. Cheap, practically, and convenient. That's what this product is seen. Thinking, the guy froze for a moment, and Karina did not resist, and wondered what happened to him. A light smile refreshed his face when, barely turning away, he answered, "Everything is fine. Just in his memory a native land." Then, together they moved the street, looking at the shops and colorful showcases. Having climbed into a narrow, deserted lane, Daiichi shared his discovery, which he made during a walk in the shops. Through the more frequent attacks of goblin near the village of Takura, the Guild of Aventurists appealed to courageous travelers to destroy the threat. 3 groups responded to the call. 13 brave souls went towards danger. Despite unofficial information, about 17 or even 40 people went there. Karina noted that for such a hike, it is too large, even if the enemy is still difficult to calculate. Moreover, those who still had no real experience could be among them. Everyone who joined had their reason. After all, so many people here are not accidental. So much number to nothing. The guy wondered if these monsters were dangerous. But Goblin was a master of magic of objects. However, there are generals among them. Such do not need artifacts, because they have impressive physical strength due to their own skills. Visitors gathered too much. Surprisingly, the guy fully supported her opinion. Overwhelming the eye of the equipment and the general appearance of the adventurer, she immediately became clear. Before her, someone is at the most rank of E, and even in general D. The adventurer's ranks start with the lowest step, H, which is usually worn by students. The highest distinction is the rank S, symbolizing the top of skill and glory. Adventurers with rank A stand at the level of dear aristocrats and even exceed the title of the graph. Their position is completely compared with the knightly rank. But the vertex, the rank S, is prescribed only to those who are famous for truly majestic accomplishments, and this title is handed over by the king himself. SNA really deserves respect. Such personalities rarely happen. 7 major ranks, from A to G, lay only the basic classification. However, the real power does not obey this conditional division. The rank assessment is based primarily on merit. However, adventurers with rank D and above are real soldiers hardened by a lot of battles in their life path. The conversation suddenly came about the rank, and the guy asked what Karina had. It turned out that her level, S. The system of ranks has just begun to clarify in his thoughts, so he has not yet fully understood everything to the little things. However, he has already appeared. Karina's experience has many, so you can rely on it. Thinking, the guy began to think, does he not deserve rank? His strength is great. It is enough to mention only the victories over the tiger and royal monkeys, because in reality, not all of his trumps have shown. Returning to adventurers was an urgent need. Despite the fact that the exact number of goblins remained a mystery, it seemed that too many people were going there. All this looked too suspicious. Turning to Karina, he wondered if she had any reasoning about it. If so, let it not hesitate and share them. Alicia immediately joined the conversation, saying that she also wants to know if she decided to tell. Daichi promised no longer to lose his head and do nothing meaningless. The girl waved her hands briskly, pointing to the cat, and proving that he even seeks to know the truth. Sticking closer to the boy, she got a fluffy from under his clothes and immediately pressed her chest. In a moment, picking up the cat on her arms, she wrapped up and quickly rushed to have fun with her pet. The look slid to Karina, looking for answers. 2 months ago, a gang of robbers of Barbarian attacked the village that lies here in a 4-day road and did not leave any soul alive. The news made the guy think. Completely wiped the village from the face. It seemed that something strange lies here. Among these lands, goblins often appear, so they recently directed a detachment for their destruction. But as soon as the help came, the village immediately turned into a fire. Many adventure seekers went there, but everyone returned back without overcoming anyone. For the sake of the destruction of goblins that settled near the village, the feudal lord promised a reward, half of the total amount. But if he abandons his duties or adventurers leave their positions, the task will remain unfulfilled. If the manor of the feudal lord remains unfulfilled, it will rather hit the traveler's trust rather than a fine. People will not perceive him as a matter of disadvantage, but as one who did not meet the hope. In order to complete this task, it is first of all necessary to expand the search area. Its purpose was to destroy as many goblins as possible. Adventurers and robbers. Did you mean they could belong to one clan? It is this conclusion that Karen made for herself. The guy wondered, would this village be the next target? After all, the opportunity to avenge the robbers appeared simply perfect. The outbreak of the memories of the gun in his inventory made him alert. Turning to the girls, he promised to check one important thing and suggested joining him. They agreed without hesitation. He is intended to test a weapon brought from his native country. He seeks to show Karina her strength, convenience, and hidden power. The girl carefully appreciated all the benefits, but she just noted, if even 3 will see this thing, the true invisibility is no longer said. A smile appeared on her face, a minute confusion. Isn't it? The sighs escaped from the boy's chest. 5 royal monkeys fell from their strength with Karina. Does this not indicate that even General Goblin, a young warrior? She stated in a bridle by the angry that, unfortunately, he was far ahead of the monkey. The guy only indifferently shrugged. Alicia wondered if he was worried about Paul. But even if something happens, their strength will allow them to escape at any moment. The joy was illuminated by the boy. So Alicia tried to take advantage of this gift, but she got a little bit. At that moment, Nick slowly rested on the girl's head, pretending to be dorming. Karina, who was behind, watched him suspiciously, and then cast a questioning look at me. Forest Def is quite suitable for this case. That is how Ayaki sought to protect the journey from unnecessary eyes. The presence of outsiders was nothing. If you have to use force, only at a distance and only for the purpose to protect the caravan. Without hesitation, the man accepted this condition and had already turned to move on. Suddenly, a stranger rushed past him and pushed his shoulder sharply. The loud cry of a man, filled with aggression, broke into Daich. If this happened in Japan, the guy would not have left, and a trace would disappear without a trace. However, everything is different now. The end has overcome the royal monkeys, and Karina stands nearby. Affected by confidence, fear recedes. Daichi's answer was a calm remark. It was the aggressive man who hit him first. Suddenly, even the locals gathered around, each with their own intentions, whose views were hostile. The offended, the victim did not restrain the abusive words. Turning to the adventurer, he asked the indignation of how he said to say that. The local residents looked around, responding to the noise of the fight. Other adventurers who rested at the neighboring tables also paid attention to the fight and began to talk to each other. All views were now chained to the boy and his companions. On all sides, annoying men were questioned whether they were scared and why they were kept their tooth. One of the crowd instantly drew attention to the beauties standing next to Daich. Judging by this, they assumed that the guy is clearly not from the poor. In their eyes, a thirst broke out. I wanted to take away both his money and companions. Karina strictly warned, it is enough to take only one extra step. Look for guilty. It seems that serious trouble is not far off. Barely returning to the girls, Daichi asked who of these people was stronger, or perhaps even that royal monkey lord. Surprised by such a question, the girls watched him, silently wondering whether he really speaks seriously. After all, how can so different rivals be compared? The men were interested in Karina if she was so cool if she decided to join their company. In response, the girl just smiled and assured with sarcasm that she was terribly scared. From the crowd, someone asked sarcastically if she really intended to joke in such a situation. Is it enough for the boldness to stand against everyone at once? If you seek fights, let it move away. Because for her, someone has already harvested her own plan. The absurdity of the situation stunned the heroes. Everything seemed to be painful to a scene from some manga. The dialogues were scattered as a comic book, but it was only necessary to hint about it, as it was quite annoying. It may be time to check their reaction no longer in words, but with weapons. The girls asked with interest whether these brazen worries them. It is only necessary to nod, and he will instantly remove them from the room. Karina returned to him and noted with a smile, if they died, there would be no problem. But a couple of bruises or scratches on them will not be called. The annoyance broke out in the eyes of the one who was the first to hit the Daichi in the shoulder. With a challenge in his voice, wondered if the young man really wanted fights, and with all the scope, he hit him with his foot. Daichi assured him calmly and confidently that he was only a simple merchant. Karina turned to him again, noting, if she dared to kill them, he would have to pay the feudal lord a giant compensation. At first, this idea is mockingly in the air. It turns out that the killer may be possible to pay enough, and you are at freedom. The awareness of this hangs over the soul of a spooky shadow. Such a world causes him a true fear. From death he will protect them, but the pain will not regret. Let this science become a warning to them, because no adventurer should forget. The adventures are full of dangers, and the willingness for everything should always be. Armed men, shouting images, rushed forward with alert. Karina screamed with despair that she would not allow them to do so. Without resisting, Daichi again asked the girl if he could really leave them, and received an affirmative answer. Rising to his feet, the hero gave a signal to the girls to prepare. It is time to go on. Asakura Daichi grabs the vaginal sword, and the blade shines in the light, preparing to strike a devastating blow. The inhabitants froze in surprise, not understanding the reasons for such a bold action of the boy. Turning to the robber, the hero calmly says, "Thanks to his boundless kindness to deprive them of their lives, is not going, however, let them prepare for painful torment." Suddenly, two men with a fierce determination rushed to Dayak. Outraged by his words, the attackers could not understand how the guy decided to pronounce it. They are convinced that they were in front of them. They were already preparing to demonstrate their strength. Asakura Daichi turns sharply, informs Karina that she would easily handle these two rivals, thanks to her impressive skills. Alicia, she threw a brief instruction behind. Both girls immediately obeyed, determined to win, as if there was no longer existed. Suddenly in memory, a unique opportunity to take advantage of its unusual skill of even this moment. This is the only way to get modern things and exchange them. Due to the huge storage, the assembly of the DIT is able to get anything except living creatures from there. Using a unique skill, magic without objects, the young man increases his own power and enhances everything he touches. The mind is gambling. What will happen when to unite all these abilities? Full of determination, he is enthusiastically prepared to bring these ideas into life. With one powerful blow, the guy knocked down two opponents, and they fell, being on top of each other. Miraculously climbing the ground, men were amazed by the unexpected power of the opponent. They did not even hope such a power without apparent effort. Barely robbers recovered and turned their gaze to Daich, as they were covered by true horror. The young man has already unfolded his deadly skill, capable of depriving them of their lives in an instant. Even the eye will not have time to blink. One man's leg suddenly struck in a dark mud, not knowing where she shouted under his feet. The wild cry cut the air, and in a moment, the man, crazy with his feet, bounced back at a safe distance. However, the man did not have time to bounce. The girl rushed at the offensive at a lightning speed. Suddenly, everyone around the wrist covered with horror. It turned out, she skillfully damaged the tendon of all opponents at the same time. The wonder of the boy does not know the limits. This technique stuns him so much that he is surprised to ask the girl whether she really damaged the tendon to those men. It is gentle, but at the same time with confidence and determination, and recognizes that she did everything that. After falling into the ground, men squeezed their wrists, trying to somehow hold back blood flows from fresh wounds. Their views, filled with inhuman horror, invaded it. Stretching the sword and directing the blade to just one of the opponents, the girl strictly reminded it would be a punishment for them, because she warned that none dare to approach the one she protects. The attackers were silent with horror. The burning pain that hell waves passed through their bodies completely puzzled them and frightened them. Unable to withstand the suffering, the men began to be pleased with mercy, swinging loudly more and stepped not to take a boy with a girl. The blade of the sword, like lightning, was still directed at the attackers, and the girl powerfully ordered her words to convey her words to the allies and friends of these men. On the other side, the assurance immediately sounded. Every request of the girl will certainly be fulfilled. The residents were fun with a failed attack, throwing in jokes about how a whole member of men was tied by one woman. It would seem that it is difficult to believe, but most of the local people had the opportunity to witness this spectacle themselves. Suddenly, Nick, comfortable in the girlish arms, loudly and whistled. This unexpected trick immediately attracted the attention of Asakura Daichi. Turning around, he wondered if he had not been donned by a little fluffy pet, and the next moment called him a laugh. Suddenly, leaning her head, Alicia laid her hand on a cat's hair gently, trying to reassure him. Sumi lay on her face. The girl sincerely regret the baby, because this noise probably woke him up and did not give a rest. Carefully, almost imperceptible, she went step by step to men. At first, the girl politely asked to apologize, and the men did not even realize the reasons for this requirement. But in a moment, she loudly ordered the robbers to apologize for her kitten for being woke up. The confusion flashed in the eyes of Karina, crowded with distrust. The impression was also reflected on the faces of the bandits. Seeing such an unexpected outburst of justice, especially for the kitten, Alicia raised the baby closer to Karina. She wondered with a slight reproach, is it not sorry for her baby, whose sweet sleep so brutally destroyed the roar and noise? By order of Alicia, the men hurried to become away, sincerely asking for an apology for disturbing the dream of a kitten, and immediately assured that such a similar one would not happen again. Nick's baby was satisfied. Alicia winked with men, having fun adding that their fluffy pet has a gentle luck. She assured with a smile, now they were quite lucky, ahead of safety and a happy return home. Karen's hand waved his sweat from his forehead. The relief fills it. It all ended successfully. After all, a cat, endowed with magical power, can actually become a dangerous creature capable of inflicting distress and everyone around. Karina's gaze stops at Asakurdichi. She is wondering that he used to leave the robber for his weapon. Subsequently, the girl reproachfully points out that his skill of the killer has long crossed the boundary of the necessary. The guy only neglects and reminds the girl. She was one jerk instantly damaged the tendon of all rivals, depriving them of any chances of resisting them. Travelers moved on. On the narrow town, Karina stopped everyone and shared his knowledge. With the help of water magic, it is possible to cure wounds. But, unfortunately, it will not be possible to return the lost limb. Karina notes that for treatment in the capital will have to pay an unprecedented amount. The young man thinks that even if he suddenly gets wound, nothing wrong water magic is able to heal any of his wound. The readiness of Karina and Nick in this case is to be defended. Sakura Actions praises Karin, noting that robbers are unlikely to be coming soon after such a meeting. The recidivists twisted in pain, not hoping for such tough resistance. In response, the girl notes that men often resort to mean and unworthy techniques instead of honest attacks. For example, you can expect friends both in the house and the hotel. Without even lingering on thought, the guy immediately imagined that the ambush was possible even in the middle of the tent. Karina nodded with the consent, and in the next moment, he fell to her around her, begging for forgiveness as he was started in his homeland. The trail brings the boys to the plate, which begins the gloomy forest. Karina, full of curiosity, addresses the satellite with the question, how did he manage to deprive that man of the limb? The girl was not surprised, because she had no idea how it became possible and what magic could be attributed to. Karina confidently warns the guy not to pretend, because she is convinced that he has a special technique that allows you to instantly straighten with the bandits, to look at the one who is left without a leg in an instant. Without unnecessary emotions, the young man explains that he has a unique skill, only accessible to him. Karina, along with Alicia, amazed at the herd, silently broke his breath, waiting for the continuation of the story. The new moon spread his hands, stating that there was no such skill on this continent. Alicia already wanted to deny, but he did not let her insert. He immediately spoke about his homeland. A thoughtful shadow flashed on his face, as if in his head they had restlessly raging their thoughts about the true state of things. The Karina's palm stretched forward immediately interrupted the boyfriend. She assured with a focused look. This ability belongs to only one person. After such words, the interlocutor finally lost its meaning. Why remember that such people and so much? Slightly exhaling, the Asakura holds his hand on the nape of the neck and smiles Nick, who was sitting nearby, hiding under the hood. He further explains to the girls that he had to leave his native land because of this ability. Hiding his face, the guy realizes that his unique talent has threatened his relatives. It was because of this that everyone had to retreat. After a short pause, he turns to the girls, seeking to hear their opinion. Karina and Alicia immediately bowed their heads, realizing how hard this sacrifice was for the boy for the sake of family and friends. Not everyone would have enough spirit to such a step. only those for whom the close ones really matter. The guy's steps sound decisive when he continues his way. With a slight smile, he in passing that Karina and Alessia would probably be interesting to hear his story. The satellite is calm. Everything suits them. And if Daichi does not want to share, there is no pressure on it. Asakura Daichi rotates, giving a soft smile, and the verse promises, "This story will become their common secret." On the open palm of the guy, suddenly there is a tiny ball, and he shakes his unusual skill with enthusiasm. A moment lead or iron is already in his hands, and a powerful shot of flames easily overcomes any opponents. Everything is simple. Just use this incredible ability. With a sincere surprise and enthusiasm, Karen looks into the ball that materialized in the boy's palm. It is incredible that such a small piece of lead is only suitable for working with human extremities. It has not yet met. The Gate explains that it is only necessary to charge the ball with fire, and it will break into flight at such an incredible speed that it can snatch a limb with a root. But this does not end there, because this destructive power is able to give rise to even more terrible consequences. The ball was clamped between his fingers, and from his mouth a warning of the devastating force of this charge. Karina is enough to mention the recently demonstrated technique for the skin to run frost. To imagine what this attack is capable of, you do not even want mentally. A young man enthusiastically states that he does not mind trying something new with Karina and Ace. He plans to demonstrate his special technique, as well as listen carefully to the girls' advice on real battle, based on their experience and observation. Confidently assuming that the guy would no longer take advantage of the thing, Karina has already relaxed. However, he does not agree to give up. The desire to demonstrate at least a crumb of his capabilities is still growing more and more. It is extremely interesting to experiment. The thirst in the eye of the guy flashes when he proposes to bang up after experiments. In Karina's head, the thought of his inexhaustible love for sweets immediately disrupted. It was difficult for her to imagine that he was in mind something but desserts. The young man denies the guess of the girl, saying, in addition to sweets, there are many snacks with salty taste. Turning to Karina, she is interested in what she would like to have a snack after the experiment has completed and evaluated. A light blush appeared on Karina's face. Pleasant little things always delight in it. The guy does not hide pleasure. The girl's consent was not in vain. He is particularly concerned about the impression of his efforts, to find out Karina's opinion about his skills. The smile illuminated his Carinine face, and at that moment the guy realized, her greatest weakness is sweets. Alicia did not completely share such delight. She only had to wonder where her girlfriend had so much enthusiasm at the very mention of delicacy. Friends got to distant terrain. Looking around, the guy thinks that it is better to find a spacious field to properly use his skill. After all, thick trees only limit its capabilities. It is at the open place that can be opened in full. Karina reproachfully noted that it is not necessary to sort through food here. No one knows what monsters are hiding around. One way or another, extreme caution is now the most important, not to accidentally meet unwanted opponents and avoid unnecessary clashes. Asakura's help appeals to Alicia. He asks to keep Nick during the experiment. The girl gladly agrees. The opportunity to be a little more next to her favorite to her. The new moon notices how Nick shines with happiness. Alicia snacks him so much that this cat will definitely not be upset. But at once the kitten, tenderly huddling to the girl's face, begins to carefully go through her bosom, constantly sliding deeper through the dress. Alicia strongly got the kitten and strictly exclaimed his name, that he immediately realized that he had not been in the best way. From time to time, Daichi even seems as if there is a wonderful understanding between her and Nickname. Without a word, Asakura Daichi is incredibly rejoicing in his pet. He greets him mentally and even makes a name full of joy. After all, the animal managed to turn a cunning, and at the same time, a simple trick that many people dream of. Karina was surprised to see the unusual capture of the boy and wary of his experiment. The inventive guy took advantage of a powerful dagger. It is this formidable gun that deprived the limb's head, because his balls break through everything in their way. Such tricks of the young man are ease experience allows you to extract from their native world anythings, even the most dangerous weapons. Asakura opens the safe directly on the palm of the hand. The movement is accurate, confident. Instantly prepares a jig, and his skill flashes in an instant. Suddenly, a bullet with frantic force crashes into a tree trunk. Wood explodes with crackling rocks. The girls froze with delight and surprise, stunned by his incredible skill. The guy stated that he wanted to hear his friend's thoughts on what he saw. Alicia confessed that she had not yet seen such a combat spent. However, he insisted, her impressions, but he is interested in thought, not surprisingly. Initially, the boy's words flew past her ears, but in a moment the girl hurried to apologize. Karina, full of genuine curiosity, asks Daichi if it is not really the piece of lead that he showed earlier. Karina holds his palm on the tree trunk, wondering whether you can use this skill again. He thinks about how difficult it is to use combat magic at such a frantic pace. However, all doubts are rejected. The explanation is as follows. Having a magical C or D level, it becomes possible to direct attacks for several goals at the same time. Instead, the owners of the magic of the ranks E and F should be careful. Their strength will be weakened, so using this ability will not work constantly. Karina explains the boy that even the look is not able to catch such a crazy speed. Daichi thinks, involuntarily touching his chin. In fact, there are similar techniques in earthly magic, but their power does not reach such speed. It looks like this guy is unlikely to be interested in such tricks. In fact, being a magician is like constantly carrying a charged weapon. No matter how cool, even the beginner of the magician can be a serious threat to ordinary people. Even the most modest abilities are easy to make a disaster that is no longer correct. Karina is lost in guessing, not understanding anything from the explanations of Asagura Daichi. How can a person who does not have magic resist the magician without rank, also using combat magic? Such a system seems confusing and too complicated, especially for those who are not yet familiar with the laws of this world. However, in the duel of an ordinary person who possesses the art of attacking magic and an adventure seeker not endowed with any abilities, the advantage will certainly be on the side of the first. After that, the guy's gaze involuntarily descends, and only now he comes to him. He still whirs without any auxiliary objects. The guy thinks whether only magic can use combat magic. But Alicia dispels his doubts. In fact, everyone who is registered in the guild is able to possess such skills and received a rank no lower than F. It has just been revealed that the system of magic levels, previously described by Karen, is significantly different from adventure. These are completely different gradations, and it is important to learn how to distinguish them if you want to succeed in battles and not waste your strength. While the girls enjoyed food, Asagura Daichi asked me to tell about these differences. But suddenly, Karina was illuminated. The experiments finally ended. Probably now is time to rest, taste something delicious, and at least forget about all the battles. The young man warns that in the future the situation becomes even more serious, so girls should look more closely. Asakura Daichi sincerely hopes that their wise advice will be a great adventure and help him in the future. Suddenly, a huge weapon grows out of his hand, the shot of which breaks right at the same point where the previous attack hit. The thunder is so stunning that the girls are forced to throw their hands to their ears. The balls fly to the same tree, one by one, although some still pass the goal, pronounced about the lack of shooter's skill. Awareness of the need for increased workout immediately master the guy. But Nick's water balls make a completely different level of danger, powerful, like the element, and accurate so much that the miss here is almost impossible. According to Alicia, there are magicians that skillfully possess offensive magic, but even their power allows you to impress only one goal. Karina fully agrees with her. You will not express this truth in short and more precise. Immediately it became clear that Nick's ability to command water far exceed the skills of even the most famous battle magicians, which are skillfully wrapped up by attacking spells for winning and their own benefits. But can all the secrets be revealed? The main strength and talents of a pet should be kept, as a hidden weapon, the last trump card in case of unexpected danger. The young man is hesitant, but he dares to ask a question. Turning to the girls, she is wondering if this giant trunk is realized with the help of offensive magic. After all, to overcome such an obstacle to the only magician of the highest level. Thinking, Karina compares that even an explosive flame or magic of the earth is barely able to destroy a massive stone, then with a huge tree and not to cope. The task that the Asakura set himself seems incredibly complicated. Karina turns to Alice, asking her opinion. The girl thinks that if 3 magicians have the magic of the earth with artifacts, and the 4th will apply the spiritual magic of the earth, the chances of success appear. However, she emphasizes, this will also need an extremely accurate shooter. Unlike ordinary attacking, where small water balls are created. All this seems mysterious. The high class of magic here is a real rarity that happens only chosen when fortune smiles, especially generously. Karina tried to reassure Daiichi and convinced that there was no reason to worry. Feeling his mood, she suggested that the guy was probably already thinking of demonstrating his skill, aiming at a giant tree to impress the girls again. A quiet smile shone down the boy's face when he remembered his arsenal and realized Nick's magic now became his main trump card. Friends decided to rest and reinforce. Having arranged a makeshift table just in the forest lawn, they were happy to eat desserts that resembled strawberry cakes, tasting the rare moment of rest. Asakura Daiichi was already thinking of asking the rank of magicians, but the girls asked a short break. After a grueling road and a fascinating but tired demonstration, they wanted to sit quietly at lunch. The guy reminds you had the desire to discuss something important. Interesting girls are immediately addressing questions, and he fascinates with his plans. He wants to open a store just in this village. In the eyes, the excitement flies, and the listeners listen carefully to every detail of his plan. The young man intended to open the store just in this village. Hearing this proposal, the girls in unison spoke the first word, puzzled, while looking at. They did not expect such news. On the faces of everyone, his own, a special look at this unexpected idea. The idea does not please Karen too much. The opposite, this idea seems to her. She is sure that the guy will again bring to the village of strange goods, from which everyone will only be concerned, because most peasants have no idea how to use such things. Instead, Felicia perceives this idea with genuine admiration. The difficulty was that the guy at the same time closely followed all the performances. Asakura insisted. First you need to get acquainted with the plan of action and the location of the store, and then stand before the eyes of the head, Klaus. Particular attention was paid to Daiichi's very display of Alicia's plan, because she skillfully possesses magical artifacts. By the way, he voiced his decision to girls so that everyone was aware of the plan. From the Sakura's bag, Daiichi gets a box of matches and a few inflammatory sticks. The girls carefully consider unfamiliar objects, because they have not seen anything like this before. Their hobbies and curiosity are growing when they try to guess what these things are intended for. Focus on exploring strange objects. Alicia and Karina carefully touched every detail. The unusual situation rushed to the eye. For the first time, these girls held something similar in their hands and did not have the idea how to deal with it. It was difficult not to notice the confusion on their faces, because meeting with things from the other world is unlikely to happen daily. The torch flashes. The guy has set fire to the match. Asakura quickly explains, it is not an ordinary thing, but a fire-resistant match that is not afraid of water. And here already grows a tiny, but surprisingly bright and stubborn flame. Magic. This is exactly the assumption that arose in Karina. Surprisingly, Alicia completely rejected this idea because she did not feel any aura or supernatural power. The girls were hotly thinking about what a miracle, without the help of magic or any things, you can light a fire. The guy explains, in front of them a common thing, not a charming artifact or a work of magic. Everyone is able to use it, even those who do not have any special forces. Daiichi notes that these matches are instantly flashing. The interlocutor adds, just as easy to set them on fire. For clarity, it throws a small board with a flame into a pile of gathered dry leaves. The bundle immediately begins to break. Alicia thinks whether these matches will be able to serve instead of a magical artifact. The young man adds some special liquid to a pile of leaves and supports her opinion. It easily demonstrates all the common properties of things in his world. Asakura Daiichi tells about his desire to sell similar things to those who for various reasons are deprived of the use of magic. Giving a chance to touch the mystery of magic, even for whom it was inaccessible, is a really decent fascination. Tasting strawberries with a piece of cake, Karina thinks. Does it bring benefits to such treats for ordinary people? The motifs of Asakura remain unclear to her, as is the real reason that made him do this business. The young man sincerely strives to ease the fate of these people, who is passionate about giving them at least a little rest. In the end, this is why it plans to set the right products at a price available to everyone. The distrust is drawn on Karina's face when she looks at the young man. Alicia's eyes are overflowing with sincere compassion. Daiichi is careful about what happened, but the girls shook their heads silently, making it clear nothing special happened. The young man stubbornly insists, the rich still always skimp the rare. and it is difficult to get caught up in something. Karina does not hide surprise. This was not even thought of. For a daily fuss, such reflections simply do not find a place. The guy stubbornly ignores the girl's words, convincing, rich are able to afford everything. Karina just fades and insists. Thoughts have never even arisen in her head. Alice's confidence in their future success has no limits. She proposes to Daiichi to expand the range and start the sale of consumables, because it is, according to her, will help to avoid serious difficulties with his plan. Asakura Daiichi is aware that there are no difficulties with the supply of goods. Karina immediately remembers his spacious storage. With such stocks, the guy will never face the lack of any product. Having realized the whole threat, Sakura confidently states that there will be a way out at a decisive moment. Alicia cannot understand why the guy is so carefree. Do DIs really believe that everything will pass so easily? Smiling, the guy looks into the distance. He does not see any difficulties in this. In any case, make sure that the chairman Klaus has read the plan and the plan of sales in detail he or she intends. The guy's gaze is aimed at unwavering confidence. No obstacles seem insurmountable, because the complexity is not equal. Near the girls taste the sweets, with disappointment realizing that they were not destined to persuade Asakura Daiichi. The girls are happy to eat the second cheesecake. Meanwhile, the guy mentioned an important detail. Interesting. He addresses Karina with the question, does she have the magic of the elements and what exactly her strength? He is incredibly encouraged to find out all the details. With a fork in his hands, Karina lists 3 elements: water, flames, and wind. The glow of admiration appears in the eyes of Daiichi when, without holding back curiosity, he finds out how many magical elements she possesses. Alicia crosses her hands in front of him, looking carefully in his own palms. With a modest smile, confesses that he has all the elements to the last. At first glance, it is difficult to imagine that so much power is hidden in this fragile, charming girl. The impression of a guy is just incredible. Now Alicia seems to him even more amazing. Karina Versik explains, in fact, Alicia has all magical techniques and Alicia is a great secret. A view full of understanding Asakura Daiichi makes it clear that girls should not be asked further. This is the only way to avoid persistence and maintain a warm relationship with Karina and Alicia. Immediately afterwards, Karina reproached Alicia, accusing her of not answering such a question without delay. Alicia was swollen upset, so she apologized. It was a really important question. It is clear that such information should be carefully hidden. Asakura's guesses. Both girls are sorcerers, and therefore belong to the guild without any doubt. This opens up for them the opportunity to openly discuss the ranks that are so persistently interested in Daiichi. Karina gladly agrees, noting that together with Alicia they take high positions. The highest power here is those who have a rank A. Then the places are inferior as the letters of the alphabet grow. The principle is extremely transparent. Even a stranger from the far world quickly stifles this simple system. Following the spectacle, the incredible level of skill of girls struck the Asakura of Daiichi to the depths of their soul. The head was able to. They are real magicians. However, Daiichi recently considered them mediocre, even weak. But now it became obvious how mistaken. The guy stated that Karina's appearance did not testify to her magical shaking. After stumbled on the royal monkey, the girl used the sword instead of the sword. Asakura did not rest the question for a long time what was really going on, so he insisted on explanations. Karina specifies that he has an honorable rank, and also has magic even without foreign objects, including air element. Daiichi thoughtfully asks whether Karina did not use magic during a fight with royal monkeys. The reason for Karina explains the reason. Then she put all her strength. It takes time to use powerful magic, and then there was no time for it. Karina recalls how a football player, using the magic of the wind, was completely exhausted. This decision proved to be extremely careless. After all, for protracted struggle, the main thing is to distribute their own forces. Having apologized, the young man invites the girl to taste ice cream, the taste of which resembles a delicate whipped cream. In a transparent cup, the dessert looks seductive and appetizing, as if he invited to immediately immerse himself in his sweet hug. Karina notices changes in the boy. His behavior is softened, and ice cream is actually reminiscent of cream with her appearance. The girl cautiously breaks the small piece, lifts a spoon to her lips, and shines with a grip with an unsurpassed taste. At this point, Daiichi is interested in whether Alicia belongs to the rank of B. The girl with a sad smile admits that she has no experience in fighting. Seeing the royal monkey for the first time, she was so late that she could not even raise her hands for protection. With interest in referring to the girl, Daichi wondered if she was able to use magical artifacts. After receiving the affirmative answer, he learned that she not only possesses these items, but also capable of applying spells. Without spending time, the girl decided to test her skill, which became a real help in that difficult battle. The guy clarifies the details about the ability to fascinate. Alicia explains that things that are designed to combat witchcraft actually contain magic that can strengthen the properties of any object. For example, if you impose a fiery fascination on the object, it will be endowed with the properties of the flame. At first glance, everything looks surprisingly simple, although in fact such witchcraft requires incomprehensible skills and skill. Alicia gladly explains that this way you can grasp the strength of the object. Thanks to this, even those who do not have magical abilities are able to take advantage of its potential. While magic is stored in things, Alicia easily uses its capabilities. The inspiration shines in the eyes of Daik when he assures that one magical thing is fully equal to 4, fascinated by force. But Karina just smiles mysteriously and notes that everything is much more complicated. Alicia emphasizes that the possibilities of magic do not know the limits. For example, if you give the object a ignition, it will certainly flash. In the arsenal of an experienced magician can find a set of top-class tools. Then the impression that the fire obeys the will of the sorcerer, and the space of the game with fire is expanding. However, such fun will cost a considerable amount. There is one reason, but it is extremely risky. The less often you use this subject, the safer for you. It can happen that someone will decide to simply ignite the stove and instead receive fireballs that can cause real harm. With curiosity, the young man asks the girl about the yielding ability to enchant. Karina, barely smiling, confirms. It is an exceptional talent that is laid from birth. In the world, there are no such unique people in the world. But Daichi is simply incredibly fortunate to meet such a gift. The idea was already overwhelmed. Not to postpone all the attempts to create magical artifacts. Of course, you are tempting about the device for detecting enemies for the detection of enemies, but to carry such a cumbersome thing with you is almost unrealistic. The tense nickname is nothing to him, because he usually acts as a hidden trump in his sleeve. As soon as the crucial moment comes, Daichi makes him resort to the magic of water. Pauline suggests that if Nick uses the magic of Karina's wind to detect enemies, this plan may well work. Nick appeals to Karina to demonstrate how she finds opponents using the wind. The doubts were raised in Karina about this question. It seemed too much to her for clear confirmation. She did not seem to demonstrate her skills at once, feeling that the moment was not out of this time. Wash the young man sweetly persuade, convincing that there was nothing wrong with that. With subtle perseverance, he pushes Karen to express himself, proposes to try his ability, and clearly demonstrate masterful possession of her. The plates with sweets have already been emptied. Karina closes her eyes, and a large circle, similar to a radar that finds monsters, emerges above her. Inside the circle moves a thin line, radiating the invisible wave. This is how the girl activates her ability. Suddenly, something made Nick strain. In a moment, carelessness disappeared from his face, giving way to a place of sincere fear. Sakura Daichi's vigilant look immediately noticed this change, but Karina at the same time seemed to apply her special shaky and came across something bad. The results of the discovery clearly not herald anything good. Closing her eyes and leaning ahead, Karen is almost whispering, barely holding back the anxiety. The feeling of someone's presence forces the breath and feverishly warns the boy to stop. Now they both need incredible caution in order not to cause trouble. The guy suggested that there was some monster near them. Karina remained indifferent to all the voices around, repeating only one thing. The creature is great and capable of moving. The girl was inclined to think that it may be about a person. The young man's thoughts are chaotic. Why could someone find themselves in such a deaf thicket? Suddenly, the cold runs on the back. No other than robbers that can do without regret or harm them. It is impossible to understand how many robbers are hiding somewhere near. Karina is powerless to guess their true number. With confidence in the voice, Alicia claims that there are approximately 8 robbers around them. Karina expresses her gratitude to the girl, and in response he hears only apology. The interlocutor notes that the served number is only an approximate assessment, so it is not necessary to rely solely. Nevertheless, both Akakuri and Karina. This conversation helped not give out its invulnerable. Karina agrees with a smile. Her interlocutor is immediately aware. It is much more useful than her magic of the wind, because it is not always possible to rely on, and it is not observed accuracy. Now they have specific data that will really be useful when searching. It turns out that the external elegance of Alicia lies unexpected drawbacks. The reason why Karina seeks to hide all this is quite obvious. In fact, if you look from this side, not only Karina hides something about Alicia, Klaus and Captain Jeffrey also silence important information. However, the young man is well aware that now is an inappropriate moment for such reflections. Again, thinking about the number of robbers, the guy announces the assumption. Did the attackers be smaller last time? Adding to his hesitation, he throws the idea to the girls, and suddenly yesterday's attackers were a detachment of travelers. Already gathering to extract the sword from the vagina, Karina kept alert. Accident could explain the situation, but there is too much likelihood of such a coincidence. Something suggested, you need to be prepared for everything. Strongly pulling gloves, Karina carefully orders the boys to stay away until they find out who they are dealing with. A serious facial expression leaves doubt. Caution is first and foremost. The table behind which the boys sat as if it were dissolving in the air. The girls, along with the Asakura, gathered their belongings and went on the road. The path of the forest, where giant trees extend to the ground with their thick, dark shadows. In fact, Asagura Daiichi has an extremely valuable world. Although the guy tries not to use it, and to get anything at will for him does not make any difficulty. In the end, it turned out, there were 8 opponents. If these are robbers, then the boy and Karina have every chance of overcoming them and protecting Alicia. So the young man is interested in Karina, whether it is worth hiding. The girl warns, the risk is too big, so the guy should remain calm and not break forward. Who knows what treacherous magic or secret abilities hide enemies? Moreover, Nick caught the aroma of a warrior whose power is really impressive in the air. Suddenly the kitten slips out of the boy's sweater and looks tired. The young man's head was thought that, probably they were not happy here, because Nick's reaction left much to be desired. None of those who have devastated the village, the guy is not going to forgive. The determination was full. He had already opened the hiding place and armed to his teeth, so that the guilty received in full. And this time, no one will simply slip. The voltage increases every minute, and Karen with anxiety notices, everything is deteriorating. The guy asks what happened. Looking around her shoulder, the girl throws briefly. Even more enemies appeared. Karina with anxiety on the face reports. There are about 20 opponents. Awareness of the scale of the threat instantly covers the guy. This is a significant number. It is hardly possible to protect yourself from all possible objects from your world. If these people are really bandits, their hiding place should be somewhere nearby. It is worth finding him to find him, and all will finally end. With the coordinates of the shelter, they will certainly be able to protect the peasants from new trouble. Alicia resolutely appealed to Karina with a proposal, but even before she had time to voice her thoughts, she received a categorical refusal. Karina, without spending time, insisted. It was necessary to return immediately and report all Gedbaram and Captain Jeffrey. The boys were back. Captain Red meets them with genuine joy without hiding the pleasure of their appearance. He immediately calls Jeffrey, hoping to hear the guy's offer. It seems that the mentor is delighted with the opportunity to listen to the news, but has no idea what Daiich is going to say. The man is raised from the table and politely asks the guests to wait a little. Instead of the usual words, he shows hospitality and proposes to drink tea. Taking the kettle in his hands, the owner is preparing to pour a hot drink on the cups. The young man is politely refusing, but he appeals to talk to the man alone before the arrival of Captain Jeffrey. Easy excitement runs in the face of Asakura, but the determination in his look does not leave room for doubt. He will not leave his intention, and is about to insist to the end. A warm smile blossoms on the face of a man, and he takes pour tea into a pot. Having overcome the first excitement, he is interested in the interlocutor, allows Daiichi to say how he wants. Klaus is open to a conversation, full of sincere care and willingness to listen to everything he wants to share Daiichi. Having loudly declared his intention to open a shop in this village, Daiich himself did not have time to complete the phrase, as the captain blocked his words with a roar of such force that the awning almost flew into the air. The young man faded his ears quickly, suddenly feeling that the captain's voice, apparently, came to the neighboring huts. The commander swept the unity, and he hurried to apologize. Calmly laying on the table moisture-proof matches, Daichi attracted the inquisitive look of the man. He was surprised to ask if he was really going to trade such goods, and wondered what he was at all. Hardly the match touched the box as the flame broke in the hands of Asagura Daichi. Without any secret, he told the interlocutor that the miracle did not need a drop of magic. The burning flame causes a man's sincere surprise. In the mind instantly flashes one and only thought. In the hands of men, shake a match. The stranger shakes his breath. Surprise and true curiosity glow in the eyes. A moment of illumination. Of course, this match will only use once in your life. He turns to the boy with this idea, wanting to find out if the time of use is limited. The young man with confidence accepts the proposal. The determination of Daichi is unwavering. The popularity of this product is not in doubt. With excitement, he adds, he wants to sell the product to those who are deprived of the ability to magic. You can immediately notice how the man strained his shoulders as soon as he came to sell all products to the general public. Captain Klaus is wondering at what cost such shops will appear on his shelves. The young man explains that for each of these goods he asks for 2 silver. Although the equivalent price is 2,000 Japanese yen, in fact, waterproof matches cost only 1,000. But the guy is not engaged in charity, he is only interested in the benefit. Having nodded, the man makes it clear that he is aware of everything. Captain Klaus is interested in Flint's cost, and the young man reports that 60,000, the price of 1 silver. The indignation broke out in his eyes, and a strong blow to the table came in silence. Has the soul ignited the soul? Why does this thing cost so much less than ordinary matches? Asakura explained that those matches flash from the smallest spark, and are not yet afraid of water. A rush movement. A man glanced at Karina, moving to his locker, turning to her surprisingly seriously. From the backpack, a man extracted a mysterious device. At first glance, a stone with a massive metal handle. It extends him to Karina, offering to light a fire with this unusual object. Karina hit a metal object sharply on a stone. Sparks immediately flew over a plate, setting fire to the paper lying on it. The fire quickly gripped the sheet, and thick smoke swirled with a room, filling the space with a caustic child. The guy grabs everything on the fly. And now he thinks, is it really so difficult to ignite a fire without matches? Asakura Daichi is aware. If the locals learn to extract the flames on their own, using flint and metal, the demand for the circus will increase significantly. Captain Klaus notes that selling flint is a little more justified, and turns to Sakura Didi for advice on this idea. Didi does not delay and share his own considerations on the sale of these unusual things, because they do not depend on the use of magic. Suddenly, a sweet, radiant face of a girl who absolutely did not possess magic floats before her eyes. No dike was moved. The confidence that Flint would give in only 1 silver remained adamant. The tense silence prevailed between the man and the boy. The cottages are well aware. To compete against the head of the enterprise is a futile business. This is not surprising, because behind the main chair sits Klaus himself, nicknamed the Golden Crane, which should be protected. The inconvenience has engulfed Asakura himself. Not every day you get into such delicate circumstances. In his opinion, there were doubts. Will this man indeed approve such an agreement, which is more reminiscent of the act of mercy than business exchange? Nevertheless, the initiator of the meeting continued to hold on to his goal, looking at Klaus to make a final decision. The head with claws is carefully perceived every word, stroking his mustache with his fingers. Judging by how Mr. Asora builds his language, it is quite obvious that he has no objections to this case. It seems that the man finally realized he was not destined to convince Daichi. From a small bag, the young man pulls a few more things. A fragile figure of a rose, a bag with a mysterious contents, and a lighter. In his eyes, the hope of interested in the unknown goods intended only for rich and aristocrats. Joy does not come from the face of a man, and without holding back curiosity, he is wondering what more treasures can be found among the product of the boy. But suddenly Jeffrey's voice spills in the air. A familiar figure appears at the entrance to the tent. It turns out that he had just returned after the assignment from Klaus. The guy asked to suffer a little, promising to show the rest of the product soon. The man and his companion quickly found common ground with the seller, and without hesitation agreed to his conditions. Trade in amazing things is now sure to happen, and the young man will open his shop for those who want. The head of Jeffrey cautiously appears from the awning, and he is immediately called to join. Klaus, noticing Jeffrey stood at the entrance, preventing others from going out, appeals to the audience to tell the truth. What really happened in the forest and in the village? The seriousness overwhelmed Klaus's head. Meanwhile, Asora, Alicia, and Karina were already feverishly reflected on how to answer the question of this man. Robbers suddenly attacked the village, now every corner of his thickets, which relentlessly transform everything around into ruins and debris. Meanwhile, a suspicious company was covered in the thicket of the forest. The shadows are hidden in the forest to open the hidden truth. Claus announces one offer. The man turns to Jeffrey, trying to find out who this mysterious stranger is. It is probably hunters or adventurers, Jeffrey thinks. But after attacks of robbers on the village, their number on the paths leading through the forest is only growing. The likelihood that these bandits are the same, extremely high. Some of the audience immediately suggested to cope with the new threat in the same way as the previous robbers. Completely agreeing with the proposal, Jeffrey immediately expressed his support. The man is eagerly waiting for the team, while advising to split and explore the forest along and across. First of all, it is worth making sure that there is no danger nearby. At that moment, the young man's head is spinning. Will the bandits be able to overcome, having only this caravan and a handful of guards? Klaus notes that he would definitely want to lead the search. However, the idea of dividing the boys into separate groups did not include his plans from the beginning. Jeffrey is convinced that Karina's involvement in search should be a priority solution. Klaus quickly realizes that this is a fairly right proposal, and agrees. The man instantly raises his hand, wanting to join the case, explaining that in this case, the issues of security will definitely not arise. Alicia cannot restrain himself, also insists on his participation. Klaus's gaze becomes sharp, and the finger confidently points to the guy. Since both the guy and Alicia are here as his guests, Klaus cannot allow the threat to hang over them. Otherwise, the scandal will not be avoided, and his flawless reputation will suffer. With a note of pity in the voice, Klaus apologizes, explaining, "To refuse makes it not the principle, but the circumstances." Karina quickly switched to the desired section. "I am convinced that the involvement of Alicia and the boys in search is a wonderful thought." Karina told the manager with a smile about Mr. Asakura's brilliant victory in yesterday's duel with the king of the monkeys. However, what incredible technique he used in the heat of the battle. The girl wisely decided to leave in secret. Karina adds, "In addition to unusual weapons, Asora also impresses with the possession of powerful freezing magic, which is able to destroy everything in its path. Similar abilities carry the danger of enormous destruction." Karina confidently assures that Mrs. Alicia has sufficient experience to skillfully overlook any danger. Chapter Clove turns to Karina, seeking to hear her opinion about the chances of guests to survive after this fight. Karina emphasizes, "Mr. Asakura is a real leader with the most powerful firing power among all in the camp. The impressive physical form makes it easy to slip away from the pursuers, leaving no chance to catch up with the enemies." Suddenly, Alicia's hand vigorously flies up. She states that she is able to release a magical attack at a distance if such a need arises. Hearing this, Klaus and Karina quickly come to a common opinion. It's time to stop. In despair, Alicia suggested that Klaus probably considers her a burden. However, Klaus assured, he has no such opinion. Karina, however, advised Alicia to entrust her all the worries about safety and leave all the fighting to them. Slowly lowering the palm, Alicia contemplates with an unspeakable sadness. The reactions of the audience suggest that this girl is not just an average. The idea begins to end up. Perhaps its roots reach an aristocratic family. Closing his eyes, the head of the claws signals all the boys to act together. Briefly orders to take time and avoid fights, because returning home a safe road for them is the most important thing. Claude reports that Jeffrey will remain in the reserve, and Karina will have to lead the search group. The selection of the rest of the participants is asked to entrust him, because it is now incredibly important to collect a team of those who will best handle the mission. The boys quickly agree and perceive the herd. The ash of burnt paper is smoldering on a saucer, and smoke rises to the sky. From the camp, the group is already going on the road. The cracker draws attention to the fact that their search team is only 5. Karen's captain's connection on this team. Together with Mrs. Alicia and Dichi, there are 2 more guards. The commander warns that he intends to tell these 2 guys that Nick is a true master of magic without attributes. Without any exaggeration, as an experienced castat, I feel confidence. In this case, Karina can really rely. The girl has all the necessary qualities that the situation requires. Grand of gratitude overwhelms Karen, and the words of gratitude sound sincerely. She delicately points out information about the abilities of Asakura, like the level of his magic, should remain secret from certain people. The punishment is slowly turning and gently looking at the guy. A light smile appears when she touches her chin, noticing human pranks funny and amazing. The expression of her face and short remarks led to the Asakura into full confusion. Not wanting to make a mistake, the guy now decides to treat Karina's words and evaluations with extreme caution. Thinking, Karina closed her eyes and said that it would be good to hide Asakura's unique skill. Surprise covers the guy when he realizes his ability is already under a reliable masking, and it seems that there is no need to do any more. He promises to think well in passing while he goes on the road with his comrades. Meanwhile, Karina constantly turns different options in his thoughts, looking for the best way out of the situation. You may need to be armed with cold weapons. For example, an elegant katana or other reliable sword for melee. A familiar female voice sounded nearby. Karina sounded Dennis and Fried, inviting to approach closer. Friends were immediately alert. They were named names and hinted that they were waiting for a new task. Dennis turned to Karina with a manifestation, turning to her politely and asking what had happened. At the same time, Friedon could not help but notice the excitement of Karina. She was also full of curiosity, trying to understand the cause of such a fuss. Frida is a young girl with hair, neatly gathered in a tail, and next to her Dennis is a guy with a rather unusual and expressive appearance that is difficult to forget. Karina shares anxiety. In the forest, her attention was attracted by a suspicious group of about 20 people. She asks Fried and Dennis to join her and the boys to make sure that she was mistaken with his anticipation. The palm slides on the bristles on the face of the day. Search, especially now and with 20 people, is unlikely to bring at least some result. Skeptical thought. The soft but sincere laughter of Frida dispelled the tension, she quickly sweeping that her companion was simply not lucky with a great job. The man apologized and explained. His main principle in earnings is to act with maximum convenience. In the soul of Dennis, hope is glowing. You want the partner to understand him properly. Asara notes with interest. The conversations between Dennis and Frida shine with wit. From the first words, it becomes obvious. Both masters of their business, true experts and pros. Smiling mysteriously, Karina promises Frida and Dennis to reveal all the details just on the way. Meanwhile, two newcomers are interested in what happened to Asakura and Alicia. Karina does not wait long, begins her story, and their long journey continues. Karina announces that they will lead the advanced rows together with the Asakura. Alicia instructs to take a central position in order, and Dennis with Frida should cover the rear of the team. Dennis exclaims her husband loudly. Stranging covers him. All around argued that Mr. Asakura is an ordinary merchant, not noticeable among others. But it turns out that this man also has combat skills. Dennis's gesture is surprised by the Asakura himself. Diach could not understand why the man did not hear about his title. But the stranger just smiled cunningly and confessed that he was aware of it with combat skills. In fact, yesterday's confrontation with the king of the monkeys became the second clash for him. The loud exclamation suddenly cut the silence. The man confidently stated that the victory over the royal monkeys in the second battle testifies to the great Shaky. In recognition, he cheerfully clapped Oscar on his back. He asked to forget about the polite Mr. All these formalities are not to the liking. He suggested that you go simply, either Asakura or Daichi. He assured that he understood everything, and added, it is better to call him just Daichi. The man hugged the boy by his shoulder, and strongly moved forward. The mention that Daichi is going to open a shop in the city once reached Dennis. In an effort to find out if it is true, the man addresses an Asakura with a direct question. The man confirms Dennis. Although this goal is the main one for him, there is no confidence in the final decision. He will remain there or not. It is unknown even to him. The city of Haram seems to Dennis a great choice for starting a trade business. Densely populated and located in a strategically advantageous place, it stands on a lively trade path that connects the capital with the port. The joy of valuable news overflows the Asakura. She sincerely thanks her husband for her support. Suddenly, Denise makes an unexpected offer, to take it to Karam Dayak. Dennis's idea of the situation was different from the conventional. In his dreams, as soon as Daichi would find himself in the village of Takura, he would immediately start trade in rare goods from abroad. Finally, all the puzzles formed for Asakura. In fact, after the search, he planned to open only a small kiosk. Asserting that he sought only the exchange of things from abroad, Daiichi led the conversation. Dennis stunned a guy, immediately asking a strange car that he was going to put up for sale. Asakura Daiichi enthusiastically says that his invention is able to ignite fire. Dennis nods with interest in agreement. He had already heard something about such things, but the young man was still able to surprise him and refute his previous ideas. The bright flame flash breaks out of refractory matches as soon as the baby is giving them. Dennis does not look at the fascinated look. It is difficult for him to believe that such a miracle is possible without any magic. Friedli clearly flashed on Frida's face. She did not expect such a bizarre fiction. At this point, Karina turns to the boys, ordering to get in a row. The company has almost reached the point where Karina has recently felt someone's presence. 8 strangers left their mark there. The forest became closer. When asked by the guys whether Karen feels something special nearby, she just shook her head silently, smiling. However, even without obvious signs of danger, it is not necessary to relax. The voltage is hanged in the air, so everyone should keep vigilance. Dennis, trying to cheer up his friends, took a funny pose, pulled his legs up and settled as if inadvertent. The gaze fell on the root. The girl's restlessness could not go unnoticed. With a smile, he assured others that always alert to any fight. Unfortunately, Dennis's maneuver was left without approving reviews. In addition, staying in this position did not cause confidence in it. Asakura Daiichi stepped forward. Meanwhile, when Nick was suddenly released from his suggest, a pet, having felt someone's presence, a sharp paw torn the fabric and sharply turned his head in the direction of the mysterious signal. Asakura realized that the opponents were removed from them for 3 hours. Thinking about it, the guy concludes, if Nick was able to detect someone with the help of magic of the wind, then it is time to act more carefully. Dayak also thinks of how to warnly and unobtrusively prevent others. Suddenly, behind Asakura, the voice of Alicia is heard. The girl, focused with her eyes and seriously raised her hand, points forward and reports that 3 people are located in this direction, at a distance of 5 kilometers. Seeing a sigh of sigh, Asakura feels joy that he did not have to break his head over how to tell his friends about outsiders. Having guessed that the goal is already nearby, Daiichi gets binoculars out of his pocket. Dennis, in surprise, looking at a strange device in his hands, is interested in what it is a thing, and jokingly wants to have the same sharp eyes. In response, Daiichi explains, with the help of binoculars, you can see everything that is far ahead. The hand extends the binoculars of Dennis, inviting you to look around. Not a minute, he puts the eyepiece to his eyes, and suddenly a cry of the surprise breaks out. Everything that just seemed distant was instantly nearby. At this point, Daiichi leans quietly to Karina and reports that he noticed something brilliant among the bushes, all thanks to binoculars. Daiichi's view draws attention to Dennis, who, enthusiastically getting acquainted with an unusual device for himself, has not stopped exploring the outside world. The guy tells how, when wandering around, he quite accidentally noticed a mysterious shine. In fact, Nick's sense was a real salvation. Karina squeezes the eyelids and preparing to order her group to move on. It comes from an alarming message. Less than 2 kilometers from them sat down an unknown detachment. No details are not known to boys, so they have to expand the search area. In binoculars, Dennis watches Karina closely. I am sure that caution in a dangerous situation is just what you should expect from Mrs. Karina. Frida does not hide pride in his girlfriend and supports the words of the man with a praised nod. Karina's decisive look meets Alicia. She expresses her trust and assures her in her support. The passionate confidence sparkles in the girl's eyes. She is ready to steadily obey every order of her captain. Physical amplification is activated. The voltage in the air is thickened. Karina strongly urges the boys to prepare for the battle. Fried with Dennis took the shields with alert. Eyes flashed with fighting fire. Karina's gaze turns to Asakura Actii. She insists that she immediately pulled out her shield. To the surprise of everyone, Asakura pulls a huge shield capable of completely hiding his figure. Friends are stunned by this giant, unusual form of protective obstacle. Karina notes that buying a simpler shield would be much smarter. Alicia, on the contrary, overwhelms the admiration. A powerful shield, in her opinion, is a wonderful find, because it can be safely rushing forward and striking in any direction. The boys stopped briefly, immersed in their thoughts. Alicia, finding a branch, began to draw a plan of terrain on the ground. In a calm voice, she explains. Near, just 2 kilometers, is a cave. It is in this cave that a mysterious community, which includes people or creatures similar to animals, horror covers Alicia. Because suspicions suggest that more than 50 people in this mysterious group. Moreover, the likelihood that participants are even more than 60. The words of Alicia cause the boys an ambiguous reaction. Because the girl confesses, it is these feelings that she managed to recognize. It will not be easy to find out, as the mysterious group hides deep inside the cave. Dennis comes to the conclusion that it seems to him that some underground organization dealing with mysterious affairs in the dungeon. Calling not to rush to the conclusions, Frida still acknowledged that the situation really looks very suspicious. Karina, however, was convinced that Alicia's confession is more than sufficient and was asked to move away. In the soul, the Asakura ripens. Almost everyone behaves too carefully. Her words are forced by Fried with Dennis. A moment, and both bow their heads back, as if feeling a joint relief. Dennis, covering his face with his palm, throws that the beasts have launched among them. Frida, without changing the tone, adds that the feast has an extremely acute sense of smell, so it is likely that their smell has long issued their location. Dennis assures that the wisest step now is to pause and return later with new, similar information. At the same time, it is forbidden to allow someone to come back with nothing. At least the slightest detail is mandatory. Frida notes that what has been able to find out the approximate number of the group and track their hiding places deserves praise. A loud laughter escaped in Fried and Dennis. The idea that such crumbs of information also have a special reward seemed extremely funny to them. A clumsy gesture, and Asakura Daiichi's finger slid on the cheek, giving his confusion. The essence of what tried to convey friends was finally cleared. The quiet step of Dennis behind the back of Daichi. The light touch of the palm of the shoulder. The atmosphere is tensed. With a top smile, Dennis is wondering if the boy knows what is the main thing about the security issue. Asakura only nods, offering to share his wisdom. The smart shine in Dennis is accompanied by his answer. First, they say, sincerity must be appreciated. Instantly, in the memory of the Asakura Dai, fictional words about abroad, who seem to go and pay silver at home. The young man with a strange smile is sincerely grateful for what he heard. Now he understands well what the whole point is. Karina turns to Daichi, informing that it is time to go. Frida throws the boy's kiss, confessing to his love of sincerity and honesty. Sakura cheeks were immediately covered with a blush, and embarrassment did not rest it. Dennis immediately tends to him, asleep about whether the boy had punched a spark of love. Before leaving, the guy leaves a censer near the trunk of a large tree. The boys arrived at the camp. Asakura did not believe his own eyes. Recently life was raging here. Everything was buzzing around and playing colors. Now only an empty field is spread at this place. Karina points out that everyone seems to have moved to the ancient. From the camp, people slowly carry their things to the nearby village. Karina notices how the peasants are silently watching a stranger. At the same time, the stranger is surprised. Where did all the robbers go? And what will the locals do if they suddenly return? Karina assures that neither she nor their team wants to fight criminals at all, so there is no reason to worry. According to Dennis, many guards were gathered here, capable of disrupting any attack. In addition, their team's combat skill is also not inferior, so victory is definitely on their side. The messenger has already gone to the Order of Knights with important news. So now it is only necessary to delay the enemy in the village and take time until the help appears on the horizon. Suddenly, before Asakura Daiichi, all the puzzles formed in a single picture. Dennis with tension reports trouble. The opponents turned out to be much more than they could imagine. Frida's proposal to seek help from the locals sounds logical, but doubts bite it. Will someone believe in their history? Meanwhile, Karina looks at the tent. I am convinced that first everything should be reported. Awareness suddenly covers the football player. What is happening is nothing but the camp arrangement is right here. By sharing this discovery with Karina, he hears from the girl that there is simply no other way out. On the other hand, it is not a problem to get the support of locals. When asked by Dennis about the opinion of old age and the rest of the village of Karina informs, it is necessary to seek reinforcements urgently. In the memory of Priyet, the idea of a local civil defense organization came. Karina noted that merging with this group could be a real success for them. Dennis is convinced that if the attack on the village is reported, there will be no choice. Karina turns to Dennis and Fried, allowing them to rest until the evening, after which they will be able to return to their usual business. Uncertainty envelops Frida's thoughts, who thinks of how Ms. Karina will behave in such a situation. In the meantime, the girl enthusiastically promises to hold Diachi's main street and introduce Ms. Elysia to her most interesting corners. Karina's tranquility changed to horror instantly. More recently, Fried and Dennis shouted when one of the owners turned to Mr. Asakura's name at his name. Already in the thoughts of Frida and Dennis, some assumptions have begun to appear. The Karina's palms stretched forward spoke about her protest. The girl immediately noted that everything was not the way the boys imagined. Karina reminded that Mr. Asakura simply does not perceive any formalities. Dennis's gaze slides to Karina. She notes that during the task, she turned to the Asakura quite differently. Frida nods on this observation, expressing the assumption. Maybe Mr. Karen is simply concerned about the future mission. The featherbed swept the flames of shame. Noticing this, Dennis expressed the assumption that Karina probably hides something from them. Karina in response loudly urged to stop teasing her. Looking at the guy, Dennis turns to him. The excavation was discontinuing, noticing how Karina does not behave at all as always. Perhaps it is really disturbing. In the soul of Asakura, Daichi prevailed true anger. So much that in the depths of his heart, he even sought that the boys finally end him. It is only necessary to change a little, as these two immediately found a reason to get off. She saw Karen barely. Frida rushed to her with hugs and kisses, immediately trying to involve women's conversations in the maelstrom. At the same time, she assured that the advice of the older sister is always available and you can support any time. Karina only categorically abandoned such care. Dennis is trying to talk to girls all the time. Karina, annoyed, angrily repels Fried, eagerly striving to put an end to these low-cost jokes. Frida, winning Asakura, trickingly asks whether he seems to him that Karina is a real beauty. Asakura cannot help but notice. Karina is undoubtedly charming in his excitement, but now, he thinks he seems to be even more merciful than ever. Daichi is just surprised what, or anyone, forcing the young man to voice such candid thoughts. Suddenly Karina was confused, without deciding to believe in the words heard. Meanwhile, Fried with Dennis, standing behind, gently holding hands and watching his sincere confession. The firm motion of Asakura takes Karina by the hand and leads. The guy casts a farewell look at Fried and Dennis, explaining that he and Karina should still open the store. The sudden touch lost Karina. The blush broke out on her cheeks. Frida and Dennis's warm smiles were accompanied by a gentle wish for Miss Karina. Inside, Karina was indignant. It does not hurt in any way. Why these two so persistently wish her good luck, if they, in fact, just plan to go to the store with Asakura. The boys are already gradually moving away from each other. Meanwhile, Frida and Dennis are still hoping to have a good time. Karina is convinced that the boys are not hurt at all. She, along with Asakura Daichi, remained in the village, where silence and peace dominated. They have 2 more hours ahead. The guy suggests this time just watch the response of the locals. Turning away from the boy, Karina suggests that everything will go without unnecessary noise. Today, there are unusually few people on the streets. Noticing the passion in Karina in her eyes, Elysia carefully asked if something interesting happened in her absence. Karina quickly captured herself, and with a smile assured the girl that nothing special happened. Alicia's hypnotic look pervades Karen when a confident arm lies on her shoulder. From where the statement is heard, something happened. Karina again embarrasses, quickly assuring that nothing special happened. In order to distract Alicia, Karina suggested to prepare for the opening of the store, because only 2 hours remained, and no delay could not be allowed. While waving his hand, Sakura tries to attract the attention of Karina and Alicia. The eyes are determined. This is about the important news or signal, designed to make them come closer and better, understand the essence of the events that unfold around. A guy came up to an elderly woman who decomposes her simple shops and greeted. The friendly saleswoman wondered if he wanted to buy something. Asakura expresses the desire to treat the woman with goods, and asks him to allocate him only a few minutes of attention. On the table, one by one, lay boxes, first large, then smaller and quite tiny. The commerce does not look close to the eye, clearly interested in this unexpected fuss. Sincerely, the woman notes what wonderful boxes the guy has. It confesses that even Asakura Daichi is even a little envied. Surprisingly, over the years, a woman catches herself with increasing envy of people with boxes. The neighbor nodded in response and gave her a warm, sincere smile. Stretching his hand forward, Asakura asked how the ladies were burning the fire. The woman instantly produced the flames instantly, and the girl standing nearby nodded, confirming everything she saw. Her palms gently touched the cheeks, and, sighing hard, the girl confesses that despite the fact that not everyone is endowed with magical power, all these magical artifacts are out of expensive. The smile flashed on the face of Asakura. Then the man suggested that the girl and the woman buy an inexpensive device that makes it easy to light a fire without any magical effort. The surprise immediately affected the face of a woman. Then Daiichi pulled a match from a pack, and contacting her, quietly asked to reach his palm. Confidently and calmly, Asakura ran a woman who held a match along the box. A spark broke out instantly, which immediately stunned both the girl and the woman. The surrounding ones immediately paid attention to what was happening. Many attendees could not understand how in the magical way they managed to light a fire without any magical object. The surprised views crossed in an effort to reveal this mystery. Karina with Alicia was genuinely rejoiced. Their product began to talk about. Demand has grown daily. Asakura was confident. Right now the door was opened for him, and today's success has become only the first step to a great future. Sleeping his hands to the sides, Asakura tries to quench the crowd of visitors who are talking together. Calmly and confidently promises everyone that matches will be enough for everyone, assuring that no one will be left without goods. The guy announced that the lists were distributed strictly in turn, so he was in vain. In Seuss, visitors switched off near the counter, thirsty to get a unique product, a means that can light a fire without any sorcery. Receiving a box with matches, the girl lit alone, and a real surprise appeared in her eyes. It was not believed that now the fire flashes in her hands without any sorcery, only because of these amazing matches. In the hands of Asakura Dai, a large tub, fortified, appears. In a moment, he reveals a small device for the girl to fire. The one, ease, transfers the flames with firewood. However, this thing is only suitable for single use. Shaking her head, the girl responds to the question. Misakura guesses that she has not fully realized how the ignition principle works. The guy, noticing this, asks for permission to clearly explain the mechanism of action. Daichi lights a match and throws it into firewood already greased with melting liquid. The flames are instantly run through all the pills without bypassing any. The surprise of all those present, such a spectacle still did not have to watch. One of the men distinguished as the flame is crazy rapidly thrown into wood, striking the lightning speed and incredible force of this phenomenon. According to Asakura, buyers have already noticed that the fire can be ignited with ordinary matches, even without charms. And if you add the ignore, even the smallest spark will turn into a passionate flame. Thanks to this, any firewood will be done without any difficulty. With a slight note, the guy reminds me of one small defect of his goods. Everything is a single use. Hearing this, the buyers pulled their faces, sigh in upset, and some do not hide the frustration, realizing that you will not take advantage of it for the second time. A barely noticeable smile decorates Sakura's face when he announces, "A box of 25 matches cost only 2 silver. When emphasizing the excellent quality of the product, he expects that such a price will attract the attention of buyers. There were up to 60 items in the lighter box, and all this generosity cost only 1 silver coin. The others could not hide the surprise. Surprised exclamations were heard. Klaus's words were well mentioned by Akakuri. The head accurately predicted that the locals would react so much to the novelty. With loud enthusiasm, he addresses the residents of the young man, urging to buy the product. In his voice there is confidence and inexhaustible energy. The smile does not get out of the face, and he eagerly awaits the answer, is quite ready to continue trade. Suddenly, a glove is raising among the crowd. A young girl with determination reading on her face loudly declares his intention to buy both products. All views turn to her, and she is calm and confidently awaiting the answer. 3 silver coins are ringing on the counter. The calculation is completed. Daichi does not restrain her sincere gratitude for this choice, and, with a smile, sincerely wants to give a pleasant impression. He hopes in his voice that he will be glad to see her again. Asakura invites the girl to stay a little, if she is not sorry for the time, because he is encouraged to show her another thing. She is surprised, and turning to Daichi, she is interested in jokingly, "Is there any other treasures?" Asakura notes that it is not quite a product, rather a small surprise for everyone. The young man is confident. This idea will surely appeal to others. The girl nods approvingly, dividing this opinion. After getting an unusual object from the back, The guy draws the attention of all those present, ready to share a small surprise. One of the Saka removes the grate and carefully installs it over the tub, where the wood burns. The crowd around the puzzledly watches, not imagining what the young merchant achieves. Asakura quickly plant pieces of meat on skewers and lays them on a heated grill. Instantly the space is filled with a seductive, appetizing aroma, from which appetite is immediately played. The attendees began to ask the guy what kind of dish he was going to cook. Dai, without delay, declared his desire to prepare a barbecue. The barbecue here is the appetizing pieces of chicken, strung on a skewer and generously poured with aromatic sauce. A visitor, despite his own frequent culinary experiments with fried chicken, was fascinated by the magic of the fragrant aroma that enveloped the surrounding near the brazier. According to Daiichi's observations, the disadvantaged and the unemployed are mostly eating only twice a day, every morning and evening. However, the guy is convinced that even this low-income part of the locals he managed to ignite a real appetite. Asakura gets one hot barbecue skewer, carefully examines the delicious brown meat and sounds the girl who was the first to want to buy the last dishes. She politely suggests to taste the pasty piece first. Asakura explains that here is the same promised reward that he mentioned earlier. The girl looks with distrust. So simple. Can you really join the treat? The views of everyone around did not break away from the girl, carefully seeking every glare of emotions on her face. From the first piece of juicy barbecue, the girl's eyes expanded with surprise. She has not yet been smoking such incredible taste. The relief blossomed on Sakura's face when she noticed the sincere smiles of the girl and peasants who liked the barbecue. Meanwhile, the little guest did not leave the crumbs on the plate, gripping each piece. Interested in the unique sauce, the girl wondered what he was made of and whether it was possible to buy such a seasoning. The spectators, frozen around, spontaneously swallowed saliva. Appetite only grew, and from the events that unfolded before their eyes, there was a good look. The atmosphere around was pierced by a tense expectation, and everyone in the soul was passionately wanted to plunge into the thickening of this picture. Instantly, everyone rushed to the store, full of desire to buy at least something of the products to taste the dreamy delicacy. Some were interested in whether only one of the proposed products could be taken. Asakura announces loudly, "He has a barbecue today. No need to buy anything to enjoy the treat. Even one little thing with you is enough, and your serving is guaranteed." Suddenly, the crowd rushed to the counter. Many were convinced that by purchasing 2 sets of goods, you can calculate 2 portions of barbecue. With a sincere request, the man asked to wait a little. A frantic influx of visitors did not give a rest. Grabbing a few servings, he approached a woman, next to which he placed his shop. Slightly bowing her head, Asakura gratefully expresses his woman and girl nearby, who allowed him to place a trading place near them. In his words, apologies for the inconvenience that he thought could have caused them. With a smile, the woman reassures Asaka's and asks not to worry. The establishment is about to get closed. Instead, the man extends them a generous portion of the barbecue, expressing their gratitude to such a goodies. The girl, together with the woman, thanked the boy for the treat, gifting him with warm smiles. In response, the young man waved his hands negligently, looking at their figures, and later returned to his business with confidence, full of determination to continue his work. The great exhaustion forced the Asakura Daichi to act mechanically. He just managed to give orders, not even realizing to the end of what he was doing. Behind him, Karen with Alicia was slowly eaten by a juicy barbecue, watching the events. At this time, the girl, along with the elderly woman, finally say goodbye to the boy, singing a farewell song. Asara, meanwhile, reports that his story is coming to an end, so everyone wants to buy the product not to delay. Adult men are unexpected to the counter with a frying smile. The moment is healed to raise the mood of mockery from the prosperous business of the guy. Lucky glances slide on his shop. Apparently they also like the trade, and envy in successful creates a desire to get involved in work. Most likely all this is only empty intimidation, says the young man. At that moment, a man addresses an Asakura with a brazen request. Will he not share that chicken for free? A barely noticeable smile rode on the face of Asakura when he reported, "Unfortunately, everything was bought up for a long time, so the chicken was left away." Demand this time was surprisingly high, so it sincerely apologizes for the inconvenience caused. The reaction of men was explosive. One by one they fell into anger, pouring images to the stranger. A cry was heard among the crowd. Someone assured that he saw with his own eyes how Asagora put his chicken just eaten on his bag. The deep bow towards men is accompanied by a polite message about the completion of the store. The seller assures that even tomorrow he will wait with his favorite product on the same shelves, so everyone will be able to return the next day and buy the desired. Men consider such an attitude towards clients absolutely unacceptable, and convinced that it is time to show Asakuri how to do things. Suddenly, two newcomers rush to the boy, and just in front of their faces there is a blade of the sword, which blocks the path. Karina strongly became between a stranger and an Asakura, throwing a vigilant, harsh look at the offenders. One of the men pointed to her with his finger, trying to assure that this case did not concern her. It seems to him that she would better move away, otherwise it may suffer. A man's powerful look at the eye shows an understanding of the whole difficult situation. They are faced not just a rival, but a true magician of the first class. On the little Karina's two key chains with letters B and C. Men stand stunned by an unexpected meeting. Asakura tries to grasp the unfolding events in confusion. Men behave with Karina politely and respectfully, referring to her as a lady, and are interested in what she wants if she has no involvement in the case. Karina calmly reports that the guy's safety is responsible. The icy look, a sharp blade, permeates the pitch. Men inadvertently strain, sharply feeling the unbreakable determination and the invisible threat that it radiates. Having wrinkled his forehead, one of the men returns to Karina sharply and quit the question. Is she really sure that she is able to cope with 4 adults, experienced rivals right away? The girl's lips are stretched in a predatory smile. It easily tilts your head to the shoulder, and this movement even more caresses the fear of a man. Her voice sounds with a challenge. Warns. It is dangerous to underestimate her, and those who risen can regret it bitterly. Men, realizing that the trick failed and to circle the young man with his protection will not work, they have resigned themselves to reality. Upon learning that all the goods were already buying, they were going to go, throwing a piercing evaluation view on the boy and Karin. Suddenly, a voice came from the side that he was interested in what had happened. A little higher, on the stairs, a man with expressive facial features and a noticeable scar sat. After looking at the audience, he wondered what problems they had. One of the group, recognizing Alan, blossomed instantly with joy. Not hiding his surprise, he confessed that he did not expect to meet a long-time friend here, but could not understand how Alan ended up in this place and went unnoticed for so much time. Alan assures that he will be able to solve all the difficulties that the boys have arisen. The man smiles barely noticeably, making it clear how grateful to Alan will be for help. With a mocking smile, the stranger returns to Karina, asking if she accidentally changed her mind to leave her guy. He notes that he is rarely happy in his life, and ironically emphasizes, it is interesting how much she agrees to endure such. Karina only involuntarily frowns his eyebrows, looks calmly at the interlocutor without hurrying with the answer. The edge of the eye of Karen studied Asakura, silently waiting for his decision. Sleeping with such attention, he began to apologize and explain that all the goods had long been bought up. There was no thing in the warehouse. The indignation broke out with new force. This attitude seemed deeply humiliating and unacceptable. Patience cracked, and now there is only one desire, to meet with Asakura, so that once and for all to put everything in places and to resolve the case properly. Covering his mouth with his palm, Asagora seemed to be irony that the men had confused everything. Daichi said with a mockery that he had them for the fools, and these words became the last drop. Indignation was instantly erupting in the crowd. The only impulse was decided. The merchant should make ends meet as soon as possible. A flock of angry men gathered on the street. Among them was one. The whole face crossed the rough scramble strip. Their attention was drawn to 2 figures, a guy with dark hair and a girl with golden hair, braided into a tail, decorated with a delicate flower. Alicia Hartland, a girl with glowing eyes, held a fluffy cat in her hands, a favorite of a dark-haired boy from the Daichi clan. She was overwhelmed by a good mood. She played the knitted beast playfully, as if the cat had greeted everyone around. A man with a scar on his face, Alan, raised his hand and closed his eyes. Asked the guys why silence reigned for a moment. Blondin blocked the company's way, meeting Alan. His words were sharply heard in the air. The boys had to appreciate their own strength, and they would have to pay for this mistake. Hearing this, a girl with a flower in her hair, Karina and Daichi angrily moved their eyebrows and jumped dissatisfied grimaces. In response to Blondin's suggestion, He punished Alan's boys with surprise, why he still didn't do it on his own. It seemed to him that the true cause of such indecision was the fear of Karina and Daichi. Heard caused by Alan's a real storm of fun. Each of them opened his mouth and exploded with a loud laughter. Suddenly, a fair-haired man poked his finger in Karen nervously and exclaimed loudly that he was cautious only because he was a magician in front of him. At that time, Karina kept calm, constantly examining her own palms. Yesterday's laughter instantly froze on the faces of Alan and his puffy. Jumped herd, they froze in strange poses, as if someone stopped time. A sinister smile blossoms on Alan's face, and with a trick in his voice he confesses. He was vigilant, and he could not imagine who those guys would turn out. Alan is sharply grabbing from the place. The hand already stretches to the sword hanging on his belt. The weapon flashed in the rays of light when he went rapidly to Karen's and Daichi, strictly emphasizing that the status of the magician here belongs not only to Karina. His words were immediately picked up by the whole company, with the echo of the hall voices of men from the gang. The sinister smiles blossomed on the faces of Alan and his accomplices as they pulled knives and moved to the opponents. Challenging, they warned about the inevitable fight. Karina and Daichi instantly went to battle, aimed and tense, ready to repel. The verse of Karina warned the partner to be alert. Meanwhile, Daichi reported that 2 armed arms were approaching, and the magician is likely to be sneaking behind. Armed men went rapidly to Daichi. In his thoughts, he flashed the confidence. He would have been able to cope with any difficulty However, the danger was hidden in another. If the enemies began to use magic, even the strongest balls will not be a salvation. Perine's gaze fell on Daichi. She wondered in her voice whether he could handle at least one of the attackers. Turning to Karen, Daichi is silent, impressed with her words. The help sounds from her for the first time, and the very idea of becoming such a beautiful girl with a support only adds to excitement to defeat these robbers. Daichi accepts 2 rivals and is determined to be on the offensive. With one hand, the opponent firmly restrains, and in the palm of the other pulsates a cloud of energy in which sparkle waves sparkle. Currently calling Karen, Daichi confidently states that he can overcome 2 opponents. This is no less loudly to Karina that the victory over one that comes directly to them is enough. Alan's sinister look accompanied his question about what conversation the boys are conducting. The men armed with swords did not delay. Again, rushed on the offensive. Dayak silently tensed, waiting for a blow. Suddenly, everything was striking. The bright flash blinded everything around. And suddenly the robbers were on the ground. Acute pain penetrated the whole body. Bloody wounds appeared on the skin, which they feverishly tried to clamp their palms. The fair-haired, along with the rest of the scaffold, already stood in front of the boys, bowing their heads in obedience. Karina, folding her hands on her chest, patiently waited at least some words from the gang. Next to her, stunned, Daichi could not take her eyes off Karina. Karina's narrowed eyes shrugged Blondin, who provoked a clash between boys and bandits. Blondin, with a senseless smile on his face, stated that he had already forgotten what he was about to talk about. He asked his brothers if any of them had no questions to Karina. In response, they just frozen, assuring gestures that they should add nothing to them. Fast a few steps forward, Daichi stopped near Karina and dropped his eyes in front of a blond man. He was worried about one question. He felt that he had not collected enough data. Shaten, faded with fear, assured that he was ready to answer any question that is interested in Daichi. With a calm face, Daichi made the assumption that the bandits received orders for the destruction of goblins. The man immediately confirmed his words without hesitation. Turning the initiative, the man said that along with his comrades, they are the adventure seekers officially registered in this city. With a look and gesture, pointing to the satellite, he emphasized that their group has already received and formally took over this task. Blondin continued to insist. In his opinion, Alan's Manga group was unlikely to receive such permission. Alan himself looked exhausted. The breath torn from his chest is difficult and fragrant. After firing, Daichi focused on the cheek, looking closely at Blondin. He thoughtfully wondered how many goblins had already fallen into their hands. However, in response, he did not hear clear numbers. The insidious glitter in Dayak's gaze did not leave doubt. He was most interested in the exact number of hunted goblins. In the blue eyes, Blondin stood at despair. His detachment did not catch any goblin. With a similar horror on his face, the leader of the second group confessed, and they failed to hide any. Thinking, Daichi considered this strange situation. The leader of one of the gangs, who failed to catch more than one goblin, began to show on the wounded and the fighting comrades. According to him, the 11 goblins fell into the hands of these robbers, who soon brutally deal with them. One of the men, fallen to the ground, then stood powerlessly, with shaken hands. Hearing the story of the destruction of goblins and accusations directed in his direction and his comrades, the face of this prisoner instantly distorted horror and true fear. Daichi leaned over the exhausted enemy, looking closely at him. The question was simple. What happened to the goblins who killed at the hands of this gang? Without deciding to lie, the wounded man shot himself and nodded. He confirmed everything that Daichi asked. A terrifying grimace appeared on the face of Daik. The look narrowed like a knife blade. After coming closer, he wanted to tell everything about yourself and the detachment. Instead, the man pressed his eyes even harder, lowered his eyes, and remained silent. Having reached out to the wounded, Daichi did not receive a single word in response. Returning with a sharp gesture, he turned to another, insisting that he would name their names. The cottage was addressed by a man with a bandage and lush mustache. He, in turn, first did not notice that the conversation concerns him. Karen took the situation in her own hands. She insisted that he was blind to the eye that he knew about the participants of the wounded detachment. Nervously, having corrected the bandage, the man said that the wounded detachment consisted of only 4 people. A man with a bandaged hand pointed to one of the attackers from the detachment, the owner of a long, light hair. This magician magic was famous for the art of healing magic. A man with a blindfold drew attention to 2 other attackers. Despite their efforts, they constantly have to head the detachment because they are not able to use magic. Both fighters, leaning on their knees, pressed the wounds obtained during the fight. The last gun was sent by a man with a bandage in his eyes. Alan. Battle spells serve him with a reliable weapon. Twilly turning away from all, he took his place without saying a single word. Looking at the men who have just overcome the opponents, Daichi noted himself. Their team is composed perfectly. The forces are distributed in harmony. Such a composition could well overcome the 11 goblins. This was not surprising. However, a deep sense of doubt still did not leave his thoughts. Having grown at full height, he raised his hand majestically. His eyes ran a crowd. Looking back, he asked the audience whether everyone was instructed to go to Torin and destroy Goblin. A man with a bandage in his eyes and mustache raised his hand up, stating that he recently received a similar order with his detachment, just like a team of defeated magicians. Imaging the spooky, bloodthirsty monsters, Daichi asked a man with a bandage in his eyes, what really prevented the goblins from attacking them during this time? This was followed by the answer. For the 10 days they were in the village, there was no meeting with the goblins. The man in the eye in his eyes stated that later there was a group of sorcerers in the village, and 3 days after their arrival came the navel of Goblin. With a smile of a confident person who managed to avoid the mess, Daichi answered the man with a bandage. Miraculously managed to slip out of the village even to the goblin invasion. Otherwise, they would probably get no less painful than others. A man with eyes silently agrees to Daik's thoughts. Meanwhile, Daichi turns away from a stranger in a bandage. His view directs the helpless present. It is then that the water magician is preparing to switch his attention. Turning to the defeated magicians, Daichi asked how they managed to overcome the goblins. His curiosity did not rest. Did they really do it? And if so, how many of those goblins really were? Hardly stepping on the village, the magician of water immediately moved to the forest in search of at least some monster. Playing in the memory of the picture of the forest, the magician of water mentioned the stories of other detachments. For more than 10 years, as goblins did not appear here. It was this suspicious silence around the thought. Perhaps the monsters were just hiding. So they died into the wilds, hoping to reveal their hiding places. Daichi was thinking about himself whether the detachment of magicians managed to discover the monster. The magician of water, closing his eyes, only shook his head, denying. Having come across this silent gesture, Daichi died into his own thoughts and plunged into silence. The involuntary gaze swore towards Karina, who at the same moment cast a quick look at Daichi. Met her eyes, but Karina turned sharply. Daichi touched his chin with his fingers. He thought for a moment, and when Karina turned away, he slowly closed his eyelids. Calling for silence, Daichi asked the question, what to do with them next. Karina stood nearby, losing her gaze to the ground and not dare to make her eyes. Weapons were put in one pile. The boys were hotly discussing how to do the units, whether to transfer them to the local authorities or maybe give a chance. If the detachments would think well about their own behavior, they would be allowed to just go. Hearing the conversations about liberation, people from the detachment at once jumped and made a noise, calling in unison. Karen annoyed it, and Daichi only glanced at what was happening. Karina turned away from the applauded crowd and said strongly, "Time to go. It is necessary to inform Claus and Jeffrey all the details." Daichi stood next to his eyes closed as if focusing on his own thoughts, and Alicia was holding a cat in the name of Nick. Looking intently, Daichi watches the magician of the water that was quietly sitting, bending his head to the ground. Daichi's gaze inseparable followed the sorcerer, and the words of the water magician gradually penetrated him directly into his soul. If their detachment was made up of magicians, then it is quite possible to defeat Goblin. Moreover, together they would not be difficult to get to a mysterious bowl in the depths of the forest in search of enemies. Everything seemed to him logical and feasible. Moving away from the magician of the water, Daichi could not get rid of the feeling of surprise that had been enveloped in recent times. The doubts became soul through the witch's story, and the alarm did not release. Stripping away and only pretending that he was not interested in the magician of water, Daichi did not make him a close look. The idea was throbbing in his head. In front of him is not the one who easily reveals his secrets. Meanwhile, the magician lifted his head, and his careful look slid after Daichi, who was already moving away. Slowly walking through the camp in the trail of an elderly man, Karina found herself among the tents and the trembling light of torches. According to the man, even before the gang attack on Torino, there were 2 groups of hunters and goblin in this village. Gathering the news, Karina climbed to the head of the company. The gray-haired director cast a careful look at the girl, turned a half-wind and asked, what feelings did she get when she found herself there? The elderly man slipped into the tent, and Karina carefully allowed the berth, letting him inside. Following the guest, the girl whispered that among travelers, there are 4 sorcerers with an alarmingly dark aura. She was warned by them as well as the rest of the adventurers, and did not hide her distrust. The gray-grandfather of his hand on the carved back of the chair, slightly pushing it, and asked Karina to question her opinion about the agreement between the robbers. Caution flashed in Karina's voice when she emphasized that everyone should be alert. Meanwhile, the elderly man dropped on a chair that recently pushed. A gray-haired grandfather was stuck at a wooden table with a dull lamp in a cozy corner. He spent his thick beard with his light finger and was distrustful whether Daichi really got this information on his own. Karina stood in front of the respected old man. In the memory of Karina emerges the image of always cheerful Daichi, who welcome others. Together with an elderly man, she reflects on his act, the organization of a small kiosk for the sale of goods. She involuntarily draws parallels with events that have recently taken place in the village of Toreno, suspecting that Daichi's plan has some connection with them. The old man quietly snapped his hands on the table, stuck his chin on his palms. He reported that this night he was going to send his people from the bar to gather additional information. Daichi should not know about it. Angrily biting her lip, Karina leaned sharply in front of an elderly man, closed her eyes and, holding back the excitement, pronounced apology. The gray-haired grandfather cautiously accepted the cup in his palms, and she voiced that Daichi really tried to get in touch with the detachment, covering himself with the story of organizing a kiosk. Neither he nor someone else could even think about it. Karina met the elderly man's watchful look, who wondered if travelers noticed something strange. His manners immediately gave anxiety and suspicion. Memories are returned to the moment of interrogation of the bandits of the GAI. The old man noted that he was not at all frightened by the attack of robbers on the village. His true fear is to meet them while traveling the caravan. Silent and focused, Karina listened carefully to the old man, without taking his gaze from him. His words were performed as a warning. They should not be too immersed in their troubles. Having confused with his own thoughts, his grandfather closed his eyes and stayed at the table, absorbed in peace. The older man again looked at Karin, raised his hand to his face and asked her thought about Daichi. Seriously focusing, Karina replied, "In Daichi an endless sense of duty." Before the eyes of Karina there is still a back of Daichi, which is slowly removing. Not only his magical abilities, but also a shrewd mind emerge in memory. This person's erudition is undeniable. His knowledge is much more than Karin himself capable of grasping, and in Daichi's education undoubtedly exceeds her. The gray-haired grandfather moves coins on the table, listening carefully to Karina. She assures that he does not need paper or pen. All the calculations go lightly and without a single fault, just in the mind. Raising a glass with a drink to his mouth, his grandfather noted that he noticed a considerable talent for the dance. According to him, not every experienced merchant manages to calculate so skillfully in thought, and also lightly conclude transactions. In Karina's memory, the moment came to the forest with Daichi in the forest. The girl was burning with the desire to work out fighting magic, and Daichi undertook to calculate the distance of the lesion. The results obtained by the formula struck it to the depths of the soul. After listening to this story, the old man also did not restrain the surprise. Pull his eyebrows, his grandfather put his hand to his face and asked Karina if she remembered the appearance of the formula that he once calculated the cottages. The light movement of his head from side to side, and Karina silently made it clear that there were no memories left. Cinema glanced at the man and cut off. She does not know similar concepts, and besides, anything like this is unlikely to remember. Karina's reflections revived the imagination. Before the inner look, one after the other staged scenes, where Daichi was immersed in complex calculations. At first glance, it seemed that he was using intricate formulas, but in fact, all the calculations were only approximate. In the mind of Karina, Daichi's image is elusive from the scientist of a professor who focuses on the numbers in the audience. Immediately in Karina's memory, a memory came. As soon as Daichi got tired of endless calculations, immediately took a mysterious measuring device in his hands, and directing it to a tree, determined the distance. Her story intrigued the interlocutor. He did not hide as a surprise. Lifting the glass to the very face, the gray-haired man said that Daichi had the generic roots of the middle aristocracy at home, and possibly he himself came from the royal family. Having played a mysterious smile, Karina hid her hands behind her back and interrupted her husband. Her words were a surprise. Daichi is able to be a wealthy and calm heir to a respectable kind, and a corrupted offspring, which is accustomed to all the best. The old man slowly lifted his glass to his lips, took a sip, and asked Karina in surprise why she was thinking about Daichi so much. Karina's face became a strange expression. She narrowed her eyes and noted that Daichi was treating everything too lightly. Having swirled even more and frowned his eyebrows, Karina said in doubt, in her opinion, Daichi is unable to solve the difficulties on her own, because all the troubles around him are always solved by others. In the memory of Karina, a picture of a bright Daichi performance on stage came. Ahead of him was Alicia, with an expression of genuine pleasure on his face. Bringing her story to the end, Karina frozen in immobility, and only a strand of her hair was barely trembling with a slight breath of air. The old man carefully put the cup on the table. Karina expressed the idea of enhancing the reaction of Daichi. Her proposal caused a gray-haired surprise and interest. Focusing, Karina stated that the Daichi should be observed no less careful than the secret royal aristocrats or heirs of the throne. The old man squeezed his fists, booming his fingers. In his gaze, interest broke out. What prompted Karen to make such a proposal? Karina looked at her husband, lifting her palm. She warned, even for their country is too dangerous. It has the highest level magic, without any restrictions or characteristics. And in the stranger's bag, there are many amazing that they have not yet seen. The wide dome of the scarf rising above Karina's head, when she emphasized again. All of the listed Daichi is also distinguished by great education. Thanks to this feature, any difficulty man overcomes easily, finding non-standard decisions and being able to attract others to his favor. In Karina's memory, a picture pops out. Daichi confidently reaches out his hand. In his palm, a tangle of magical energy is assembled. Around him, images are fluttering. A machine gun, a light bulb, a mobile phone, and other symbols of power. This is how he is able to conquer the whole country. The tension was reflected on the Perrin face. It was rushed at once, and small drops of sweat rolled down the cheek. Squeezing his eyelids, she plunged into reflections. At this point, Kaida, laying her hands behind her back, spoke that Daichi may well be the ruler of the state with a much higher level of magic. The anxiety again flashed on Karina's face. The gaze narrowed, and she noted that Daichi's influence on their country could be too powerful. After listening to her, the old palm pressed to the face and sighed tired. At the head of the old deep wrinkles were darkened, the gaze was filled, and the voice was filled with a threat. Karina is the daughter of Count Krutia, a passionate supporter of the royal faction. Having embarrassed this path, she is able to overcome Daichi with all available means. The words of the man were forced to rush to Karen. She immediately played rage on her face. She exclaimed something angry and stepped forward. The tent felt a tense, depressing atmosphere. Stopping at the table, Karina leaped his hands, and the man, without his eyes, watched his every movement closely. Sleeping his hands to his sides and giving her a cunning smile, he admitted that all his words were only a joke. In the look of Karina, she burned rage, and his eyebrows fastened a strict line. She sharply noted that in the current circumstances in the kingdom, the Endorf, such a trick can be a deadly danger to the elderly. The look of the old man slid sideways. His fingers involuntarily touched his nose. Without hesitation, he said, "If you reject the high status of Daichi at home, all his knowledge and goods are valued so much that the two warring parties can begin the battle for owning him." Lowering her hands, Karina noted that the faction that will be on his side will have a much greater impact. Karina's hands disappeared behind her back, where a cloudy castle grows silent shadow. Her voice, intense and excited, continued to be heard. The most difficult was that the Daichi could be directed in a completely different way. The palm of the old slowly slid on his mustache, as if he was preparing for an important decision. The gaze wounded, and in her eyes the threat flashed when he glanced to Karina. Sleeping, he said firmly that every effort should be made in order to leave the country in any circumstances. The campaign of the boys slowly headed the streets of the city, between the picturesque homes and tall trees. Behind everyone, Daichi walked. Behind his back he glittered with a sword. With his hands laid behind his back, Daichi asked the boys in surprise, which made them gather here. One of his companions, a girl with dark hair, gathered in a sophisticated tail in gloves, returned to Diach. Smiling cheerfully, she wondered why she did not like her company. The girl with his ponytail approached Daichi's face and smiling, wondered, would it be more convenient to have a girlfriend like she in the team? Daichi nodded in confusion, agreeing with her thought. With a smile on her mouth, the girl pointed her hand at Dennis with short hair, having fun saying, "If Dayak is not likedness, she can gladly give him a whistle, and even if there is such a desire, you can always take a girl for him." Dennis gloomily put his arms on his chest and squeezed angrily. A girl with a tail tirelessly proved that it is much more attractive to see a team of beautiful girls than an adult man. Immediately presented the trinity of smiling beauties, one with dark hair, the other in a stylish form, and the third stood out a helmet on his head. The Daika's cheeks shone with a red blush, a light gesture, and fingers slid the cheeks restlessly until the young man uncertainly rejected the invitation addressed to girls and the whole team. From his shirt, he jumped out an interesting nose of the cat Nick, and behind, without holding back smiles, Alicia watched. The surprise was in the eyes of a girl with a ponytail. Her cheeks were treacherous. She noted that Dennis was a lot. Daichi agreed to leave him in the team. Surprised Dennis did not find something to say, and embarrassment flooded his face instantly. Hardly returning to the boys, Karina confidently reminded, "It is important to follow the strategy conceived. An ambush for bandits is their chance for success." Karina's voice, which turned sharply to Daichi, sounded confidently. "Dennis and Frida, magicians with rank B. Both are skillfully possessing both melee and attacking from afar." Daichi traveled side by side. The roofs of wooden houses were flashing like shaky shadows at dusk. Inside, the idea did not leave. The magicians of this title have the same power as Karina. Looking at Danaeus and Fried, Daichi thought, Karina skillfully possesses the magic of the wind, but if these guys skillfully use attacking spells, say fiery magic, they can surpass it in power. Without restraining the admiration, Daichi praised his comrades. His sincere words were embarrassed and pleasantly surprised them. A light smile blossomed on Dennis's face. Having held his hand on a prickly chin, he hidden a pleasure in praise that he had just heard from Daichi. Freeney's cheeks flashed with a blush and a smile played on her mouth. She noted that the entire security service of Bertram is made up of wizards not lower than Class D, so she does not consider herself special here. Thrown into the yards, the cottages turned to his comrades, recognizing his confusion. He heard only rumors about Bertram's guards. They say they are not equal in force. Along with the boys, residents of wooden houses were walking as if they were framing the street space. The children were extinguishing the road. Their laughter and noise filled the air with life. Dennis noted with liveliness that they are known only as an ordinary security company in the world. Ahead of the whole company is a Perino, and without rotating, begins to say that in the battles Dennis has achieved true skill in the magic of mass attacks. His spell can be terrified of any opponent. Friends listen carefully to Karina's conversation, walking. The fatigue of the Diachi enveloped. The eyelids closed, around the dark darkness, through which the shaky rays of light were piercing, which seemed to come out of it. Immediately plunged into these feelings, Diachi first wondered, is it not time to escape from these guys? Frida was convinced that it was the best way out, and Dennis, without hesitation, supported her. There was no doubt about the rightness of this method. The feather bed stopped near one of the structures, looking intently into the barrel, rocking on the chain. The young man stopped a few steps behind her. At the corner of the house on the chain rocked a barrel with a plate that reported about the bar. Karina raised her hand, giving a sign, it's time to shut up. Sudden surprise broke out in the gaze of Diach. When the cat's shirt slipped from his shirts, the cat Nick slipped out and heedfully quenched. Watching the cat intense, Diach did not hide curiosity. He courted to find out what caused such angry reaction of fur. Alicia slowly came to friends and, smiling fascinating, began to drive her finger in front of the cat's muzzle. She was also interested in her. What will the trick say? The cat, without paying attention to anything around, was getting angry. Daiichi suggested that he may have felt the presence of bandits in the bar thanks to the magic of the spirit. Therefore, the guy told his comrades that bandits may be likely to be nearby. In the circle of conversation, Dite, Karina, and Cat Nick discussed events. Karina wondered in Dita that he was able to understand about the bandits of the cat's behavior. Winking with one eye, Dite supported her guessing words. A confident smile blossomed on Karina's face. Raising her hand, she stated that she would cope with the task without any difficulty if they were lucky to face bandits at the bar. Dennis boldly stepped into the premises, and other members of the team were included. A small tavern opened in front of the boys, where the stairs to the second floor. In the hall of the first floor, conversations were rolled. At several tables, men were attached to heavy mugs, clicking and savoring a variety of foods decomposed on the plates. Inside the aromas of dishes, Dennis looked at the hall with a careful look, briefly played his tongue on his lips. He followed Karin, and Baichi, despite his efforts, could only join the company, finding himself at the restaurant with the rest. Looking interestedly in the surrounding, Karina suddenly stopped her gaze on something on the side. It has attracted her attention. Wiping her head and swirling one eye, the girl with a mysterious smile reported that she came across those whom they wanted. Daichi, stunned, quickly stood behind her. At the table near the stairs leading to the second floor, there were 4 acquaintances, the same the boys had previously won. Huge mugs with a drink and generously filled plates decorated their feast. A girl with a handkerchief on her head and in white apron was difficult to shy. Alicia approached Daichi and, at ease, covering his palm, praising him for his wonderful work, noting that he was just fine. The view of the dacha slid into the pants of one of the robbers that collapsed at the table. A hole was visible in the trouser, but the wounds had long gone. The indigenous tone of the dacha noted that this robber was already cured. In the memory of the boys, the image of a dark-haired wounded bandit, which lay on the ground, poured out. Karina remembered that, along with those thieves, there was a magician magic. For him, such a wound is a trifle, easily heal in a few minutes. Daichi introduced 2 wounded who had just depicted. Stroking the chin, he noted that it would take a few minutes. Karina confidently replied that the wounds she had caused were tightened for no longer than 3 minutes. Daichi turned to Karina, expressing his hope that their visit to the bar would be limited to the role of ordinary guests who just pretend to have to drink. Karina closed her eyes for a moment and bowed her head, making it clear that there was no point in leaving. The upset Dennis dropped sideways. The overshadowed face reflected his mood. With a bitter sincerity he stood up, which insanely seeking a sip of drink. With a light smile on her mouth, Friedli encouraged Dennis on his back and suggested buying a little alcohol, after which you could wait for friends outside. Dennis accepted a large jug with a thick gray-haired man with a thick gray-haired mustache, and Karina and a stranger in a dark hood stood in the middle of the street. The 4 men, who were waiting for the boys, finally left the bar and hurried. Taking her breath in the shade, Karina watched the bandits moving down the street, and then clearly reported. The scoundrels left the village. Dennis and Alicia confidently approached Karina. Dennis wondered what made the bandits go to the forest at this time of the day. The boys were silently following the men who were increasingly moving. Someone has quit, the remark, they say. It is not necessary to enter the forest. You can contact your own. Dennis, along with Karina, was cautious from the horn. Karina suggested that the bandit was probably hiding somewhere in the forest nearby. Going there, they had to hand him a letter with an important news about events in the village. Touched his finger slightly. Dennis smiled cunningly, and noted that Bera's guard exceeded all his expectations. 4 men stepped in the dark forest, with one of them carrying a big sword on their shoulders. In that intense silence, the idea of one of the comrades made, if suddenly the task is not on the teeth or something goes wrong, it will be appropriate to immediately call back. Hiding in the bushes, Karina was covered in front and the rest were behind. Their views were carefully scratched around when Alicia suddenly caught something unusual. With a tired but decisive tone, Alicia throws, "Someone hides in the grass." Dennis and Karina immediately turn his views to Alicia. The decisive step of Alicia leads the boys forward. The care is armed. They slip through the thick forest. Boldly turns and calls everyone to keep up. The guys stretched out a field covered with thick green grass. Somewhere between the stems, Alicia with others hid. They hid so that at first glance it was not possible to notice. There was no one in this situation at once, and she regretted the verse. Daichi, puzzled, staring in the other direction, could not understand what was happening in the distance. Seriously squeezing her lips, Alicia noted that if you believe the words of the bandits, there will be one who drains them important information. Sitting nearby, Dennis noted that when adventure seekers gather on hiking on the monsters, to turn to the local information, the usual business. Frida, who quietly settled next to me, added that the knowledge of the residents is full of spaces and unknown details. Daichi's gaze stopped at Dennis. To ask Coddle how skilled hunters for monsters. Dennis only shrugged. Gathering in a pack, goblins really become a disaster, but they lack their minds. They survive mainly with quantity, not cunning. With a light smile, Rita reported that at the same time as hunting, they explore these lands. The suspicions of the Daichi intensified. It seems that the arrivals were right. If these monsters are more fierce than the goblins, or there are many suspiciously, you will have to direct even more armed detachments here. Goblin puppets with weapons in their hands were under the leadership of Daichi. The realization that the number of enemies does not exceed the number of defenders with sufficient forces gradually strengthened in his thoughts. Reflections on Torin's tactics finally were a clear plan of action. Imagination drew paintings filled with horrible details. A gang of robbers sought the opportunity to put goblins on defenseless peasants, and the peasants themselves in despair turned to the guild, looking for protection. Meanwhile, cunning bandits were moving among adventure seekers, trying to find out whether robbers would be able to overcome peasants. Sharply turning to the boys, Alicia reported that the bandits were not interested in the whole village at all. Their true goal is to deal with the Bertram detachment and rob the settlement on the opposite side. According to Daichi, to rob half of the village and at the same time to go unnoticed to the people of Bertram. This idea seemed too suspicious. Among the wide field, the bandits unexpectedly collided with another group of armed men. Ken noted that none of these prodigies seemed to be aware of a possible trap. Alicia denied, having a sharp look. The bandits remained too wary to miss something. On her knees, Karina asked Alicia to ask that she was able to make everyone heard the ganging conversation. Ready to try, Alicia nodded and closed her eyes. Suddenly, Daichi came to the voice of one of the robbers. Not expecting to hear human language in such silence, the guy was alert. The discussion did not subscribe. It was said that Caravan Batrama had just arrived in the city, and the actions of local Avengers became suspiciously active. Stunned by the unexpected talent of Alicia, Daichi could not believe his own eyes. Karina explained that the girl has the magic of the wind, through which the boys have the opportunity to hear the conversations of bandits. One of the robbers quit reproach, they say. The Avengers forgot about this village. Among the bandit band there was a conversation. One of them, with a noticeable scar on his face, unexpectedly mentioned the case in the village of Turin. His one, Banditsi, were surprised, without hiding the surprise from such news. Modernly nicing in the high grass, Daichi together with his comrades carefully capture every word of insidious robbers. One of the attackers voices suspicion. They return to the same house that was robbed recently. Other bandits immediately agree, quickly recognizing the familiar features of the village. The sandy voice of a black-haired robber with a hilly nose was charged. You destroyed everyone then, without a mercy. Daichi did not respond indifferently. His gaze at once, the features of the face intensified from the harshness of the herd. Another robber reported that after his story with the village of Bertram, he remained in place. The robber with a gloomy humpback face noticed, to make the final conclusions early, and his partner, who was standing nearby, wondered what their next step would be. The ears were hardly caught by each sound, and the eyes were hiding in narrow cracks. Frida with Dennis tried not to miss any little things. From the shadow came the bandita's vicious voice. They were lucky, because it was here that the whole Bertrama company gathered. A colleague with a broken nose added boldly, "This time the prey will be unprecedented, much larger than in that ill-fated village." Sitting in a dense shade, the boys watched the robbers' negotiations. The joy shone on their faces, and restrained excitement was replaced by mutual words of support. The robber with a scar on his face mentioned that fatal meeting with Daichi and Karina, during which they suffered a devastating defeat. His shoulders tensed and he recalled with a voice filled with anxiety, and he warned, guards were incredibly dangerous. The bandit with the curve of his nose threw that only 2 guards were really able to fight. In these words, the bandit with a scar on his face did not deny. Even the 2 of these guards pose a great threat. The rest of the robbers only stood silently, without daring to intervene. The neglected, with a crooked nose and a cunning smile, noted that among the guards there is a sorcerer class B. Then, throwing a calming look, promised others that everything would pass well. Meanwhile, 5 of the randy magicians have already gathered near them. 5 ominous silhouettes have frozen in the darkness. Hearing this, Daichi, along with a cat who walked out of his sinuses, and all the rest of the boys did not hide their surprise. Barely hiding the alarm, Daichi shuddered from the realization that these bandits were not inferior to them. Karina, having suffered, only quit. A slight confrontation is not waiting. Karina told the boys that she had already had to convey to those bandits. Behind her back, peacefully hiding in her shadow, Daichi with a cat on her chest, and Alicia smiled carelessly, as if they did not understand the seriousness of the moment. Suddenly, a call named Daichi was Alicia. Her smiling face radiated with warmth when she turned to the boy interested and asked to tell about his parents. The cry of the girl rose when she admires that Daichi had the same revolutionary theology as these world-class inventions. Near her, Daichi stood puzzled, and the unexpected explosion of emotions scared him. Carrying the girl's gaze, the guy heavenly confirmed her words, although she remained uncertain in her soul. The Daichi's face flashed embarrassment, because he hesitated whether all the cards should be opened. He did not fully understand that it was for goods, because there were no complex technologies there, only ordinary products. Crossing his hands on his chest, Daichi looked for a new topic in his head, urgently distracting Alicia to keep her question out of sight. The kitten just reached out and yawned sweetly, and unexpectedly Daichi was ripe. He hastened to report Alicia, which has important information. Her eyes flashed admiration. It was only necessary to hear these words. With a loud exclamation, Daichi stated that in his native land, cats are very popular. The stretched finger pointed the direction. The cat rotely glowed the ears, and on the face of Alicia appeared an expression of genuine surprise. While Daichi was delighted to tell Alicia about the true cult of cats in his homeland, the kid-cousers were coming up nearby, watching their conversation carefully. Alicia, confessing to her great love for cats, noted that she fully understood their popularity. However, in her opinion, in this place where the boys gathered, cats are not so revered. Daichi denied, assuring that cats were extremely popular here. Grasping Daichi's tone, Alicia agreed with him. The image of a man bowed to the cat put in front of Daichi's eyes, and he immediately remembered the cozy atmosphere of the cafe. Alicia said that in his country, every 10th inhabitant has a cat at home, and there are even special cafes where fluffy pets are given the right respects. Memories of social networks, where cats of cats gathered hundreds of likes, broke out in the imagination of Daichi. He was fascinated by Alicia how everything was arranged. It is only necessary to put a frank photo, and soon this light will travel the internet for a considerable distance. In the full voice of Daichi, he exclaimed that in his country cats have many attributes inherent in them, and many things are created in cat form. Cat houses and t-shirts, decorated with their images, came back to memory. The story heard from Daichi stunned Alicia. The joyful admiration fully mastered it. It was hard to imagine that ordinary things were able to turn into cats. The heart was so crazy that the girl involuntarily pressed her hands to her chest, as if she wanted to keep excitement in herself. With excitement in the eyes of Alicia stated that the essence of cat goods was completely clear. But one thing remained a mystery. Why give ordinary things the shape of cats? In response, Dayak laughed and rolled in his bag. Behind his back, a nose was visible, and a small flashlight threw a soft light. From his back, Daichi gets a slipper, a clock, and a mug, decorated with cute ears, a tail, and a muzzle of a seal, or at least their outlines. According to Daichi, there is only one look at these things, and it is no longer possible to break away. Seeing a sweet thrill in Alicia, their cheeks flashed with a blush, and their teeth were squeezed. Only one word broke out of his mouth. It is incredibly cute. Without tired, Daichi listed all sorts of cats like cats, plates, pillows, even adapters. All of these have a little form of fluffy pets. On every new way of reincarnation of a cat, Alicia only smiled and repeated that it was incredibly cute. However, when he heard the word adapter, she confessed, "What it is, it cannot imagine, but even it would look charming in her eyes." Filling the earth with laughter, Alicia fell fate with joy. Raising, she suddenly voiced her awareness. Now she understands Daichi. Cats are really designed to be fascinating with her grace. Hardly climbing her feet, Alicia felt the forces leave her body. She confessed that she did not expect anything else from the motherland of DAIs. These people were able to create not only inventive technologies, but also comfortable things for everyday life. Near Daichi with a light smile, he watched her. Lowering her head down, Alicia did not hold her tears. They rolled on her cheeks with a solid stream. In despair, she exclaimed that she should create cat-shaped tools. The dream of magical objects has always lived in her heart, but such unusual ideas have never been sleeping. Daichi put his palm on Alyosia's naked shoulder, trying to calm her down and persuades not to worry gently. On her knees, Alicia was breathing hard when Doggy, sinking nearby, supported her shoulder. He advised not to follow other people, because sometimes new ideas do not appear. In the role of the creator, she is not inferior to inventors and masters from her home country Daiti. The scared and confused, Daichi exploded. The defeat of Alicia, in his opinion, meant a complete failure. Nearby, without paying attention to the cries, the cat was joined by Sighed and thoughtfully scratched his foot with his foot. Alicia, holding her breath, watched Dayak with delight. He, without hesitation, insisted that she should now enjoy the catality of the cats. Covering Alicia from all over the world, Daichi opened the tall door before her, through which the blinding rays suddenly flooded. With a smile, he assured that it is only necessary to open this door, and the new world will be opened before you. Captured and determined, Alicia confidently exclaimed that she would certainly take advantage of this chance. Alicia approached Daichi uncontrollably and stated that she needed to learn from him. Daichi, in response with a smile, he promised that he would definitely show. He should only trust him. At the same time, Daichi's thoughts were spinning around how difficult it is to deceive Alicia. Even fatigue from this game has already begun to be signed. Daichi continued to tell Alicia about the features inherent in the cats. He showed her a fisher paw with a fluffy pillow. In the view of Alicia, misunderstanding was red. She could not understand what it was a strange thing. Daichi explained that this device is designed to endlessly mint a soft cat's paw. Further, Daichi took the carry for a cat. Alicia had never seen this before. When he opened the door and showed a fluffy passenger, the girl looked away from joy, covering his mouth with his palm. Inside the transfer was a cat familiar to her. It was a nickname. The cat got out of the carriage, dressed in the outfit with bells that were fun with every step of the way. The stylist only confusedly shrugged, not shaking why this pussy is so charming. The little paws were bent gracefully, the head fell gently on them, and tiny wings twinkled on the back. Then the fluffy beauty was slowly spreading, leaving everyone in delight in her grace. The robot cot appeared with the train. On one paw he kept a drink. A nickname. A cat, who carefully considered a new acquaintance, got along with him. The robot gladly congratulated all those present, and Daichi jokingly commented, "Here she is, a mixture of technology and cat's good fortune." Alicia waved her hands vigorously, insisting that Daichi shows her even more cat-related things. In response, the guy exclaimed that in this case, we move on. In an instant, the sea ears and flippers appeared on Alice. and the clothes changed at once. Everyone was crying around that she was now good to feel like a pussy and be a cute. The suddenness of the event knocked out Alice's soil from under her feet, however. In a confusion of the general mood, she joined the game. Daiichi, lifting his eyes and face into a real cat grimace, insisted it was time to start. Alicia embarrassed to the lips of the gloves that resembled paws, and confessed, "It's too shame." At the end of the Daiichi application, he insisted for the second time, "Without Nai, the story will not be complete." Alicia pulled her hands in gloves, giving them the shape of cat paws. Suddenly, she opened her mouth wide and released a loud meow, bending his back with a graceful arc, like a real cat. Daiichi said with delight that Alicia is fine in Alicia. She is extremely sweet. Staying on his knees, Alicia, with a fluffy ponytail and paws instead of feet, pressed her palms to the cheeks and did not stop shaking. Compliments from the mouth of Dayak were heard more and more. He did not hold back his delight. Dressing in a cozy pajama, Alicia gathered cat-likeness. A hood with fun ears was flaunted on her whole overalls, and jokes broke out of his mouth. Daiichi, fascinated by a spectacle, did not resist tears. He was overwhelmed by joy and moving. The joyful Daiichi did not resist the exclamations, enthusiastically encouraging Alicia to continue in the same spirit. But suddenly, behind the incendiary ditch, appears thoughtful Karina. On her face was frozen surprise and confusion through everything that happens. In the comfort of Daiichi's ambush, together with his comrades, they tensely listened to a conversation of bandits. It was possible to determine 5 criminals have the power of rank B. The smile was painted on the face of the robber with a hump on the nose, and 2 associates lined up with him. One was different from the other, significant height. The other was surprisingly low. Daiichi's gaze slid along this trinity, and in his thoughts everything came into place. That's where this confidence in their movements and views came from. The trim band on his face, lifting his head, assured that he himself came into clash with the guards and had something to tell about this fight. Behind him, 3 accomplices, without his eyes, are ready to support his every word. The sinister man with a scar on his face advised to wait for the guards to leave here. Hearing these words, Daiichi could not hide her astonishment. The 3-person gang leader wondered if the man with the ball was frightened. In response, he honestly admitted that he really feels fear. A man with a hokey nose was surprised by such a candid answer. His partner with the scar added that the girl is also dangerous, however. At least it is clear how she overcame them. Instead, the guy remains a full mystery to him. In the subconscious, the image of Daiichi flashed again. A man with a scram frowned and grunted that he understood only one thing. Daiichi charged him a charge of lead just in his leg. The Krivnovo interlocutor scratched the cheek and suggested that it was probably earthly magic. In the imagination of the robber, Karin and Daiichi flashed. The mention of the magic shell immediately denied. Magical armor would in no way make protection. The man added, "The guy did not use any sorcery. There was something completely different here." One of the robbers was indignant that during that clash, 2 of his comrades were torn off his feet. All this is the case of that man. But the other only waved, answering that they were guilty. They relaxed and lost their vigilance. It seemed that Dennis did not give up the idea that only 6 bandits visited the village. Near fried, he listened to these words, each of which forced him to dive into reflections. A man with a scar on his face impatiently moved from his foot to foot, grunting that only a waste was in vain. The voice felt annoying when he added, "The moment came to open the whole truth to the boys in the village." 3 men turned their back and moved away. The last of them, throwing the word that would be made tomorrow, advised to pray so that other robbers would give up the attack. The interlocutor nodded, agreeing. But in a moment, a suspicious roar was rolled up in silence. Something made it turn. Karina told the boys that it was time to move on. The green crowns of newly planted trees were lifted before them, and a few steps opened the abyss, a rapid break and a deep gorge. In a narrow gorge, a whole flock of robbers gathered, who surrounded a dense ring made up of a barrel, near the stone wall. All the views suddenly focused on one point. Among the bandits, a figure of a single cat was distinguished from a person. The owner of Kryvyi Nose noted that for Eli and his team, the task seemed fun. On the way, they got into a fight with a guard, first with a girl, and then with a boy who left them with nothing. From the crowd, a chunky blonde with a light beard was called, putting his hands on his chest. His gaze radiated curiosity and distrust when he wondered if there was really a magician of B among the guards. The eyes were eagerly looking for the answer to the question. In response, the man reported that among all the local magicians, only one girl wears a sign of the Magician's Guild. Then the dark-haired man wondered whether the guy with whom they had previously met surpassed this magician in the power of rank. The man with a hochi nose noted that Elaine paid attention to the boy. It seemed to him that this young man hides much more power than could be assumed at first glance. Silent views flashed between men, and in a moment, a lively conversation began about the next steps that they decided to take. The captain noted that if they really belonged to Barama, they would bring a lot of trouble. While the men are silently crafting, everyone in their heads is nurturing anxious thoughts about current events. Many bandits have been watching the negotiations hard. One of them confidently stated that their number makes it difficult to defeat these strangers. A lively conversation broke out between the audience. Doubts and anxiety flicked in the eyes of men. Someone seemed to have the opponents. Among the crowd, a dark-haired man with a beard threw a solid warning. We cannot forget about his own strength and should be shown that the danger is still coming from themselves. The loud voice of the bearded blonde ordered everyone to silence. This call instantly turned a man with dark hair and one who had a scar on his face. Behind all men, a young guy with a casual smile on his face is located. With the inherent ease, he noted that even if the Avengers are moving out of place, it does not mean that Barama would rush to them. With one easy winning, the guy turned to a blonde with a beard that just urged everyone to silence. He wondered if this trick had already prepared a trap for strangers. The guy was called Sweat. He calmly stirred on the floor, leaning his shoulder on one of the barrels. The voice that does not tolerate objections, Pete said. Together with the caravan, the head of Bertrama himself goes with the caravan. Immediately he suggested thinking about the traps for the guards in advance, and the task was to ambush them. The fair-haired, crossing his hands on his chest, in a calm voice reported that the guards are on duty near the north gate, and caravan Bertrama stopped near the south. His companions were silently listening to his every word. The hooky nozzle briefly assured that everything was fine. This was what Alan warned about. The Sweat, smiling kindly, introduced the men who had to go on the offensive, and added that as soon as they were storming from the northern gate, helping the Bertram detachment immediately rushes to them. Disputes among men did not subscribe. Everyone was throwing ideas about how to proceed. I wanted to bring everything possible with me, until the reinforcement was tightened or annoying Avengers. However, there were few benefits here, and the awareness of this made Pete look at his comrades in surprise. Among men, the conversation broke out. In this village, unlike ancient times, there were many young girls for entertainment. The noise of lively discussions did not join for a moment. A serious facial expression tinted a man's blonde hair. In his thoughts there was no room for hope. No attempt would bring them the desired result. Blondin was thinking, critically evaluating the disadvantages of the plan. Many subtle nuances disturbed him, and possible difficulties and ways of overcoming them were born. The noise among men did not subscribe. In their heads already ripened plans to attack the detachment of Bertram and the Dream of Prey, which seemed to be waiting for them in the vans loaded with treasures. The beard with black hair was grunting that it is impossible to fall into the company of Bertram in any way. These people are too powerful. After hearing these words, the robbers plunged into reflections, stopped laughing, and considering what they heard. Touching his chin finger, Pete noted that a magician can be a serious threat to them. The look of the blue-eyed blonde glowed in Pete, pushing to speak about everything that was doing around. Before the eyes of Pete, a confused expression of Alan floated. Pete noted dryly that because of Alan's fear, he should not be considered in his opinion. Pet went up rapidly and spread his hands into sides. In his opinion, each of the fighters of the Bara team is a master of his work. In order to avoid serious injuries, you should beware of open confrontation with them. In Pete, his lips were barely open, the tongue looked out, and the palm slid to her chin. He suddenly stated that it was time to prepare an unexpected attack. Surprise broke out in Blondin's eyes when he asked Pete to question how he could carry out the plan. Sleeping his arms to the sides, Pi was frozen, as if his wings were ready to hug the world. All robbers, holding their breath, stared at him, as if trying to unravel his intentions. Having connected his palms, Sweat blossomed in a wide smile, and confidently stated that the victory over the warriors of Northiot would get them without much effort. The criminals exchanged joyful views. Sleeping, Pete continued that their victory over the Avengers would become real if you go to the frame. Swinging a sheet with a funny figure, Sweat presented his fictional baby, and confidently stated that as soon as the guard focuses on the defense, the victory will be their shortest time. Pet stated that the guard should only be engaged in his own protection, as it would be possible to calmly rob the village. The bandits, raising his fists and weapons, welcomed the close victory with joyful exclamations. A cozy smile slid on Pete's face, and the eyelids fell gently. His thoughts flashed a sense of confidence. The enemy will do exactly as he favorably. Stretching his hands in sides, Pete said that herds for justice are definitely not stupid. The first thing they take care of is to gather all the peasants together to ensure their safety. Most likely, residents are already in the center of the village. According to Kucheryov, if you get rid of the dulls, their place in the village will immediately be occupied by people from Barama. During this conversation, the man in the hood and the one whose face crossed the deep scar closely monitored him. With a smile on his mouth, a curly man stated that in this case, the short-lived Avengers would spray their forces. The grimace of dissatisfaction appeared on the face of Pete from Herd. In his opinion, it was this curly, and was the most tuned here. Turning into a semi-chord, Pete stated that now the main thing is to keep the defense. Focusing on a fair-haired man whose view was hidden behind his hands crossed, Pete emphasized, they need to win time before helping from Bertrama will appear on the horizon. The curly man tried interested in finding out what prevents them. Feeling impatient, he suggested that he take the opportunity and rob abandoned homes until help arrived, and as soon as they finish, leave the village immediately. The lobby man with curly hair was dissatisfied and expressed in doubt about the words of Pete that the Burn Rama's detachment would have time to come before they leave the village. In his opinion, only a senseless clown, captured by the desire for money, would not be able to get out of here in time. The owner of curly hair crossed his arms on his chest and exclaimed to me with a roar that they were not stupid. They would have time to escape when needed. The bandit behind him with a maliciousness rolled every word. Flashing his face with his palms, his sweat tilted his head, boiling from indignation. In his thoughts, he could not understand why fate brings him only with such cheerful ones. The curly, quickly calculating everything in the mind, said that while Bertrama people are moving with reinforcement, they will easily leave the village by grabbing the prey. Pete showed the empty dwellings of the villagers and noted that if the village is evacuated, the money and stocks in the homes will no longer be found. Everything will be in vain, and any effort will not be of use. The curly man turned to the stranger in the hood and expressed a guess. It would not be easier to attack Barama's caravan. Meanwhile, the hood owner, leaning slowly in the nose, listened carefully to the gang dispute. Pete closed his eyes, and a sudden illumination flashed in his thoughts. Widely waving his hands, Pete strongly explained that if he encroaches on a detachment of Bertram, you will have to face them face to face. This should be avoided, because these rivals are much exceeding ordinary Avengers by force. A curly man blocked a path and warned, in such a situation, it is dangerous to approach the ram. The attack can be sudden. The anger was filled with Pete. The jaws are closed, the lips were inadvertently shuttered. The smile instantly shone on Pete's face, and, spilling his palms, he gladly said that the thoughts of all present would coincide. The curly man, smiling confusedly, was forced to nod in agreement with the words of Pete. Outing a man with curly hair, Pete turned to the rest of the robbers, explaining his plan. To leave part of the detachment in the south, and others to transfer to the center of the village for guerrillas. He was carefully listened to by all present. Pete passed the offensive plan to the societies, placing figures of painted people on the map. In the north, the bandits stormed the guard of the guards. The southern flank was occupied by the Bertrama company, and in the center, there was a mysterious stranger. The rebels from Baram quickly moved to the north to support the guards at the most acute battle point. A satisfied smile illuminated Pete's face. Lifting his finger up, he explained that it is only necessary to deal with the Avengers. And in the hearts of the peasants, the hope of salvation would go away. And then it will remain to settle only with Bara. Wandering around, Pete thought loudly that if you act quickly, while the knights appeared on the aid of the Avengers, it would be possible to jump a detachment of Bertram by surprise and to take them to the thread. Luxurious, unattended carts were tempted by the bandits to be easy. While they discussed the possibility of attacking the detachment of Bertram, one warned that the locals are likely to escape and hide. Another denied, almost certain people will hurry to hide just in the same carts. The conversations between the bandits did not subscribe until they finally agreed. Blondin, with a cunning pile, cast his gaze on his comrades and stated that there would be no real attack on the Avengers. It is only misinformation, and Sweat was already going to reveal the truth to them. Having raised his hands upside down, Pete lit up with a sincere smile and agreed. In the words of a blonde man was really true. His unexpected support immediately alerted the bandits. On their faces appeared angry, distrustful views addressed directly at Pete. Pete's face was illuminated by a daisy Oscar. Something dark flashed in his view when he said that right now he would open up a real plan that they should follow. Silence was hanging in the air. The wind of fear peeled out the bandits, and Blondin only smiled crivo, as if anticipating an interesting one. Everyone kept breathing, waiting for a pine strategy. At the same time, a fist on the table thundered on the edge of the village, The angry old man shouted in the whole voice, and two men, hearing that cry, were frozen with fear. From the chair, an elderly man stood with a strict look and spoke with threatening intonations. In a small room where the villagers gathered, there was a tense atmosphere. Everything happened in the village. Today they discussed a difficult topic: the activities of robbers, which, in rumors, were hidden under the guise of travelers among the main group of arrivals. Carefully moving the knights in helmets with spears, the man listened carefully to the discussion. There were two important questions on the agenda: what to do with the gangs received, and how to organize the protection of the village until the additional forces of the knights arrive on help. When considering the situation with the information received by the bandits, the old man came to the conclusion: the leak happened somewhere near Takura. Probably the criminals were already in accordance with the scheme already tested. This thought did not rest Taichi, who died into his own reflections. At the table are Dichi, Alicia, Frida, and Dennis, and Nick, Cat, stretched directly on the surface near the mug and jug. Daichi leaned forward, putting his palms on the table, and stuck his head on them. Lifting his head from under his hands, Daichi said that they would accept the idea that they gave birth together at a general meeting. In the scheme he showed, the village was framed by a high wall, and the exits remained only in the north and south. The northern passage was watching the watchmen along with adventure seekers, while the company was duty on the southern gate. At the meeting, Dayak presented little men, assuring that they would be able to repel any attack. Part of the unit was planned to be placed in the heart of the village. Thanks to this, the partisan detachment will be able to support both the southern and northern flank, as well as to detect the penetration of bandits through the walls in a timely manner. Daichi reported that the inhabitants of the northern and southern areas are already evacuating, seeking to minimize potential losses. All people are organized in reliable shelters. The plan to offer Bararam was preparing carefully. A strict image of an elderly man appeared in Diachi's head. Meanwhile, Self-Esteem, who pretended to be adventure seekers, will keep the northern gates side by side with city guards. Dennis raised his hand, noting that Daiti does not frighten the failure of the plan, after which they can stay with nothing. The gaze, thrown by Daiti on Dennis, expressed his approval. He seemed to be truly wise. Not hiding a tricky smile, he winked. The villagers would hardly invent something more effective than his plan. And even if they tried, there is little time for implementation, so they will still have to rely on his plan. Opening his mouth, Dichi did not hide the surprise of Frida's story. Meanwhile, an unfamiliar sound came in the air, and Daichi, along with Alicia, almost simultaneously turned her gaze in search of a source of unexpected noise. Frank noted that, in her opinion, it was time to go. Dennis rose from his chair, shaking his palms on the table. Extended his back, he went to the toilet. The stone corridors tidied up a soft radiance of rays that penetrated through the windows. In the corridor, friends encountered Karina, Head, and another stranger. The Head in response has stressed in response, to act clearly, according to the plan. According to the plan, Daichi, Alicia, Karina, Dennis, and Frida were supposed to remain near the south gate with Santa Claus, preparing to meet a possible attack of bandits. The rest of the escort detachment will take positions in the heart of the village, together with Captain Jeffrey, a chunky man with dark hair and numerous scars on his face. It was they who was destined to remain alert to help those who would be in a hard time. The command instantly gave the order to prepare for the renovation, and the boys without hesitation agreed to fulfill it. On the camp with tents and carts, soldiers were freezing, executing orders. One tent, unlike all others, lonely stood away. In a tent, shaken in the corner, he squeezed a plastic bottle of water and a gun in his hands. Thoughts swarming in his head. How strong is this witchcraft armor, bandits? Intuition suggested that even weapons are unlikely to cause fatal harm to them. It is worth being careful. A variety of gunshots were scattered next to Daichi. Finding the right caliber that will be useful to him became a real puzzle for him. Imaging himself in military uniform, armed on both hands, Daichi thought, to distinguish who among the robbers is actually the magnitude of the highest level, it would not be possible. Blindly to open fire for each consecutive in a row would seem to be a reckless step that would turn a fatal mistake. Daichi clicking the laptop lid, launching a video tutorial from the art of shooting. The mind is mature. Maybe at the beginning of attack everyone without parsing, and then deal with those who survive? A BO also quietly put everyone with gas, putting up rigid steps for later. An unfamiliar fluffy friend captures the attention of Daichi, encouraging a role for him. Along the mysterious, various types of weapons are flicker. Watching the cat's trick, Daichi guesses with a smile. Apparently Merlik seeks entertainment and wants to invite him to the game. Bringing this role, suddenly a roar came behind. From the radio lying on the table, someone worriedly passed the alarming news. Daichi frozen at surprise, and an unknown figure at the other end of the line has hurried. The plan is a fake. Turning to the table, Daichi encountered Voki Toki. The device continued persistently. A real target is Bertrama. Daichi's gaze remained chained to the radio. In his eyes, a cunning smile appeared as soon as it was forced to smile. A light apology gesture of the cat. He heard the promise to play later. The beast was quietly sitting nearby, inseparably watching the owner, which had already switched his attention towards an interesting transmission. In front of the table on which the radio was visible, Daichi was frozen. On the face of the streams of sweat, the heart was gone with fear, as soon as he learned that the whole idea was a fiction. Nearby, watching the table carefully, sat the cat. Old radios continued to voice that convinced that the Avengers, only light prey, and soon their actions would change completely. Smiling happy, Pity vividly remarked that the real goal is the detachment of Bara. It will still be enough to attack the village of Time, but the opportunity to attack the caravan of the company does not happen daily. Such a chance cannot be lost. Blondin discovered the true purpose of their journey. Everything was reduced to the cargo that was transporting the caravan. Pete emphasized that the cargo is also of great importance, but most of all, he wants to grab their leader. One of the robbers was interested in whether someone saw at all what the Bara head looked like. Pete reached out immediately, pointing to Joseph's black-haired, and assured that they knew well with Joseph well what his head looks like. Pia brought out a pre-painted man and told the robbers about a cunning plan. Their husband will go to the task, who allegedly inadvertently miss a letter with a detailed description of future actions. The adventurer who will chat near the northern gate will accidentally find this letter and learn about all plans. A crazy hum broke out in the crowd. Some were convinced that the company just learned of the letter, immediately tossing its people to the militia. Someone else denied that most likely the company would simply increase security in the heart of the village. Pete barely restrained his smile. His face glowed with joy. Imaging the next move of the enemy, Pete guessed. The forces, most likely, would be pulled to the center, and the main CPAC would be left nearby. Raising his hand, Pete confidently said that the most distracted and powerful fighters will stand near the leader, those who will overcome any enemy. The curly man broke out of anger, mowing his finger towards Pete. He remembered how he had previously argued, Bertram's protection is incredibly strong, and now, they say, Pete invites the bandits to go to them with war. Slightly whistling and smiling slyly, Pete stated that if he and 3 people behind the case, the victory is guaranteed. In addition, in his opinion, things would go even better if there was a charismatic boss blonde with them. Under the hood, the man noted that there were no truly strong rivals for a long time, so Joseph should be bearded, so that not to destroy everyone inadvertently. In response, a verbal altercation broke out between those present. Swearing and threats flew. The atmosphere aggravated. Someone tried to reassure them, urging not to ignite the conflict and hold themselves in their hands. Several bandits moving away were abused by a successful plan, seeking victories. The faces of the whole 5 appeared ominous smiles. They were sharply distinguished among the others. They were a real fighter. Pete, raging, lifted his finger up and noted that it would help to become more confident in himself. The rest of the robbers turned their heads together, looking into the dark subsoil of the gorge from where spooky sounds were spread. Twilight covered the failure with a dense blanket, so it was impossible to see something inside. In the darkness, several robbers were concerned about themselves, covered by fear. One of them stated that it was time to use their main trump card, so that in the event of defeat, then did not have to regret a wounded chance. The robber leader sharply reached out and shouted loudly that the decision had already been made. A lion with subordinates will be informed that the offensive will be arranged near the north gate next night. And I ordered me to make and send a false letter. The robbers were frozen, quickly diverging around the cave. Their leader emphasized the importance of a detailed letter. Every trifle had to be carefully stated. Summarizing the orders, he reported that the attack will start tomorrow night. Sitting on the side, Daichi leaned his palm on his chin, caught carefully every word from the radio. It became clear from the gangites' conversations. As Pete warned, if necessary to get urgently gather, the attack will begin this night. The Daichi tent suddenly questions whether you can enter. Suddenly jumped, he shudders with surprise. It was Karina who reported that Captain Jeffrey intercepted the data of the bandits, and now the manager seeks to discuss it with Daichi as soon as possible. Daichi briefly answers that he is already heading. Throwing the phone into his pocket, the hero is preparing for the meeting. Before the tent of the leader, the flames of the torch flicked, and inside, just on the litter, lay a leaf from the bandits. Hardly raising his hand, the head strictly warned. This night the attackers thought the attack. The views of Daichi and his comrades turned to the head of determination. The manager showed them a letter, informed that the patrol officer had detained a suspicious traveler. It was he who found messages addressed to the bandits who invaded the village. The chief, with a strict expression of the face, suggested that the bandits seemed to realize that the detachment of the guerrillas was in the heart of the village. The wrinkles at the head of the head became even deeper. It became clear from his words. Criminals seek to destroy the Avengers as soon as possible to capture the northern gate without obstacles. The walls of people were distinguished on the wall, a clear plan of action of robbers. The conductor explained that the next attack will be directed at them. Robbers will not risk attack at all. Their tactics are selective hunting for each individual. Dennis assured that it was such an idea, and was in real robbers. Frida, watching the boys' conversation, thoughtfully noted that this plan was doomed to the failure without a skilled leader. Purposeful, as in the army or the ancient knightly order. The boys gathered around the table, behind which the head settled. Dennis, without restraining curiosity, asked the leader for what reason they all found themselves here. In response, a loud slap on the table is heard. This was the reaction of the state leader. The head strictly exclaimed that he would not allow the bandits to create lawlessness at their request. The situation has already been reported by a guerrilla detachment, who hurried to the help of a detachment of self-defense. The leader insisted that the boys would immediately move to the North Gate reinforcement. Fascinated by the story, the boys caught his every word. Putting his hand on his chest, Dennis solemnly promised to execute the order. However, one question was concerned about. What will the head do at this time? The manager calmly replied that he would stay with the merchants. Karina immediately expressed her desire to be with her head. After leaning on the back of the chair and splashing his fingers, the manager calmly assured, "The employees of the company will always cover him, so there is nothing to worry about." Returning to his head, Dennis noted that it would be much easier for boys to fight when they are sure that everything is fine. Frida added that it is not necessary to give up the protection offered by Karen. It is better to agree to her care. The leader vigorously waved his hand, emphasizing that the robbers operate 5/5 magicians, and without Karina, the result of the fight may not go out of the scenario. In his head, Bachi immediately passed the memory of the negotiations of criminals because of the right. Now everything came into place. He finally understood the plan of enemies. Suddenly, Daichi rushed to the head, shouting that before making any decision, the manager must listen to him. He only wondered for this, whether this conversation was so urgent. The importance of this conversation, on which Daichi insisted on, was not left for the delay. The southern gate could not be left unattended even for a moment. However, the Mane felt anger. It seemed to him that Daichi was trying to influence his decision, and such intervention caused it only indignation. In front of his head, just on the table, Dayak puts some gadget and states, "As soon as the leader listens to the words, immediately realizes that all the insidious inventions of the bandits were fake." The head, without hiding surprise, translates the gaze from Daichi to the mysterious device. The gadget suddenly came to life, escaping a series of strange sounds. A message came from the device. It is necessary to deliver false information about the attack. Another voice clarified whether it was appropriate to lure the Bertram detachment directly. Heard the boys to the depths of the soul. A focused head was hanging over the device that broadcast someone's voice. There were conversations about the bold design and its approach to the embodiment. It seemed that the device reproduces true human language, but still did not fit in the head. How is it possible? From the surprise, Frida covered her mouth with her palm. Dennis did not look at the table. Karina, grabbing her head with her hands, tried to cope with emotions, and Alicia blossomed with a joyful smile. Daichi lifted the device and stated that this was the real design of the bandit. Lightly, his mouth, the head asked what kind of device he took with him, Daichi. However, the next moment I changed its mind, realizing that this detail was not much importance. At that moment, he was lost in the assumption that the conversation came about this invention at all and how Daichi found himself in his hands. Gaiti recalls that in the forest that stretches south of the village, a little further than the robbers, about a kilometer from here, they left their device. He heard his head stunned, and the cottages insisted. All this happened recently. Suddenly a loud exclamation warned of someone's approaching, and all, when they were under a current, turned sharply to where this cry came from. To the tent of the chief, where all the boys and the head himself gathered, a soldier breaks and exclaims on the move, "There is an attack on the north gate. There is a hard battle." The whole detachment, along with the main, sharply returns to the alien, and he, almost breathing, adds, "They signal to the sky." Brookley's head rose from his chair. The view of the dacha stayed on him. Leaning his hands on the table, the head thought about further actions. Meanwhile, the cottages raised his hand, lowered his head and closed his eyes, saying quietly that he had a strategy. The gaze of Diak slides the map and stops at one of the objects marked there. Squeezing his lips, he explains. They use the tactics of the group itself against them. Reliable, as always, Diachi seriously emphasizes. In fact, everything turns out to be ridiculous. Before the eyes of all, a bright scheme unfolded. Daichi, using hand-drawn figures, painted his plan in detail. According to him, the attackers are pushing from the south, so the boys must bypass them, surround and hide the trap on the trail between the south forest and the gate. Daichi's pointing gesture on the map immediately attracted the attention of the boys, who, without his eyes, followed his every movement. The words of confidence sounded convincing. Everything is assembled as it should. The bandits will remain confident that the events go out of their plan. Daichi did not stop, vigorously representing little men. Immediately emphasized, it is necessary to convince the bandits that all the forces of the south were transferred to the northern gate. Further, the Diets added that together with Karina, Fried, Dennis, and Alicia, they will remain accompanied by a caravan, and masked civilians will go to the north. Once in the middle of the square, the head will create the illusion that he would keep the gate, so the hunter will turn into a bait for robbers. The rest of the boys, meanwhile, will bypass the bandits from the rear. The unexpected attack on their part will be surprised by the enemies. With a smile on his face, Daichi assured that even if their sudden attack has failed, it is enough time that the main claws reach the center of the village. Karina, annoyed with such light-hearted words, strongly thundered on the table, saying that it was too risky. Without the slightest tension in his voice, Daichi reported that they were about to attack the bandits. There was no time for further conversations about the danger. Kain quickly navigated. Enemies head to the southern gates, so she suggested that she gather everyone immediately and go back. With his hands crossed on his chest, Dennis shook his head, assuring that the idea was doomed to failure. Frida, concentrating her chin, noted, "Before the help came, the robbers will already get here." The boys decided to meet the bandits right in the heart of the village, hoping to win precious minutes until the detachment came from the north. Karina assured that if the guards remain near the northern gate, the company's combat power will be significant, and then they will defeat all enemies. Both hands flew up. Karina had fun with a question, confident in her correctness. "Isn't it?" Dennis opened his mouth and replied that if only had to think about the battle, Karin would certainly be right. Frida stood next to him. Dennis and Frida's views were directed at Karin. Listening to the boys' conversations, the leader thoughtfully fastened his eyebrows and focused on every word. Frida expressed the belief that, in her opinion, management is unlikely to support Karina's plan. With his breath, Daichi closed his eyes, tilted his head and put his hands on his chest. he suggested in an extremely calm voice. If they managed to drive all the robbers to the center of the village, and the real plan of the attackers, to grasp Klaus's head. Karin was stunning this news, but Daichi immediately reminded her of the inhabitants of the southern part, who have not yet been evacuated. A depressing atmosphere hung around Karina. The sadness covered her soul. With a lowered head and clenched fists, she frozen in place. Looking back, Daichi stopped his gaze on Karina. Before Klaus's gaze, the young man stopped, thinking about what the chances of winning robbers. Daichi suddenly broke the silence, saying confidently that he had a trump card in his sleeve. A secret weapon. The view of the leader of the clan pierced the boys with an ice threat. The fingers folded into the lock-hidden part of the strict face over which heavy silence hung. On the table, there was a special weapon of Dayak, an artifact, which will effortlessly overcome 60 robbers along with 5 experienced magicians. They thought whether he possessed the art of magic of mass destruction, or possibly in his hands an artifact with a similar destructive force. Thinking, Daichi clenched his lips in a thin line and assured that he could make the bandits retreat without any sacrifice. These words caused a real shock among the guys who surrounded him. Klaus and had no idea how possible. Sudden blow on the table of Karin gave the will of anger, sharply pointing his finger on Dayak and loudly reproaching him that he did not even grow to the bandits. She stressed that time to take the mind and end the lightness. Dennis's hand intervened secretly. She appeared before Karina, trying to hold her back. Sticking Karin firmly, Dennis stands in front of her, shouting. Karina is lost in guessing, not understanding what is happening. The next moment Dennis, full of doubt, says loudly, "It is hard to believe that Daichi is able to handle the bandits from the 60s. Wrinkling his forehead, Dennis noted that it is difficult to believe that after such robbers could survive at all. The index finger of the head stopped in the air, the breath of all present. Agree with Dennis. He was really interested in what focus was Daichi. With a look full of expectation, the head made it clear that he wanted to hear an explanation from Daichi. Carefully looking into the bag, Daichi confessed that he did not seek to reveal his secret heritage prematurely. However, slowly removing the mysterious object, lifted it to the face. Looking at his comrades in his eyes, he said, "Without this thing he will work nothing. So now he will explain them all to the end." Daichi pulled a secret weapon. There was no soul next to the handkerchief. There were several torches nearby and another handkerchief lay. In the village, silence prevailed. A river flowed behind a stone fence through which the bridge overturned, and a small house was huddling nearby. Endlessly stretched, endlessly. Daichi gathered with his comrades in front of the house, eagerly waiting. Daichi slid to Alicia. The management of her head was removed from participation in a future operation. However, Alicia disagreed with the decision of old age and noted that it is much wiser to use combat magic outside the village. Hearing this, Klaus, having embarrassed, was forced to take his words back. Looking away, Daichi noted himself. Alicia's specialization. To attack from afar, using magic. With confidence in Karin's voice assured Daichi, the plan will definitely work as designed. After he heard Daichi return to her, looking back, Daichi reported that he failed to convince the team. If the leader recognizes his plan too risky, comrades can retreat and leave everything on it. He will bring the matter to the end of his own. And if the plan is collapsed, Daichi will immediately open a massive fire from his gun. Suddenly, behind Daichi emerged Alicia. The surprise made him shudder. A smile shone on the girl's face. Even if something went wrong, she was ready to come to the rescue, and if necessary to put magic. The street froze in silence, which was cut through only the desperate exclamations of Karina. She categorically insisted, "It is impossible to leave them in any circumstances." However, instead, the answer was, "They say, without his presence, the second part of the plan will not succeed." Stretching her hand forward, Karina confidently stated that she would stay with everything to the end. Even if the second stage of the plan is defeated, she promised with determination on her face. "Together, they will come from here, even if you have to carry the boys on yourselves." After these words, the girl turned sharply, touching his face with a trembling hand. Daichi, with a barely noticeable smile, assured Karin that she should not worry so much. Walking his hand on the face, Dennis confessed that he had heard a lot about Daichi's abilities, but it remained a mystery to him from where so much confidence in himself. Before that, a smiling fried, "Regardless of the enemy's strength, you should never lose vigilance." With dissatisfaction, Karin noted that, in her opinion, Daiichi, albeit high-level magicians, but in battles is not hardened at all. Daiichi heard a lot. Stretching her hand, Karina lightly touched the finger of Daiichi and told the story. Even gifted magicians sometimes died at the hand of a normal robber, just because there was a lack of life experience. Such magicians, as it turned out, always had a common feature. Karina twisted and quit that all these magicians were too self-confident. Daiichi was surprised to look at her. He thought that everything was much more complicated than it seemed. Squeezing his fist near his face, Daiichi coiled and closed his eyes, and then, as if mentioning something important, he said, "In his native lands there is one accurate proverb. If you understand both himself and his opponent, no consequences of numerous battles." On the face of Karina flashed sincere confusion. The value of the hard slipped from her. Behind her back, Alicia only smiled mysteriously, as if knowing something more. Turning away from Karina, Daiichi noted that he understands both his own opportunities and the enemy's strength. He will even win the hundreds of battles every time. This is the true meaning of this proverb. Alicia enthusiastically noted the originality of the Daiichi version, and Karina, standing behind, said that the essence of her expression was quite clear. Raising his hand, Daiichi drew the attention of everyone. They are known to the enemy, and this is their main trump card. It was this idea that they turned against the opponents themselves. To this, Karina denied. The content of his words to her is undoubtedly understandable, but the lightness of the boys is still missing. While they had a conversation, she did not take her eyes out of them. With his hands wide spread sideways, Daiichi felt distrust of the boys. In their views, it was Red, a simple one who does not understand what he talks about. However, he assured, let his experience and lack, his knowledge is more than enough. Turning the pages of his own memory, Daiichi was aware that many works of different grades, including historical chronicles, were aware of his shoulders. Due to this, the vision of martial law reaches much further than the average student. The first fight in life. This thought did not leave Daiichi, however. He did not feel any fear. On the contrary, the thirst for testing your own knowledge in a real battle ignited the excitement. Tunned decisively, Daiichi gratefully noted his ability to preserve the sobriety of the mind, even at such moments. Suddenly, stunned, Alicia exclaimed that the enemies had already come. Alicia shouts that the bandits are very close, just a kilometer, cut the morning silence. In response, Karina grabbed the sword and loudly ordered everyone to prepare for the fight. Meanwhile, Alicia was in a hurry to have a physical reinforcement and protection on Karina. The tension increased in the DG's chest, realizing that the robbers were a kilometer, only to wait for their movement forward. It was at this moment that Alicia noticed something unusual. Alice warned Aliasia with a high-profile exclamation. Together with the bandits, 6 royal monkeys are also coming on them. The ominous team, along with the monsters, rushed. Unlike stunned comrades, Daiichi only smiled predatory, ready for an unexpected fight. With unexpected determination, Karin from Daiichi rapidly turned and rushed to Alicia. The boys came close to the girl, trying to solve who controlled these strange monkeys, and suddenly noticed, creatures began to move. In the memory of Daiichi, the idea came. Royal monkeys are under control, because these creatures are often thrown into the very hell of battle. Meanwhile, Karina, showing her hand towards the forest, reported that there were 66 robbers gathered there, including 6 formidable royal monkeys. Sitting an alarming look towards the forest, Karina sighed and acknowledged that the situation was worse than expected. Dennis, without hiding the excitement, exclaimed that the robbers are much larger, and in addition, 6 more monkeys with them. Frida suggested retreating, and Karina clasped his fists hard. The cry of Alicia that the robbers had accelerated sharply, cut the air, and Karina stood in an invisible side. The glow of magical sparks, Daiichi confidently announced that he would remain restraining the enemies and instructed others to immediately inform the leader. The deep conviction was glowing in his view. The idea will not break down how many opponents would not appear before him. Turning to Daiichi with fury in her eyes, Karina exploded. It is not a senseless fiction at all. In response to her indignation of the boy's lip stretched in a smile, and he calmly assured that the number of bandits would in no way affect the actions he conceived. The only thing that really important is to increase the stock of shells. The lost Karina opened her mouth and stunned her gaze to Daic. The unexpected statement of Alicia, to stay with Daiichi, forced both, and Karen, and Daichi himself, to solidify with her mouth open, staring at her. Alicia noted that her combat magic would not help in the village. Smiling, the girl with confidence added that thanks to the magic of strengthening the body, she was effortlessly catching even Daichi. Karina reminded that she was commanding a detachment, so everyone has to obey her. Suddenly, Alicia interrupted, reported that only 700 meters remained in the bandits. The surprise of Karen shuddered sharply. A harsh voice came that at such a pace they will not advance. Karina and Fried were nearby. The anger squeezed Karina's fists. Without holding back emotions, she said loudly, "She will remain with the boys, and Friede and Cottages should also stay and support his comrades." The sword flashed in Frida when she got it strongly, and Dennis noted that all the hopes were now on Dyack. In response, Dyack smiled widely, confidently lifting both thumbs up, and looked at his comrades. The road leading to the forest remained empty, no soul around. From the report of Alicia became clear. The gang was already 600 meters away. The boys quickly took combat positions, ready to repel. Alicia raised his hand. This gesture did not go unnoticed. Daichi understood him as a signal to action. The distance between attackers and defenders decreased to 500 meters. The views of all the boys focused on the palm of Alicia. One by one, her fingers folded until 4 left. Meanwhile, Daichi gently stroked a cat who looked out of his clothes. 3 bent fingers remained on the laconic palm. There were only 2, like the last warning. The field was already distinguished by silhouettes of robbers who were constantly approaching the boys. With every step of the attacker's face became increasingly expressive. Squeezing his teeth, Daichi imagined that some 200 meters remained for the goal. The face of the enemies was already ahead. An alarming thought flashed in her head. Will he have time to get a weapon if the plan with decontamination gave a crack? Only 1 elongated finger remained on the hand of Alicia. The bandits have already picked up a dangerous distance. The boys closed their eyes and covered their ears with their palms. Daichi spread his hands wide, releasing his strength. The next moment from the sky, a real rain grenades flooded. The views of all bandits simultaneously stuck in grenades flying directly on their heads. An unexpected sight stunned robbers. Stunning grenades like hail fell from the sky, for a moment depriving the enemies of control over themselves. A bright outbreak sat down in the bandits, leaving them disoriented in broad daylight. On Pete with curly hair and the rest of the robbers suddenly collapses of a grenade. A bright flash of dazzling light pours them, pulling out the figures from the darkness. Turning away from the flash, the child tightly covered his eyes and ears. When a powerful explosion was averse, he only opened his eyelids a little, and then slowly rose, hoping to find out if the planet worked. The blinded robbers covered their faces with their hands, completely confused. Some of them froze, as if growing up to the ground. Others collapsed to dust. The mind returned hard. Consciousness was still confused between chaos and pain. The royal monkeys, meanwhile, were powerless, unable to get up. A sinister smile blossomed on Daichi's face when he looked at the bandits. Karina, covering her eyes and ears, did not dare to lift her gaze. The light touch of Daichi to her back became a sign. There is no danger. Allowing herself to look around, Karina saw how bizarre balls and shimmering lights appeared in the sky, and all the bandits were already motionless on the ground. The puzzled Dennis was anxious about the events in any way, having just happened. What just happened? Friedel's gaze slid in the direction of the field. He thought, whether robbers were not hiding there. Karina leaned Daichi with an angry look, casting a sharp question about his personality. Daichi only froze with his eyes in Karen and without making any movement. Having spread his hands wide, Daichi stated that it was time to catch the robbers. Together with his comrades, he confidently moved to where, having gathered in a group, criminals were hiding. Karina walked after Daichi, without drawing a close look. In the thought of Daichi, he noted that this boy probably still took a little time to take everything that is happening.